अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे एकदन्तं उपास्महे एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां 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 एकदन्तं उपास्महे एकदन्तं उपास्महे एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे एकदन्तं उपास्महे एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् उपास्महे गजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् 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 एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजाननपद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजाननपद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजाननपद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् 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 एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजाननपद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे
morning, Kritika. You might want to leave your video off. Morning, Jyotis. Morning, Vivek.
Good morning, sir.
अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् 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 एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम्
Good morning, sir.
एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम्
Good morning.
अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे
Yes. No, not all case, not CSIR, of the member can be amended. Yeah, I asked about the animals. Why did not you? I didn't say that. Well, it's a bit late now. The talk is in about 8 minutes. Yeah? So, you don't need to be there. You can be there. You can just send it. Well, just try. Okay? It's all right. No problem. What? You want me to come there? Okay.
At 9.
No. 9:27, 9:28. Okay, I'll come.
अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे 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 एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे अगजानन पद्मार्कं
Good morning, everyone. We are just waiting for the chief guest to join. We'll start the session soon.
Good morning, Dr. Mande. We are just waiting for our chief guest and guest of honor to join, and we'll start right after that. Dr. Purandar, good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Ray.
So your mic is muted.
1 second.
We can't hear Dr. Chakravarti.
Just a moment, please.
Is our incoming audio okay, or is our incoming audio
incoming
volume
is
down?
fine. Incoming is fine.
I can hear you, Anjan.
Our guests.
I can hear him. Anjan, can you hear us? No, Dr. Chakravarti, you're muted now. You'll have to unmute.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
I have unmuted, but it is.
Yeah,
Should I?
we can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Great.
We have an echo here. The problem is here.
So there might be few computers from which you're logged in. You will have to log in only from one computer. The hall.
Great. We are just waiting for Ms. Vatika Shukla, who's our chief guest, and hopefully she'll be here in a minute or two.
Sure.
Okay. How would we help this?
Morning, everyone. As our chief guest has some technical issues, so we'll start the session. We'll wait for,
Yeah, a couple of minutes.
we'll wait for some time. And after some time, we'll start the session.
Can a 90% call it? He's asking for a 90% to phone home.
She's asking for.
नहीं हम लैपटॉप साउंड और लैपटॉप लोड थोड़ा सा तेज साउंड पे लेकिन यहाँ से किसी को नहीं सुनाई देगा स्पीकर टीम का वॉइस सुनाई देगा आप उन लोगों को सुनाई देगा ठीक है
ये ऑन रखना है।
ये जब वहां से कुछ बोलेंगे ना तब जाके हम लोग यहाँ पे ऑन करेंगे तब
ये भी ऑन है।
नहीं मेरे को ऑन कर अब बंद कर
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to greet all of you here on behalf of organizers and host of 5th National Symposium, Shaping the Energy Future, Challenges and Opportunities, SEFCO. I welcome you to this virtual platform built with active and interactive learning organized by CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum. Now, full session will be recorded. So please, everyone, please sit down. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you so much. The scientific community faces many challenges in terms of global energy crisis, environmental problems, and much more. We need a common platform to discuss the ideas which can guide us to resolve and relate to these issues. In this direction, the research of CSIR-IIP organized this yearly event to provide a common window to have a scientific discussion. Due to COVID-19, the event is in virtual mode for the last 2 years. The theme of this symposium is based on the present energy scenario and elevated energy demand, and would highlight the theme Zero Emission Energy Alternatives, which will present a distinctive spectrum of scientific sessions. More than 500 delegates from various national organizations have been registered for the symposium. Along with the scientific sessions, there will be oral and poster presentations by the participants. Today, we have delegates from various national institutions, industries, and prestigious R&D laboratories located in different regions of the nation. Still, they have no borders in their work, and it is all about finding and implementing novel ideas in the scientific world. This date, 27th August, is exceptional as 3 years back, there's India's first biojet fuel flight was operated from Dehradun to the national capital with Q400 aircraft. On this special occasion, I heartily welcome Dr. Anjan Ray, Director of CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum, who shaped SEFCO in 2017 to provide a common national platform for scientific discussions. Now, I kindly request Ms. Swati to welcome Director Sir with a bouquet.
Thank you, Neha.
Thank you so much, Swati. Thank you, Ms. Sir. I do the honor of welcoming respected Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, who graciously consented to be a special guest today. I want to extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Ms. Vartika Shukla, Director Technical Engineers India Limited. Also, I welcome Dr. Purandar Chakravarti, Head Innovation and Alternate Energy, Nayara Energy Limited, as our guest of honor. All the delegates are with us virtually. I welcome our coordinators, scientists, research scholars, and participants who have joined us from various places across the country. I hope that all of you will have a productive day of exciting discussion. I sincerely wish that this symposium will be a great success as an opportunity to share knowledge and experience in research and as the beginning of long and fruitful cooperation and friendship among fellow researchers. With the hope of knowledge expansion, I expect SEFCO will become a platform where we can all share our experiences and insights and help our industry get new standards. I wish you all a great day. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Anjan Ray, Director CSIR-IIP, to welcome our guest. Please.
Thank you, Neha. Once again, a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests and friends and family of the R&D community who are assembled here for SEFCO 2021. SEFCO is a very special event because it is organized by young scientists and scholars. It was originally envisioned as a training ground, but it has quickly evolved into a national level symposium with very wide participation of several hundred people each year. This day is special. Neha referred to the iconic biojet flight that we had 3 years ago to this day. But that iconic biojet flight date was chosen for another reason. It was the first day in 1939 that the world's first turbojet flight took place in Germany. And that was, so symbolically, our Q400 Spice jet that flew from Dehradun to Delhi was also a turboprop, an advanced version of a turbojet where you improve efficiency using to improve both aerodynamic stability and lower fuel consumption. Yesterday, I had the privilege of Sorry about the technical glitches. It is said that it is human to make mistakes, but to really mess up, we need Microsoft. I was just talking about the iconic turbojet flight of 1939. And since then, aviation has come a long way. Just yesterday, I had the privilege of attending the Foundation Day lecture by Professor Ashutosh Sharma at my sister lab CSIR-IIP Kolkata, also in virtual mode. And he touched upon a subject that is of great relevance to today's program, that of compartmentalization of knowledge. My own PhD guide used to say that knowledge is one, and it is the limitation of the human mind that we divide it into disciplines. When talking about sustainable energy futures, or in fact about sustainability itself, we have to address the fact that many things contribute to this. So whether it is the domain of molecular biology or biophysics, from where Dr. Mande comes, or the domain of engineering and advanced design and development, from where Dr. Vartika Shukla comes, or the area of green rating of companies and of climate change management, from where Dr. Purandar Chakraborty approaches the field. We do not know when the next breakthrough is going to happen in sustainable energy futures. Will it be a microbial factory that will make energy conversion very efficient? Or will it be quantum computing that will find all the wastes and losses in our processes and direct us to different methods? Or will it be IoT, which allows us to look at a large number of cyber physical systems and enables us to run it at the lowest carbon footprint? We don't know the answers, but we can pose the questions and we can debate the possibilities here in SEFCO. At this point, I'm going to introduce Dr. Shekhar Mande, who already needs no introduction, but he is the Director General of CSIR, our organization, and also Secretary of the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Government of India. Trained as a physicist and holding his education from IISc Bangalore in molecular biophysics. He is an expert in areas of protein structure and function, application of graph theory to large-scale protein interaction networks, and computational methods to analyze large-scale biological data. His work on tuberculosis through structural analysis of proteins and on the use of chaperone proteins in molecular processes has been part of his distinguished legacy of science. He has a long list of awards to his credit, from B.M. Birla Young Scientist Award and Fellowship Indian Academies of Sciences, to the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Biological Sciences, and the Bharata Tantra Vigyan Puraskar 2019. I will invite Dr. Mande to first release the conference souvenir, for which I will request him to first share his screen and then click on the conference video from his email, and then to address the audience. Over to you, Dr. Mande.
Anjan, is this seen?
Yes, sir. We can see. And now we request Dr. Mande to speak a few words.
Thank you, Anjan. All the distinguished guests here, Ms. Shukla, Dr. Chakraborty, Anjan, all the dear students of Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun. It is a great pleasure to be here with all of you. Undoubtedly, energy actually plays such an important role in all our lives. It is unimaginable that without the energy sources, variety of different energy sources around us, how life would have been. In fact, today we talk of Industry 4.0, but when we go back to Industry 1.0, everything happened because of the revolution in the energy space. Yet, if you look at today, most of the problems that the world is facing in terms of carbon emissions and all, a large majority of that are linked to the energy sources that what we have around us. So in both senses, the challenges and opportunities, as what the students would like to believe us, we have a huge amount of challenges and equal amount of opportunities to work in the energy sector. And I would like to go on to say, to secure the future of humanity in general. We almost are staring at disaster after disasters, but we are staring at some kind of a catastrophic situation in some tens or hundreds of years. And if we were to actually avoid that catastrophe, it's important for all of us to take care of these issues very diligently. Many of you are aware that carbon emissions have reached a real high. It's only last 1 year that what we saw in last 50 years that the carbon emissions were slightly lower. Otherwise, the graph has always been on the ascendant. But last 1 year, I don't have to say why they were down. They were down for another kind of a catastrophe that humanity was not prepared for. But nonetheless, at least the carbon emissions were down. But yet, if you look at the number of extreme weather events that are happening around the world, so much so that we saw for the first time ever in recorded history, rain falling upon Greenland in last week. Greenland is an area which has never seen rains. And what we saw last week was something very, very unusual in the recorded history. The IPCC 6th report is very vivid. The report which has been published just about 10 days ago, and it's eminently readable by all the students of about carbon emissions, but not only carbon emissions, also methane emissions, about SOx emissions, and all of those together, and how we can actually take a holistic view of all of it together. So I'm very glad that students from the very early days are taking interest into these kind of issues and are organizing the SEFCO conference regularly. We are already in the 5th version of this, and my very best wishes to all the students and all the participants of this conference. Thank you very much, Anjan. Back to you. Anjan, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Mande. We will now invite our chief guest, Ms. Vartika Shukla, to address our students. Ms. Shukla started her career as a management trainee in EIL's process division in the year 1988, and she is still with EIL. This is, in our college days, we used to refer to people who start at the same place where they finish as lifers. So Ms. Shukla is an EIL lifer. She has extensive consulting experience comprising design, engineering, and implementation of full complexes in refining, gas processing, petrochemicals, fertilizers. She is, in a sense, an architect of something from the ground up, conceiving a bare piece of land on which millions of barrels a day of crude oil or millions of tons of gas turn into useful product for the country. It is this concept from start to finish, from design to scale deployment, that has made her one of the leading engineers in India today. And she has had a wide range of experiences in EIL across the entire functions of engineering, process design, and R&D. Is very active in many forums like FIPI, CSIR-IIP, and has been on the editorial board of the FIPI Journal. She is the recipient of the first Petrofed Woman Executive Award, the Scope Excellence Award, and with her team was awarded the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas Innovation Award. So it is a privilege to have Vartika ji as our chief guest today, and we look forward to her inspiring our audience with her words. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Ray. Good morning, Dr. Mande. It's a pleasure to be on this forum. Our chief guest from Naira, Dr. Chakrabarti, and above all, the researchers and the young minds on whose shoulders the future rests. It is an absolute privilege to be part of the SEFCO 2021, which is so aptly themed with zero emissions energy alternate. As Dr. Ray has mentioned, yes, I am a lifer of EIL, and 2 years of my career here, almost 33 now. The pace at which the industry has transitioned over the last few years in the space of energy is truly remarkable. and the impact is visible to each and every one of us, each and every one stakeholder, each and every one citizen, right down to the very needy. My purpose today would be to share with the young minds who are so involved in looking at innovation, looking at R&D, finding pathways, carbon neutral, net zero pathways, which is the need of the future, to spin together what the energy space is today, particularly stemming from the fossil fuel base, and how we think, how I believe are the areas in which specific thrusts today are happening in terms of technology development, in terms of policy initiatives, in terms of corporates looking for branding themselves, looking for greening themselves, how this transition is changing the landscape, how so much of complementary skills are coming together, so much of global expertise is coming to our doorstep, and in all, totally, the target to limit the emissions, to keep Mother Earth safe, to keep our resources intact and renewed for generations to come. That's the backbone. So with your permission, I would just share a small presentation and run through the thought process, the linkages to build an argument as to where is the need, what is the direction that we need to go in future. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Just put it on slideshow. So the oil and gas industry
Ma'am,
is
it's not
really.
in slideshow mode yet.
Sorry, is it not
From
in
our side, we
slideshow?
can't see it in slideshow mode yet.
All right, I'll just do it once more. Is it in slideshow now?
Not from our side, ma'am.
Okay.
You're using an HP desktop, so
Yes.
maybe I can just guide you through. If
All
you can
right.
just unshare for a moment.
All right.
Yeah, if you
Yes.
stop sharing. Now just go into slideshow, but don't share it yet. Just on your own screen, if you can go into slideshow.
Okay.
Now press
Right.
Alt Tab.
Press
Alt
Alt
and
Tab.
Tab, and come to Microsoft Teams again. You'll see a set of options. Just choose Microsoft Teams.
Okay.
Now, please share the slideshow. You'll get a separate window for the slideshow. When you go to share, you share, then go to Windows and share the slideshow. Oops.
Okay. Is this okay now?
No, ma'am, it came back to the slides.
Oh, I see.
You have to actually put it in slideshow mode before you.
Okay.
Or we can try to run it from here.
Let me do it this last time.
All right.
Because if I cannot do it, then is this okay
Yes,
now?
perfect. Yes, it works
Okay,
beautifully.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for guiding me. So coming back to the oil and gas industry, which is facing a tremendous challenge and transformation. And there is a push toward, the industry is getting compressed, literally. When we see from the pricing side, we see from the demand side, and we see it pushed by the entry of renewables. So it is under great compression. Going to the global hydrocarbon scenario, today the oil prices have a very soft demand. It's due to the soft demand. And there's a rally in equity market. So oil is one of the worst performing commodities. Natural gas, we are quite well aware the way our nation is moving towards gas being the bridging fuel towards the decarbonization efforts till the renewables kick in. Companies today are channelizing their cash flows. They are rebuilding with renewable options, with renewable gas, and also looking at delivery opportunities in terms of end customer use. All businesses today are diversifying to build optional and value-added hydrocarbons towards clean products. The next generation technologies, we as EIL and we have seen with our collaborators, day in and day out, we are discussing on technologies which are looking for CCUS, which were looking at hydrogen as a product. While we see the petroleum products going forward, tapering or even lowering in a couple of decades in the end use consumption, the need for petrochemicals, both from liquids as well as from integration from crude oil, is an outlook which promises hope, because despite the policies and despite the push towards against single-use plastics, petrochemicals by and large have enveloped each and every aspect of our lives. Let me just try to move the slide down. Is the slide Dr. Ray, may I request if someone can share the slides from there? I think that will be better.
You have it, right?
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, the next slide, please. Thank you. So you see the way the energy transformation is happening in the world, the way the world is moving, right from the Kyoto Protocol of 1997 to the significant agreement made in Paris and commitment towards sustainable development goals in 2015. And when we see the transformation in terms of policy, the support that each and every organization is getting from their own countries, significantly looking at Germany, which is leading by example, looking at other nations, looking at the push towards solar, towards green hydrogen, towards building a global wind capacity, and quite recently, the ever so discussed target of yearly EV capacity. These are all looking at drawing the benefits from energy transformation towards the drivers lowering renewable power cost, increasing access to each and every aspirational household, reducing emissions, reducing air pollution, and increasing welfare and growth of the nations at large. Next, please. When we see renewables, particularly and the penetration, the way the imperatives of climate change today stand, and we face them all, the renewable power technologies are now dominant in the global market, particularly with the electricity generation, which is the largest polluting component in terms of CO2 emissions. They have today become the cheapest source of energy and electricity in many markets. Globally, if we see in 2020, something like 260 gigawatts of renewable capacity was added. This is more than 4 times capacity added from any other source. This is a very, very promising trajectory towards the decarbonization of the power sector. In India, when we look at the same numbers, there is 100 gigawatt capacity, which is unprecedented, which has been installed. And this is an important milestone in India's journey towards a target of 450 gigawatt by 2030. With this addition of renewable capacity, we have propelled ourselves into the 4th position in the world in terms of RE capacity, which is 5th in solar and 4th in wind. And as is seen by this depiction on the slide, as we move from 2020 onwards and see the transformation in 2030, 2040, and 2050, there is an increased share of electricity from renewables coming into the consumption pattern, the steady addition of solar PV and solar and wind additions as well. This is a very critical aspect to understand, essentially because when we see the process industry and we see looking at greening the electrical system, the electricity grids, coupling that with the fossil-based electricity generation, be it coal, be it fuel oil, be it gas-based. These are all amalgamation of an overall reduction of CO2. The more important thing in this is to look at the storage part, which will increase the CUF factors of renewables, and that is the other tipping point in terms of a faster penetration, which is likely to happen as we see from here close to 2030 onwards. Next, please. There was a study recently done to look at the fossil fuel demand. The fossil fuel demand pre-pandemic growth curve is the steep, the growth of the rate of growth of fossil fuel is likely to taper. And when we see the renewables kicking in by the end of 2020s, around 2030, there is a lowering of oil demand. But if you see the natural gas demand, it being looked at a bridge fuel in many countries is likely to peak. So the oil demand is likely to peak first, followed by the peak in the natural gas demand. And when we look at the power sector, the coal demand will steadily come down and kind of minimize its impact by the year 2050. These are all essential necessities which are required, which are clubbed with the policy initiative, ultimately to limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by 2050. So the total fossil reduction, as we see relative to today, when we are here at 2021, is about 20% reduction in 2030 and going up to almost 65% reduction in 2050. This is essential, and all governments, all pressures are to achieve this kind of reduction in the energy scenario. Next, please. The backbone of all the discussions which are happening today is looking at the reduction of global CO2 emissions, the footprint not only of CO2 but of methane, which is having more impact in terms of GHG emissions than CO2. CO2, however, is easy to address and easy to capture. Technology is looking at coupling with the renewables, looking at capturing the CO2 is equal in its contribution towards greening the environment, transitioning which will reduce the CO2 emissions to almost 70% in 2050, and try to limit the temperature rise is essential. All interventions are in that direction. Looking at India specifically, we have a per capita emission of 1.6 tons of CO2, which is well below the 4.4 tons per capita on a global level, sharing just about 6.4% of the total CO2 emissions of the globe. However, we all are all aware, India is an aspirational country. We have 1.36 billion people. They are looking for clean, affordable energy, and they need to be provided that. So the challenge to the nation, and hence the technology developers, the technology companies, the corporates, and those who are looking at lowering their own emissions within their own, are therefore challenged by this imperative as well. How to bridge this gap and also reach out to each and every citizen of the nation, cleaner energy, such that the growth, the economic development is commensurate, and the nation comes up in a faster way, equivalent to the the developed countries. Go to next, please. Specifically, coming back to India's hydrocarbon sector, we have a very low per capita energy consumption, but it is expected to double by 2035. We are the third largest global emitter of CO2, and our intensity in power sector, which is the focus of reduction in terms of is the maximum. We significantly depend on the utilization of coal and crude oil, and there was a target with the Honorable Prime Minister had set to reduce 10% of imports by 2022. It is marginally, we are there, but not quite, because there is need to do a lot more in terms of reduction of crude imports by way of enhancing production. However, since coal is our natural resource, while crude oil, wherein we had an import dependency of 74%, which today stands at 85%, has only made us more vulnerable to the geopolitics and the price which the global markets prevail in terms of crude oil. Looking forward, we do see that India will have a robust growth, and the primary energy is set to double to about 11% by 2040. India has committed under the National Energy Pipeline more than $25 trillion investment. We have a robust refining capacity. India also aspires to look at the enhancing the gas utilization from 6% today to 15% by 2030. We need to enhance our petrochemical products. We need clean fuels. We need energy efficiency, optimization, and have in turn, to meet all these imperatives, look for enhancing the manufacturing sector in the Indian economy. So all in all, there is huge potential for investments, huge potential. I mean, there is room for everybody. There is room for every energy. There is room for every technology. And the vibrancy and the support which is there in terms of growth is probably never before the same scenario has been there in the country. Let's go to next, please. Now, looking forward and looking at the net zero emissions as a company to align with the target for this roadmap, the teams, as we see, and the projects and the technologies that we are seeing, are looking at certain aspects which will contribute significantly towards this goal. Drawing out strategies at all levels is essential. to make that roadmap, to do review at periodic stages, to look at repositioning research, to reposition our business strategies are extremely important to reach the end goal. And in this, one of the key things which emerges is looking at energy efficiency, because assets today are there. How to enhance their utilization, how to minimize their energy consumption, how to look at innovations and look at putting technologies within the same asset to manage them better is very essential. Now today, if we see, there are a lot of options that the end user has. So consumer behavior is having a very key role in the decision making of the choice of energy. So today the consumer has a choice of energy, whether they want to use gas, they want to use an EV, they want to go for a petrol engine, a diesel engine. So these are all, whether they want to fly, whether they want to use any other modes of transport. These are all very significant options which today are there, which were not there in yesteryears. Recently, there was, some videos which all of us would have seen on how the electric mobility is transforming in terms of adoption of EVs, particularly in the two-wheeler space, wherein we have significant gasoline consumption. Roughly about 65% of our gasoline go to two-wheelers, which are used for in-city mobility, short distances, and can use a plug-and-play kind of approach. Futuristically and looking at greening our economy, CCUS, carbon capture, either through renewables or technologies to convert the CO2, are also as one of the eggs in the basket towards the net zero roadmap. Financing, there are policies which are there in place today in terms of biofuels. We see the Satat scheme in CBG. These are all support systems to look at, investments in this area, supporting the corporates such that they begin to stand on their own feet. This is essentially important because these technologies will take time to mature, and unless we handhold the technologies, no new technologies come up on the market. Green hydrogen, as we will go and address this in more detail, and of course biomass, which is available in our country, and looking at waste utilization. Next, please. So I'm going to touch upon a few of these very actively discussed and actively debated areas of attention. One is the green hydrogen. Now, in the budget which was presented this year, there was a focused objective to look at the National Hydrogen Mission, looking at fast-track development and deployment of green hydrogen energy in the energy mix. Hydrogen as an energy carrier in the future, it presents a unique opportunity, and it not only addresses the emerging energy vectors, but also has multiple uses in its end use. Whether we look at the today where we are in the refinery, we are looking at gray hydrogen essentially, and we are looking at transitioning towards the green hydrogen, but a step before in terms of blue hydrogen, where we capture the CO2 which is produced in a gray hydrogen, is a challenge. So clubbing the technologies towards a low carbon blue hydrogen or a net zero carbon green hydrogen are what are the focus of the industry, all industry, whether it is the refining industry, whether it is the fertilizer industry, or it is the gas grid, looking at blending hydrogen into the methane. And these are some of the options which are looking at options of hydrogen for fuel, for heating, as well as for feedstock. Next, please. The challenge here again in terms of hydrogen is the cost. And the present generation, which is happening today, is roughly about 3.5 to 4 times in terms of green hydrogen compared to the gray hydrogen which is produced in the refinery. Majority of this cost is contributed to the cost of electricity, and the way we club renewable and we have the exchange of renewable power with the refinery would bring down the cost of the generation of green hydrogen. Capex, which is likely to go down by 2025, today it stands at about $900 per kilowatt, going down to even low as in future maybe even $400. It holds the key to the penetration of the electrolyzer technology in terms of either the high pressure PEM cells, or we are looking at the alkaline electrolyzers for production of hydrogen. So there are a lot of technologies which are there in the nation, which are working in chloralkali industries, which is another sister company of the electrolysis for green hydrogen. More importantly, what is required in terms of strategies is for coordination, looking at regulations, looking at standardization, particularly from the safety systems, infrastructure to transport and to put into end use, as well as the incentives which may be required in the initial stages to kind of bring this industry back into its own foot. Next, please. This is just to showcase that production pathways of hydrogen, where some of the established pathways, let's say about coal gasification or reforming in terms of comparison to water electrolysis. And as you can see on the top right side, in the long term, the price of per kilowatt in terms of capex would be almost halved in something like 2045, 2040, 2050, which will then kind of transition very easily towards comparison with the gray hydrogen. Next, please. One important area which CSIR-IIP is so well kind of value added to is the utilization of biomass in terms of the conversion of bio-based feedstock to biojet. And there is a rapid transition from the first generation to second generation of valorization of close to 165 million metric tons of biomass that we have to utilization either blending of petroleum products or drop-in fuels. When these issues were discussed and the evolution of the second generation bioethanol plants, supporting them in terms of providing subsidies happened. And in comparison to that, we see our industry where the agrarian economy, which is kind of having record production of food grains year on year. The national biofuel policy also allowed the utilization of waste food grains. So we are coming back to supporting our base of biofuels by making bioethanol and other end products with the first generation technology also. And that is a very good sign for a nation like ours, wherein there is support, there is an impetus to look at R&D in the third gen and fourth generation technologies, but also clubbing the second generation with the first generation of 1.5G. Several times we call as a blend of the first and second generation. So biomass presents a wide opportunity looking at second generation ethanol, biojet, and EIL is fortunate to have an MOU with CSIR-IIP looking towards commercialization of biojet, looking at alcohol to jet, bio-CNG, green hydrogen. So there are myriad of opportunities looking at biomass, and moving forward, looking at even conversion of such products by dehydration into several other petrochemicals and plastics. Next, please. Specifically, I thought I would touch upon the ethanol from biomass, which has been a very successful story in the nation. Enhancement of the 20% target. Today, it's about 8% blending in petrol to 2025. Support in terms of policy, in terms of subsidies to the tune of 5,000 crore in plants which are to be set up. And more importantly, an assured ethanol price. A similar incentive has also been provided to the bio-CNG under the Satat program, where there is an assured offtake and an assured price, which is given to the investor and who has set up the plant. And these are some numbers where we look at E10, E20 targets, and looking at the volumes of ethanol, which is very promising as a product for the sugarcane industry today in terms of pricing, as well as supported by the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Yojana in terms of the second generation technologies. Next, please. So now we come to the elephant in the room, which is electric mobility. And there has been huge debate and huge counter debate on this subject. Of course, today, when we speak, the penetration of EV is limited. The capacities in the nation, we sold about 26 or 27,000 two-wheelers for the first half of this calendar year, in comparison to something like 30,000 or was it 45,000 vehicles in the last year, primarily because of the pandemic and the customer choice to have their own transport to safeguard their own health. Since, as I mentioned before, the two-wheeler industry is the primary target for electrification, and the subsidies which some of the state governments, the central governments have given, supporting the consumer will have to be seen in a few years' time, how they would come up. The other connected thing to the hydrocarbon industry or the renewable industry is looking at material research, making lightweight end-use plastics, engineering plastics. This is one of the areas which there is a lot of research which is happening globally, and there are a lot of collaborations which the automotive sector is looking for in terms of bringing a green vehicle chassis also back into the EV space. The choice of consumer will also rest from another consideration. The ICE engine technology is looking for a targeting of efficiency improvement, which will also bring down the consumption of oil and the demand of oil, coupled with the price of the battery and the new battery chemistry. So all these are variables which each and every one of them are interrelated, and also the effect of one will be looked at by the other. So this is something which we'll have to see in terms of the production capacity primarily, which is again a subject to the market demand and the pricing. However, this is something which cannot be ignored. The good part is that in case from the oil and gas industry perspective, in case we have a penetration of EV and we have a reduction of gasoline production, there are alternate utilizations for the gasoline in terms of petrochemical production, which is still, we are almost 1/3 the global average in terms of per capita consumption. Next, please. It would be lacking in our discussions if we are not touching upon the CCUS technology and the transformation in terms of the energy sector, looking at which are easily accessible and easily capturable in terms of using CO2 from combustion, which could be, refineries or petrochemicals or power plants, wherein we can capture CO2 and by means of several options of carbon capture technologies and utilize them either for storage or for enhanced oil recoveries, or even look at the chemical conversions into end use of valuable products. It is essential to and herein, when we look at CO2, which is looking at bioenergy with the carbon capture and storage, the BECCS, which is going to see, coupled with the kind of CO2 pricing which is likely to happen in the future. Today in India, we have a mandate of setting up and the renewable projects with either a capacity capex subsidy or a VGF subsidy in terms of pricing, but kicking in of the carbon pricing mechanism and opening the pathway, whichever pathway is most efficient and stepwise simpler and the conversions are higher, will look at an overall optimization in terms of the fixed resources, because biomass, when we speak or we look at CO2, is of course in plenty. The end use of that particular resource is a function of the pathway that it adopts. So CO2 pricing and factoring in CO2 in terms of the evaluation, assessment, and adoption of technology in the future is definitely going to come in some form or the other for the interventions and for the adoption of technologies. Next, please. Since we are a nation which is highly dependent on imports, to miss the technologies of coal gasification would be to do away with one of the levers we have in terms of contributing towards the volumes of products either in the transportation sector or petrochemical. There is a Government of India policy which is also in place to look at about 100 million metric tons of coal gasification in various phases. And so if we see the overall scenario in terms of utilization of coal, the substitution of coal-based thermal power plants with more renewables will offset the domestic coal towards utilization in technologies of coal gasification. In fact, yesterday we had an assessment in terms of the reduction of coal, and about almost all of 11% of our coal is imported, and almost equivalent to that amount of imports of coal, there are already renewable projects up to 2021. So essentially, so as to speak in terms of the coal, whether there could be some imports happening on the coastal areas, but about 11% of renewable addition of the coal consumption is reduced by way of addition of renewables. So to become self-sufficient, coal gasification and the research in terms of ability to gasify high ash Indian coal is going to stay. Next, please. So to put it all together, there are scenarios in post-COVID which will continue towards transition of clean energy. There are a lot of changes which have happened post-COVID in terms of the the deceleration which has happened in the energy infrastructure growth, but the government is trying to put back the spending in the economy. There are already renewable projects to spur the growth and put back the economy into a growth era. Increased of automation, as Dr. Ray also mentioned, whether we have the the computational mathematics and other enhanced interventions which will maximize our own productivity. Looking at the economy, the electricity demand, how it will pan out in terms of the future, and the policy response, which is also important towards recovery of economy. And it is predicted that by various studies that all this put together and the thrust will bring down the fossil fuel consumption, which was globally about 84% to 68% in 2040. Next, please. So to bridge this, looking at the future and to bridge the need of the industry, R&D and innovation hold the key. In India, we see from 2008 to 2019, we have enhanced our expenditure on R&D. Of course, it is quite low. It is just about 0.6 to 0.7% of GDP, which is nowhere in comparison to 2.8% of US and other nations. Yet, the thrust in R&D, the aim is to go over 2% of the GDP in R&D. And it is required that both at laboratory level, new processes, new equipments are in place. The academic institutions have a very important role to look at the fundamental areas to supplement the industrial research. Looking at distributed approaches, de novo approaches to look at specific local problems, as we have seen the Satat scheme, looking at isolated areas and bridging them up in terms of energy supplies. Conducive policies for this technology translation into the economy. Entry barriers are very important to smoothen. These are one of the challenges which R&D faces day in and day out. There are several commercial investments which look for provenness and look for a track record until and unless you can enter and put your technology into the ground. There is huge requirement that there is motivation, and there are partnerships at R&D level. There could be pre-competitive research before we actually go forward. Competitively develop a certain product and look at concurrent development of large technology platforms. This is very important to kind of accelerate the pace of R&D and put technologies of relevance into the market. Can you just animate it? Just two more down slides, please. Just enter once and enter once more. Yeah, please. Thank you. Please go back. Yeah. So to sum, we all are faced with problem definitions, and brainstorming, especially of the young researchers, creates ideas, deliberating the solution, and that is what leads to innovation, leads to the putting into the market new technologies which find its place. And life has kind of come to a full circle, in the early 1900s when Thomas Alva Edison worked on the electric vehicle storage batteries. He had a vision of clean urban transportation, which is today back again in discussion in terms of the importance of electric cars. So let's all invent that which we can sell and bring to the industry for utilization. So go to the next, please. So with that, I thank CSIR-IIP and SEFCO-2021 for giving me this opportunity. And the beauty of this conference, as I see, is it allows such an exchange of scientific knowledge. And I have seen the sessions, they are so well blended in today's theme of energy transition. And I'm sure the researchers and the participants will find huge value in the discourse of today's conference. And I congratulate the organizing team for making this possible and wish each and every one the very best. And thank you. Thank you for having me here.
You hear me? Am I audible out there? Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you once again for that very inspiring, comprehensive, and motivating lecture. I would now like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. Purandar Chakravarti, who has been at the crossroads of technology and innovation, using that interface to drive changes along his long and distinguished career with a PhD from ISC Bangalore and currently at Nayara Energy Limited. He leads initiatives on innovation and alternate energy involving clean technologies, hydrogen, renewables, climate change, alternate fuels, electric mobility, and so on. Nayara Energy, which was earlier SR, started for him as a chief technologist. Before this, he was at TERI, and he set up 3 TERI centers, including 1 overseas. He is a lifetime fellow of LEAD of the Rockefeller Foundation and the distinguished alumnus of the Aerospace Department of ISC Bangalore. He has been a plenary speaker at the World Petroleum Council Leadership Conferences, Asian Downstream Summit, and will be also heard at the upcoming ARTC 2021 in Singapore. He formulated India's first green company rating system as part of the CSIR National Technology Committee and has been a member of the Federation of Indian Petroleum Industries Committee on Alternate Energy for many years. He has over 85 publications in national and international journals, number of technical reports and books, and has guided 2 MSc and MBA projects at IIT Mumbai. He has received many international awards and fellowships from UGC, CSIR, MNRE, and Government of India. Over to you, Dr. Chakravarti. Our team SEFCO looks forward to your thoughts and wisdom.
Dr. Ray, am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A little bit faint.
Hello, is it better now?
Yes, please.
Okay, excellent. Dr. Ray, first of all, let me thank all of you. And, for me, it's a huge privilege to be here with, sharing, of course, virtually, sharing the dais with Dr. Shekhar, you, Ms. Shukla, and most of all, the entire faculty and, students of IIP. When Dr. Kohli reached out to me, and I understood the entire format of this gathering, it took me back to my student days and the way I used to look at such opportunities of meeting out people coming from the industry, people coming from leading the engineering coalitions, people coming from the highest technical bodies, and so this is the excitement. I'm pretty sure that that was there with all of you, and this is exactly what gave me the the excitement that I will be sharing the thoughts with all of you. Now, what happens is that the topic that you mentioned, that is zero emission energy alternative, not only that it is so kind of timely and seminal, but at the same time, I would really would like to thank Ms. Shukla for the the fantastic overview she shared with all of us, and that puts the entire perspective in the matter into the perspective. So therefore, I was just wondering that the areas that I'm going to talk about, that how it gels into the entire the philosophy of this meet. And I find that it is very interesting that I basically look at it from the perspective of an industry and how many of these things fit in that perspective. Now, after the overview of Ms. Shukla, I think it is just right that we can get down to the ground and speak about each one of them in a little more specific manner. So with that, I would like to request if somebody from your side can just show me the slides. I have compiled just a few of them. Would like to share the thoughts with that. So thank you once again for this opportunity. And if you can go to the next slide, please. Excellent. Thank you. So this is just one slide which talks about, what are the regulatory push that the country is, feeling or getting to switch to cleaner energy. And of course, we being the industry are also, into the whole gamut. While the larger perspective is already in front of you from the previous presentation, here there are just a few points that race to lower GHG emissions, of course, was there for a while. And in 2015, after the Paris climate, it got enhanced. There also became very important thing as far as the transport domain is concerned, the CAFE regulations. And coming to India specific, India interestingly doesn't, as on today, is not having any kind of a carbon tax, but India has a lot of enabling regulatory initiatives which were taken. And according to that, it includes, one is on the fuel specs, BS6, the initiative to support the EV, national clean air policies. To promote renewable, there are regulatory, frameworks like renewable power obligations. Of course, in the biofuels domain, all of us understand that, okay, the enhanced percentage of ethanol blend that is coming in. On energy efficiency side, we have perform, achieve, and trade, and corporate average, the emission norms, CAFE, and of course the Satat scheme that Ms. Shukla spoke about. So in addition to that, also there are quite a few which probably are not coming directly into the gamut of us, like in oil and gas sector. So I have not listed them here. India has taken these targets which are given over here, and because of these targets, and there is a lot of perception that is going on that in the next COP meeting, India would probably revise its targets, and some of these would come by on on the industry, on the country as a whole. The point is that, is it really needed to do so? And I don't really need to explain that why it is needed to do so, because we all understand that the changes that climate change is bringing in, and we need to address to that. The question therefore comes is that okay, how industry should transition to that? Now, let us understand that we are in the hydrocarbon business. As we are in the hydrocarbon business, and I'm talking from the industry perspective, it is bound to be so that we are going to be emitting emissions. So there is no direct escape from avoiding the emissions directly. The only other possibility that can happen is that we can totally switch from this business into something else. Now, that is always an option. However, the attempt is definitely made to see that, okay, I mean, can something be done? Can something be done so that, you know, a middle path can be figured out so that the transition happens in a more gradual manner, and it is not hurting either to the economy or to the industry or to the society at large. So with that, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so this is the typical, the queries that come up in the mind of a oil company. One is the question of survival. As I said that, okay, if we remain in oil, are we going to survive? Second is investor pressures, very genuine, that the investor is, serious about the emissions. So that is there. There is also this, what is called the optionality. That means while you being in business, can you build options and flexibility to shift to something else? And that is in tune with the fast changing energy landscape. So that is one. One positives that the oil and gas industry has is its ability. It has large balance sheets and extensive infrastructure. As a result of that, should it decide to, it can make a shift, and that is doable. So these are the, I would say, the primal factors that makes the industry think that, okay, what they should do. And if you look at the big oil companies, they are already making investments. Of course, the investments are in the range of about 1 to 4% of revenue, but their revenue being huge, the investment standalone is notable and significant. Amongst the companies within our country, we see that Reliance has already declared a net zero target. I will come to that in the next slide. But various other companies are also doing their best, and they are trying to shift. Now, what are the future choices? As I mentioned here, we always have a choice that we can overlook the transition to clean energy. The risk is huge. That is financial undervaluation. I mean, it will impact the business altogether. The second is we educate, we build, we prepare for a structural shift in energy sources if required. And it is going to be a smooth transition. And at the same time, we can diversify and see as we go along, what are the alternate revenue options, whether it is petrochemicals, whether it is something else, and that could be very interesting. So with this introduction, I would like to look at the Indian scenario and immediately come over on the possibilities that an oil refiner finds today available in front of them and how they respond to it. So next slide, please. This is a kind of just a quick glance as to what is happening in the Indian oil sector's response to transition towards clean energy. And as we can see that Reliance has already declared the net zero. My apologies for a background noise that might be disturbing everybody. Unfortunately, I am operating from home at today, and there is some work going on behind. I'm not sure. Is it really disturbing?
It's all right.
It's okay, sir.
It's okay. Is it manageable? Okay, fine. Great. So, what I was trying to say is that, as you can see, that all these oil companies, they have invested what is called whether it is second generation ethanol facilities, something on the 3G, on various kinds of renewables, and various other initiatives as listed out here. Now, if that is the case, how these various options span out? Can we go to the next slide? Okay, let us discuss this, which is renewable energy, and talk of the day. Everybody talks about it, and we also talk about it, certainly. And we all appreciate that it is very, very cheap. You must have heard of renewable energy power plants, solar power plants coming up with PPA getting signed at 2 rupees 35 paisa, 2 rupees 20 paisa, and things like that. Now, if that is the kind of cost of renewable, one can definitely understand that it is actually cheaper than coal. The point is that okay, we are seeing a lot of proliferation of renewable that is happening. But is it so that this is all that straightforward and it can be done? There are certain points that I would like to bring here today. Now, at a macro level of a renewable power plant, the issue basically comes because of the low capacity utilization factor, which is about 18 to 22% for solar and maybe 30 to 33% for wind. Another very interesting thing about these renewables happen is that they generate power when actually from the perspective of utility, when the demand is low. From the perspective of utility, what happens is that the demand in the morning and demand is high in the evening and sort of medium during the daytime, because there is mostly the industry which is taking the power then, and it actually comes down during night. But unfortunately, the renewables generate power at just the opposite times. Now, there is also this thing that renewable first policy, that is, when the renewables are generating power, utilities are obliged to take that power. Now, think of it from the perspective of utility, that how can they actually manage that power which is coming into their grid from renewable when the demand is low. One way out is that if one can think of microgrids. That means, let us say your institute, IIP. IIP has its own microgrid which takes care of all its power requirements, which is a combination of renewables, storage technologies, and various other things. And it is also connected to the grid as and when that is required, or maybe at times when some of these supportive technologies are not working. This is extremely viable, and globally it's a winning formula. Look at it from a different direction, that if renewable is so cheap, and if it is generated at point X and your industry is at point Y, if it is generated and sold at 2 rupees 20 paisa, let's say, what would be the cost by the time it is delivered to you? Suppose you, work out an arrangement with the power generator. Interestingly, today, if you look at all the regulations and if you look at all the cross subsidies and all, your power will be delivered at somewhere close to rupees 5. What happens is that the power cost almost doubles because of these regulatory aspects. Now, these are the challenges. I'm not here to talk about whether there's certain, whether a particular regulation is right or wrong. That's not the point. The point here is that how should industry respond to such kind of a thing, and how one can, address these challenges. So what I'm trying to bring about is that one which is very, very important is that to create a business model in such a manner that many of these challenges are addressed. If any one of you are interested, I can certainly discuss elaborately on a different forum and tell you the kind of business models we have come up with, which rendered us power cost of less than 2 rupees from renewables, and at the same time, creating additional power availability, which we are currently thinking to look at green hydrogen and those kind of things. Now, that is what I'm trying to bring out here, is that when you have to think of an application of a technology, the entire ecosystem is what is to be looked at. So it is not about the technology alone. It is the management system. It is the technology to marketplace is extremely important. And of course, the what I can say, the level of that technology or the TRL level of that technology to the highest level that can be achieved. Similarly, on the renewable, if you look at it from a micro perspective, that is, let us say all of us have our own houses and we would like to put up a small power plant on the roof, let's say a couple of megawatts. Oh, sorry, couple of kilowatts, pardon me. Under that circumstance, which are our primary focuses? Primary focus is that okay, which vendor we should go to? What is the reliability of that vendor? See, there is nothing great about the solar technology in terms of the technology per se. You can talk about the tracking. You can enhance the delivery by about 15% enhancement of energy capture. But what is very, very important is the reliability of that module. So you want a vendor to underwrite the reliability part because you are only interfacing with the vendor. Next comes is technology dependability. How much dependable is that particular technology that vendor is talking about, and how can you take care of that risk? So it is essentially an address to what is your risk and how do you address that risk. What sort of an assurance the customer gets so that you are assured that whatever money that you are investing in this particular device is not going down the drain. Now, this is as far as the customer is concerned. Look at it from the vendor perspective. Vendor wants that, okay, whatever that he is doing, he should get back his money. So he needs a security as well. Now, can we create a mechanism of this nature? Coming together, maybe the industry, the institutes, academic institutes like you, the research institutes like you, and the market together. Now, that is going to be a great success formula. Let's go to the next slide. Great has been talked about hydrogen. This is just a general slide. I would not spend much time on this because, the numbers are all available. And, I will simply say that the hydrogen has great potential. National Hydrogen Mission has been launched. The best part of hydrogen is that when you use it to produce energy, you get clean water and there is absolutely no emission. Fantastic. Now, if that is so, where all can we use it? What are the challenges? The challenges essentially are that hydrogen is difficult to transport because it's a light gas. I mean, if you pipe the gas to larger distances, the entire economics doesn't work. The other thing is, okay, if you want to liquefy the hydrogen, you have to really go to very low cryogenic temperatures, very high pressures. So therefore, I mean, hydrogen in the nascent form, if it is thought of as a transport fuel, the problem comes is that your storage tank weight, it will be a significant weight of the entire vehicle. So what happens is that, so where is the real application of hydrogen? The real application of hydrogen comes is that you produce the hydrogen, you use it. And the focus areas obviously are refineries, steel plants, and cement plants, and so on. So let's go to the next one. Here I attempted a kind of an evaluation of the existing hydrogen technologies and just to put them across with a, under a TRL scale as well, trying to see that, okay, where we are in India and what are the kind of scenarios that is in terms of, technology that is emerging now. Now, as you can see, these are fourth column talks about typical cost of hydrogen under mass production. There is a great, focus that the country has, I think the industry has to switch to green hydrogen. And of course, that is, being talked about that, yes, how do we bridge the gap from gray hydrogen to green hydrogen? Gray hydrogen is something that we are very used to, but it is at a cost of a lot of emission. As we go down this, table, at the end, we get to see a very interesting new development, which leads to what is called turquoise hydrogen. And this turquoise hydrogen essentially is catalytic methane cracking, wherein you can use the methane, you get the carbon in elemental form, so it is not coming out in terms of CO2. So you are hugely reducing the emissions, and you are getting the hydrogen. But unfortunately, it is still in the demonstration stage. So it is TRL 3 to 4. For an industry, what happens is that to adapt a technology, it has to be very close to 8 or 9. Now, if you look at 8 or 9, the choices are limited. Other thing that can happen is something which is in the band of 6 to 8. And there is an robust technical support for that technology in the form of a institute like yours. It can join hands with an industry, and probably that can be taken to TRL 8 or TRL 9. But the fact of life is that unless a technology reaches TRL 8 or 9, its real viability for the market, for the society at large, remains limited. So that is extremely important. Now let us look at this green hydrogen. Can we go to the next slide? Now this is some analysis done, and this analysis shows that if the green hydrogen falls in the band of $4 to $7.5 per kg, it can, as on today, be brought down to the level of gray hydrogen, which is in the band of $2 and $2.5 per kg, provided these things are done. What it means is waiver on transmission distribution charges, that is the power transmission charges. Electrolyzer capex and efficiency optimization has to happen. I mean, the efficiencies have to go up, the costs have to come down. Renewable power tariffs have to significantly lower. Question is that, okay, at 2 rupees, how much do you think it can be further lowered? It is almost at a very touching the bottom. GST, which is more on the taxation side, if that can be waived. Now, what does it mean? It means that if there are other factors, all these listed out, if one can think of creating a model, if that model, hypothetical model, is possible, then actually, green hydrogen is very much achievable today. The point is that, can that be done? In many cases, probably yes, it can be done. And if you can generate power at a significantly low cost, if you have availability of space, and the power is generated, the renewable power is generated on site, there may be a faint possibility that you can generate green hydrogen. Now, these are things which become extremely important, and these things come in real life when it comes to deployment of a certain technology is concerned. So with this on the hydrogen, let's go to the next technology. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, hydrogen, if you convert hydrogen into methanol, wow, you have a technology. You have a fuel which is superlative in many perspective. It burns very clean. As you can see in the table, it is almost low in almost every parameter that you are looking at. It emits almost 99% lower SOx, 60% lower NOx, and so on. Traditionally, across the globe, all these, the Formula 1 racing cars, they typically use methanol. Now, if there are so many things, what is it that is stopping methanol to become the most popular fuel? And to further add to that, methanol, if you go in the open market, is probably available at half the cost of gasoline. I'm talking of the gate price of gasoline. And it attracts only GST. Gasoline attracts excise duty. So if you look at the jugglery of taxes, you are going to get methanol at a far, far cheaper price. So the point is that what is it that is not happening? And as you go deeper, you also realize that India has got a standard, BIS standard for M15. But what are the challenges? The challenges are, number one, it is toxic. Number two, the methanol, with all its goodness, at the end of the day is corrosive. So therefore, the engines need to be changed, especially the plastic parts and all. Of course, this change is not very costly because there are certain countries where methanol is already, in use. We have a list of almost 5 to 6 countries where methanol is part of their emission standards. I mean, the fuel standards already getting blended. That is there. But the point comes here is that to bring it to the market, there has to be a massive initiative with regard to not only just by stopping with making a BIS standard, but also taking initiative with the entire automobile domain in coming up with that kind of an engine. And also from the oil making companies, I mean the oil companies' perspective, just think of it. If you go to a petrol pump and you want this kind of a fuel, it has to be stored in a separate tankage. There has to be separate nozzles to dispense it. That means the complete infrastructure has to come up. Imagine India has whatever number of petrol pumps, 30, 40,000, whatever. Just think of it that many petrol pumps having where an extra infrastructure has to be created. What sort of a cost involved? This is where the challenge comes. Now, is there a quicker way out? Is there a possibility? Yes, there is possibility. There is a possibility if methanol can be in a small percentage blended with the existing fuels. Can it be looked at? Can this be, taken up technically by a technical institute? Look at all the possibilities, come back with the industry and talk about how it can be done. This could be a winning formula, which will not only help the country, it will help in reducing emissions. It will help everybody. So I'm just leaving this thought with you. Let's go to the next slide. Another interesting thing is ammonia. Ammonia price-wise comes out to be lesser than gasoline. Ammonia can be made from renewable as well. When I'm talking of renewable, it is basically the hydrogen part which can be made. It has very high octane. And the best part is the shipping industry, which comes under huge regulatory pressure to reduce their CO2 emissions to 50% of the 2008 levels by 2050, is very seriously looking at ammonia as a fuel. Ammonia also has a better safety record. Technology related to ammonia is very well established. All the fertilizer plants use technologies to make ammonia. So the question is, now we also have the technology of making diesel engines. Diesel engines traditionally are multi-fuel engines. They require little change to get adapted to ammonia. So the possibilities are there, both from the technical front, also from the front of perspective of how do you take the technology to market. Interesting developments are happening globally. We need to see what happens in this country. Next slide, please. This is where I come down to ethanol. And ethanol today has plenty of options. And as Ms. Shukla mentioned, it is a great focus of the country as well to push ethanol in as a fuel in the form of a blended fuel. Now the point is that we are talking of zero emission energy alternatives. Certainly ethanol is one, because as long as ethanol is made out of biomass, it is either carbon neutral or maybe slightly carbon positive. But the amount of definitely offset it. So one can certainly talk about that. But if the ethanol is made from 1G technologies, then probably it is not that meaningful. However, it's still, I'm talking purely on the climate perspective. On every other perspective, import substitution, energy, and all that, it certainly scores very, very high. But here comes a point of a larger perspective, that is on the climate change. And if we are talking about that, as Ms. Shukla also covered, that there are CCS technologies today. But interestingly, as you go deeper into the CCS technologies, what you realize is that except a couple of them, including enhanced oil recovery, the basic impediment the CCS technologies have is that it is not an investment, it is an expense done by any company if they want to reduce their emissions. Okay, if they have a kind of an economic perspective, if they have a regulatory framework under which they are working, some of these initiatives start making sense. But other than that, from the business perspective, the natural progression would be to figure out something wherein your carbon is captured, but at the same time, it is not an expense item, it is an investment. That means you are getting a value out of it. How do you get value out of it? If you can convert carbon into useful product. One such technology which is absolutely viable today is gas fermentation to ethanol, which is conversion of any kind of lean gas, which is rich in terms of CO2 and has trace values of carbon monoxide and hydrogen, can actually give you ethanol, and in the process of it, capture tons of CO2. So it's a direct carbon capture. It gives you ethanol, and interestingly, subject to what sort of the plant economics is, it could be very, very viable as well. The other interesting part about this particular technology is that without changing any hardware, it is, since it's a biological process, if you change the the bacteria, you can actually get to receive some other chemicals. Now, it is not about promoting a certain technology against a certain technology. That is not the point. The point of this slide is that can you think of capturing multiple values of your focus? One focus is climate. The other focus is the entire economics or viability. The third focus is reducing, polluting emissions. Next focus is energy substitution. Can you club all of these together in a particular perspective? And can you think of creating a model? What happens is that we in the industry and you in the academic domain and research domain have a collective responsibility to come up with such options to our governance and suggest to them that, look, here are the options. You should look at it this way. Because I feel that I, being part of the industry, it is not about doing business alone. It is doing business in the right way, in the most ethical manner. And if you want to do that, you do come across the ground level learnings, and that needs to be passed on. So that was the purpose of this particular slide. Let's go to the next one. Yes, now there are a host of other things, including electric vehicles, including a wonderful thing that Dr. Anjan had spoken at the beginning, that is the green diesel. Me and Anjan specifically, two of us at our very personal levels, we have spoken about green diesel multiple number of times. And, I got most of the time really, really educated, learning so much from him. The point comes is that, okay, how do we create a model wherein a green diesel can be scaled up in terms of a business opportunity? That would be very, very interesting to look at. The same thing about electric vehicles. Electric vehicles today, the way it is panning out is that in the two-wheeler domain, there is so much happening about the electric vehicles. Now, what are the other aspect? Now, if you look at the electric vehicle from a complete life cycle analysis, one understands that it is not really a zero emission thing because it uses grid to charge. And grid in a country like India is primarily coal grid. Of course, the intensity is coming down. And that is a wonderful development that is happening. However, there are other things. For example, even today, charging takes time. Now, the point is that not only the charging protocols, but can charging standards be slightly tweaked? What all kind of evolution can happen in the domain of batteries? The very latest things on metal air batteries and all that are coming up now. The other point is that technology is related to battery swapping. Is it possible that in a larger vehicle, let's say in a car, the batteries can be swapped in matter of minutes? The way it is, very similar to we, going into a petrol pump and filling our tank, which just takes a few minutes. I mean, some of these aspects, if they are looked at, both from the perspective of technology, from the perspective of how do we achieve it, how do we create business models, wherein all the stakeholders are compensated for the effort that they are putting in, that becomes a real contribution. Let's go to the next one. So with this, I would like to conclude by saying that the foremost thing is essentially technology development. This is of primary importance. In order of preference, the next comes is how do we scale up that particular technology? Scaling up, the moment we start talking about scaling up, many things other than technology starts playing a role, and other things come in the picture, and those things are extremely important. Because at the end of the day, the quote shown by Ms. Shukla is so valid by Edison that he won't sell anything, or if something doesn't sell, he would not like to invent that. Now that is where the point comes that, okay, I mean, the value of a technology is that if it can make an impact primarily in the society and of course in the process in the market. So that is very important, and we need to really think of ways of scaling up those technologies. We have wonderful technologies in this country in every institute. Your institute has dozens of them, and those technologies have to be really taken forward. Many of them have already gone forward, many of them require to be taken forward, and that is something that we need to collectively do. For a technology to succeed, it requires a robust business framework. That is what I was talking about, and that the entire perspective needs focus, and that is extremely important. And finally, it is the implementation plan. That is how a technology is taken to the marketplace. You get to see in today's world where there are a lot of startups coming up and a lot of success stories are being talked about, and you come up with very interesting success stories, very interesting manner in which is a startup promoter has thought that how they will make that technology go to the marketplace. Now this is the kind of infusion that has to happen, and I am very bullish about the fact that the current generation is extremely I would say the practical, and they understand these facts, and I have a lot of hopes connected with the current generation, feel that by the time they reach our age, this world will be very different. And with that note, I would like to thank once again IIP, Dr. Ray, everybody involved for giving me this opportunity, and wonderful. Thank you very much. It was an excellent, exposure to me, and I'm pretty sure that it was mutually appreciated. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Vartika Shubha, Director Technical Engineering India Limited, Guest of Honor, Dr. Purandar Chakravarti, Head Innovation and Alternate Energy, Naira Energy Limited.
Dr. Sekhar Simande, Director General CSIR. Chief Patron Dr. Anjan Ray, Director CSIR-IIP, all dignitaries and my colleagues. It is my proud privilege to express my sincere thanks on behalf of CSIR-IIP on this special occasion. First, I would like to express my warmest and sincere thanks to our Chief Guest, Ms. Vartika Shukla, for her commitment and timely remark. She has demonstrated her commitment towards research and development in the field of fuels and energy sector. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Purandar Chakravarti,
Thank you.
for his gracious presence. I would now extend my thanks to Dr. Sekhar Simande, Director General CSIR. Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words and guidance. I am deeply thankful to Dr. Anjan Ray, Director CSIR-IIP, for encouraging the research scholars and giving them a platform and opportunity to host such event. We are pleased to host the 5th National Symposium, Shaping the Energy Future, Challenges and Opportunity, which emphasizes on zero-emission energy alternative. The theme itself emphasizes the dire need of to safeguard our environment. For the next few hours, we will be engaged in the scientific discussion focusing on recent advancement and challenges in the field of science and technology. The success of the event depends on so many people. I would like to express my thanks to our Scientific Advisory Committee members, Dr. Atul Ranjan, Dr. Shubham Paul, Dr. Kritika Kohli, Dr. Ganesh Naik, and Dr. Senvamani. Their insights have shaped the conference. I would also like to express my warm appreciation to our distinguished speakers for joining us to widen our spectrum of knowledge. I would also extend my thanks to the sponsor whose enthusiasm and support has allowed us to organize such an event. Now, I also express my warm appreciation to the students of different committees who worked tirelessly to make this event happen. And special thanks to Ms. Neha, Mr. Jyotishman, and Mr. Vivek for their extended support. The symposium brings together nearly 600 participants from different organizations across the nation. As we bring all of you together, we can't even imagine the knowledge, the idea that will be generated from this symposium, this platform. We hope this symposium will not only bring the new ground in terms of content, but also serve to break the ice between the various sectors. Once again, thank you to grace us this special occasion. Now we have a refreshment break and we will resume after some time.
Okay.
Thank
We will
you.
resume in 10 minutes.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so much.
Thank you. Best wishes. Thank you.
innovation, once a key to growth and development, now is a buzzword for survival and sustenance. Innovation and R&D in the chemical industries happens through laboratory experiments and pilot plant studies.
The word CSIR is synonymous with pilot plant. CSIR is a premier pilot plant company involved in the design and manufacture of pilot plants.
Zytel India, an Indian arm of the US-based Zytel Inc., is on the threshold of a new horizon. Established in the early 90s, Zytel India has over 25 years of experience in the design and manufacturing of pilot plants, modular fabricated units, laboratory-sized micro-reactor units, process demonstration units and commercial mini plants. By efficiently adapting the customer's process technology with their engineering expertise, Zytel has helped customers achieve their R&D success stories. Designing of pilot plants is as complex as designing of the commercial plants. The design has to accommodate suitable hardware in smaller sizes. With its network of similarly passionate vendors, Zytel India has developed multiple hardware essential for pilot plant design. The process engineers interact closely with the mechanical and instrument engineers to develop the detailed design. Simultaneously, automation and control system of the pilot plant is designed. For the larger pilot plants, modular units and mini plants, we make a 3D model for better visualization. This also helps interdisciplinary understanding and better planning of procurement and construction. With superior fabrication and assembly techniques, the pilot plant starts taking shape at Zytel's in-house facility. Various equipments are installed, instruments are mounted, tubing, piping and cable trays are laid out. Zytel's well-trained technicians accomplish fast and safe construction of the pilot plant, ensuring stage-wise quality checks which are meticulously carried out. Rigorous internal tests are conducted and a final testing, popularly known as the Factory Acceptance Test or FAT, is performed in the presence of the customer. The fully tested pilot plant is then dismantled for ease of transportation. It is then safely packed and dispatched to the customer site. Once the customer site is ready, Zytel's technicians and engineers reinstall the pilot plant, hook it up with utilities, feed lines, and make it ready for commissioning. It is our endeavor to deliver a product that is state-of-the-art and fulfilling all the requirements of the customer. To this end, we remain connected to the customer throughout the life cycle of the pilot plant. The key to achieving all this is the young, brilliant and hardworking team of Zytel. A culture of openness and out-of-the-box thinking prevails across this organization, giving its employees a sense of belonging and achievement.
We don't intend to sit back and enjoy the laurels that we have won. Our vision is to sustain this momentum and deliver a better future for our company, for our industry, and indeed for the entire mankind.
You are here. You are here. You are here. And you are here. From the depths of the oceans to the furthest reaches of our solar system, you are called on to explore, generate, invent, and innovate in the most hostile environments imaginable. The stakes are high. There is no margin for error. You need solutions that will not fail, solutions that stay strong under pressure, and that withstand the test of time. We know because, like you, the people and products of Swagelock thrive in critical situations. Because like you, we strive for perfection under the most demanding circumstances. It's how we are made. It's how our products are made. And it's why we're here, to join with you and perform under pressure.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, moving forward with our first scientific session, Technologies Powering the Transition to Sustainable Energy and Fuels. I would like to invite Dr. Suman Lata Jain, Senior Principal Scientist, Chemical and Material Science Division at CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum to chair the session. In 2011, she got permanent position as Senior Scientist in Chemical Science Division at CSIR-IIP. Her research interests include carbon dioxide utilization, homogeneous catalysis, photocatalysis, and petrochemicals. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to our distinguished guests, speakers, our director, Dr. Anjan Ray, our students, and all other participants. So at first, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to session this chair. So this particular session is mainly related to the technologies powering the transition to sustainable energy and fuels. So before starting the technical presentations, I would like to brief about the session. So this session will include 3 lectures. One is the keynote lecture, followed by 2 guest lectures. Keynote speaker is Professor Pratibha Sharma from IIT Bombay, and our guest speakers are Dr. Ravi Krishnan Venu from IIT Madras and Dr. P. Shanmugam from CSIR-CLRI. So regarding the timings, the keynote lecture is scheduled for the 20 minutes followed by 5 minutes of discussion. However, the guest lectures are scheduled for 15 minutes each followed by 5-minute discussion. I would very kindly request to all our speakers to please stick on time so that we can manage other talks and other sessions on time. With this, now I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Pratibha Sharma. Professor Sharma is currently working as a professor in the Department of Energy, Science and Engineering at IIT Bombay. Her research interest includes hydrogen storage materials and systems, hydrogen utilization, low-cost materials for photovoltaic and biomedical applications. She has been working on simulation, design, and development of hydrogen storage reactors. She is recipient of various awards, like she received gold medal in her master's, best thesis award, and best PhD award by Department of Atomic Energy. She is currently associated as an editorial board member in various international journals and serving as an expert in various organizing committees. She has published more than 80 publications in international reputed journals and has 4 patents in her credit. She is awarded Outstanding Service Award by International Association of Hydrogen Energy for her contribution in world's hydrogen economy. Today, Professor Sharma will deliver her talk on challenges and prospects of hydrogen as an energy carrier. So now I request ma'am, kindly start your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Jain, for the introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, I will share my screen. Okay, so today's talk, I will very briefly touch upon the various prospects and challenges associated with hydrogen as an energy carrier. I will be restricting myself to the allotted time, and as such will not be going into much more technical details of it. So if you have seen, there is a recent surge in interest in hydrogen. A lot is being talked about. Even my earlier speakers, Professor Dr. Chakravarti and Dr. Shukla, they have also mentioned about hydrogen. And we have also heard our Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day speech mentioning about the National Hydrogen Mission and the investments that is coming up in the field of hydrogen energy. Now let us see that how this interest is different from the interest which were there in earlier years. Even such sort of peaks in the interest we have also experienced in early 1970s, 1990s and early 2000s. But the interest this time is different from that because the earlier interest have seen a valley of death. The reason being at that time the focus was basically on the rising oil price as well as the immediate climate change issues. And the application that we were focusing at that time were only the transportation sector. However, the interest that we could experience this time is different because we have identified the various possibilities associated with use of hydrogen. At the same time, this interest is across the different sectors, not only associated with the transportation sector, but industries, as well as like the it's not only from the industrial side or academia, it is from the government side, various stakeholders, various OEMs, they are coming together for hydrogen deployment. So we can say that this is the correct time when the technologies needs to be scaled up, the prices need to be brought down, and the use of hydrogen needs to be proliferating. Just to give a quick overview, it's not only in India, across the globe, there are several initiatives being taken forward. Germany, they have launched their first fuel cell train. China is coming up with a target of 1 million fuel cell electric vehicles by 2030. About 1,000 hydrogen refueling stations. Japan launched its mobility program with 80 new hydrogen refueling stations added by 2022. New Zealand, 1.5 megawatt of green hydrogen production, and several countries, they are coming up with the different hydrogen mission strategies and documents and roadmaps. Large number of these countries like Japan, China, USA, Australia, Germany, France. And it's not only these countries, their governments are putting in efforts to bring about hydrogen technologies. Various OEMs are equally participating. We can see that FCEVs have been brought about by Toyota, Hyundai, Honda, Daimler, Volkswagen, BMW, Tata. There is a hydrogen council with 100 and more companies being participating across the globe. And it's not only that the participation is from these industries, there is a huge lot of investment which we can see globally which is coming up. There are policies being laid down to support hydrogen deployment. And some of these policy, there are initiatives which are either target bound. These targets which come either with incentives or without incentives. Now let us first understand why this interest is being looked at globally. Hydrogen, it is an energy carrier. First we need to understand, although it is very abundantly available in the universe, but it is not a source. we have to produce hydrogen from some other source, and in that way we have to supply certain amount of energy. Once produced, it is a very high energy content fuel. When it is burned or when it is used at the point of usage, it is clean. And using this energy carrier, we can decarbonize a lot many sectors, which are as such very hard to abate sectors, very difficult to decarbonize, like the long haul transportation segment or the chemical industry, iron and steel industry. Besides that, hydrogen is a versatile fuel. Reason being, whatever is the locally available feedstock, we can produce hydrogen using that. It can provide energy security because whatever available we can use to produce hydrogen, and also it provides a flexibility. Hydrogen can be used as such, it can be converted into different fuels, it can be transported by converting into different fuels. All that I will touch upon in the upcoming few slides. Besides that, if we use hydrogen, like the fossil fuels, it provides us the flexibility of use. We can have gas to power conversion, gas to liquid conversion. We can convert it into the form and we can transport and use it in the required way. It can increase reliance, it can increase reliability, efficiency of the processes if we use it, and it can provide us the choices in terms of efficiencies and fitting it into the industries. Now, if we say that we are going to use a new fuel, is that an abrupt transition? No. Reason being, we have been using hydrogen in different segments, different sectors since several decades. And introduction of hydrogen as a fuel may not cause an abrupt transition, rather there will be. All these technologies are available. We have been using these in existing chemical industry, refineries, fertilizer industry. And as such, we can simply start to replacing certain segments, certain percentage of hydrogen, and we can decarbonize to a certain extent. At the same time, India is very well placed in terms of renewables. Renewable prices are going down. However, there is a challenge associated with larger deployment of renewables, that is the storage. And hydrogen provides the opportunity to store the energy produced, the power produced over a wider period of time, at the same time over a larger scale. So all these makes hydrogen a very potential candidate for being used across the different segments. However, the advantages that we get on using hydrogen are, as against the competing technologies, we can drive, if it is being used for vehicular application, ranges increases, so we can drive farther, and the refueling time is lowered, so it can be refueled faster. At the same time, it can the equipments or the systems can be used, operated under different climatic conditions, whether it is cold start or the advantages that we get on using hydrogen are, as against for combustion or various application, heating, cooling, etc., the process gets cleaner and greener. We can easily scale them up and at the same time can decarbonize the different segment. So the use of hydrogen, it is not only restricted to power generation, wherein it can store energy which is being produced from renewables, but it can be also used for vehicular application, different industrial applications, domestic applications, including heating, cooling, air conditioning, pumping, cooking. It is already being used for space applications. When we talk about a term was coined long back, hydrogen economy, and that covers all the pathways in the sense starting from production to storage, utilization, and transport. Now, when we talk about the production of hydrogen, currently most of it is being produced by fossil fuel, and that is the problem in the sense that when we are talking about decarbonization of the different segments, if we are still using fossil fuels for its production, then the benefit is gone. However, what is being expected is in the long run, in the long period of time, most of its production will be from the renewables. So currently, if we see, there are different options available for hydrogen production. I will use pointer here. So the primary energy which is required for producing hydrogen can come from coal, oil, natural gas, biomass, or solar PV, wind, geothermal, solar photoelectrochemical route. However, there could be different processes that could be used for conversion of these fuels, initial fuels, to hydrogen. That could be either depending on what is your feedstock. It could be reforming, gasification, thermochemical route, electrolysis, thermolysis, photoelectrochemical, or fermentation. Now, once hydrogen is being produced, it can be stored in different ways. It could be transported and then finally used for different applications. So all these pathways, all these form a hydrogen economy. If we look at the current aspect, currently globally 70 million metric tons of hydrogen, dedicated hydrogen, is being produced. By dedicated hydrogen, I mean the hydrogen is the primary product. However, that is the pure hydrogen. However, another 45 million metric ton of hydrogen is produced as a gas, and it can be used directly without separation and purification. So 60% of the hydrogen being produced is a dedicated hydrogen production facility where hydrogen is the primary product, and remaining 40% of plants are wherein it is obtained as a secondary product. For example, chloralkali plant. So this is the current hydrogen production capacity of India for 4.21 million metric tons per annum. But the thing that needs to be considered here is, out of the pure hydrogen, 70 million metric tons, or most of the hydrogen, is being produced from the fossil fuels. And only 0.1% of it is being produced from electrolysis. And the reason for this is currently availability, cost competitiveness, the convenience of storage and distribution, at the same time high H/C ratio, that makes the fossil fuels more promising as against the other routes. And it's already being used in various applications, like for methanol production, for DRI synthesis, and the basic demand of hydrogen comes in the refineries as well as ammonia synthesis for fertilizer sector. Now, which method we are using currently, that depends on what is the feedstock locally available, so that our dependence on imports could be reduced. At the same time, that will be more cost effective. It also depends on what should be the plant size that we are targeting, what is the product purity that we want, because for fuel cells the purity levels required are very high. At the same time, pressure requirements, because the outlet pressure from a hydrogen production plant, if it is higher, we can save in terms of the energy requirements to compress it to higher pressure. Other byproducts, if we are getting and that they have a value addition, that those products are preferred, and cogeneration. So the fossil fuels which are used for hydrogen production includes natural gas, gasoline, naphtha, coal, heavier refinery fractions, as well as renewables. And there is a color coding associated with it. Like color code is black if it is being produced from coal, gray if it is being produced from natural gas, brown if it is being produced from lignite, blue if from hydrocarbons. At the same time, CCUS, carbon capture and use and sequestration, is associated with it, and green if it is having no emission at all. So the basic challenge associated with hydrogen production is, currently most of it is from fossil fuels. What is required is more and more of green hydrogen production. And what are the bottlenecks associated with it? Bottlenecks are currently the cost associated. Electrolyzer cost is very high. So what is expected is by 2030, as per the TERI report, this will become cost competitive with the grey hydrogen. Now there are various technologies associated with hydrogen production from hydrocarbons, and these can be classified into different categories. And these are the different routes. Like the most preferred route for hydrogen production currently is steam methane reforming, and this is economical as well. There are several other processes coming under the category of oxidative processes or non-oxidative processes. We will not go into the details. Now, when this hydrogen is being produced either from refining, reforming, or from gasification, whether it is coal gasification or biomass gasification or electrolysis route, there is a variation in the cost. So this is the current cost in Indian terms. So the cost associated with hydrogen production, as we can see, with steam methane reforming is lowest, 150 rupees per kg. However, what we want is a green hydrogen production. The cost comparatively is much higher, that is 433 rupees per kg. What is expected is that with time, the economies of scale will bring down this cost, and expected is by 2030 this cost should reduce to $2 per kg. Now when we talk about this cost, this also depends on what purity at which we are producing hydrogen. The purity, as the purity level increases from 0.9% to 0.99 to 0.999%, the cost also increases. Now this cost is not the hydrogen production cost alone. It includes production cost, purification, compression, bottling and transport, as well as delivery at the site. So what is required currently is the contribution in the hydrogen production from the green hydrogen should increase. At the same time, if it is being produced from fossil fuels, then carbon capture, use and sequestration is required. Now from whatever route we produce hydrogen, we have to store it, whether it is at the point of usage or whether it is at the point of production. It has to be transported, it has to be used, distributed, and finally used for different applications. Now, which method of storage is to be used? That will depend on how much quantity we want to store, how long we want to store, what is the price we are ready to pay for it, and what is the discharge rate that is acceptable for that particular utility. Large-scale long-term storage can be easily undertaken in underground hydrogen storage, whether it is in salt caverns or depleted oil and gas fields, aquifers. These can store very large quantities, millions of tons of hydrogen for very long duration, and we can get the required speed of discharge. But the challenges associated are availability of these underground units. At the same time, there could be impurity contamination of hydrogen, and then we may need additional purification. This is when we require to store it on large scale. However, if it is on a smaller scale, there are different options available. Whether we can store it is in gaseous form, since the density of hydrogen it's very less, we have to compress it to very high pressures. Pressures we talk about is 350 bar or 700 bar. The reason being we have to make the volumetric efficiency better. As such, the storage are carried out at very high pressure. Now this 350 bar and 700 bar compressed hydrogen tanks, these are being imported. There are certain institutions in India which are indigenously manufacturing these, but still these are at the laboratory scale. We are trying to make this in India. The cost associated with these pressure tanks is currently very high. Reason being these tanks use carbon reinforced fiber, and that adds up to the cost. Although when we compress it to higher and higher pressure, the volumetric energy density improves and the volume required to store a required amount of hydrogen decreases. The other choice could be you liquefy it, but liquefaction temperature for hydrogen is very low, 20 K, and to keep hydrogen at this temperature, a super insulated vessel is required, which again adds up to the cost. Not only that, it is a highly energy intensive process. About 30 to 40% of the energy content of stored hydrogen goes in liquefaction. And there are challenges associated with boil off. Even if you have a filled tank, it may get emptied after certain days. So there are boil off rates at which we lose hydrogen. However, there is a third important method of storing hydrogen, which provides very high volumetric energy density. But again, the challenge remains the poor gravimetric capacity. This is a very safe method of storage. As against the compressed state storage, we are not dealing with such high pressures or very low temperatures. The temperatures of operation are close to room temperature, ambient conditions, not very high pressure, and this is a completely reversible process. So this is what we do in our lab at IIT Bombay. We have a dedicated lab for material synthesis for such type of storage At the same time, we simulate, we optimize the geometries, we optimize the performance indicators, parameters, and we come up with a promising design. And finally, we fabricate and test such reactors. So there are different reactors we have developed in our lab. They vary from very smaller capacities, say 10 kilowatt hour, to huge capacities. Even we have made several. So we have also developed such reactors for ISRO. We have a center, DST funded center. This is a multi-institutional R&D center on hydrogen storage. Also, we work on several other projects wherein we develop such hydrogen storage systems, both compressed hydrogen tank as well as a solid state container and polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell. Now, after the storage or even prior to storage, you require hydrogen transportation. Again, this is again a bottleneck. So storage is one of the major bottleneck when we use hydrogen. At the same time, transporting it is also is a cost intensive mechanism. Either we can transport it in gaseous form through pipelines or tube trailers via road, or we can transport it in liquid form, again via road or by means of ship, or we can convert these into high energy density carriers. And at the point of usage, we have to again separate it. So that again adds up to the cost and price. Which method to be used? Again, the deciding parameter will be, it should be cost effective, energy efficient, and safe to operate. But the parameters which will tell you which method to be utilized will be the delivery distance, how long you want to carry that much amount, and how much amount you want to carry. So the quantity as well as distance are the determining factor. Definitely geography, whether it is a hilly terrain, whether it is a plain land use, law of lands, several things contribute. And what is the required utilization? Now, when we transport it in the gaseous form, it could be either pipeline or tube trailers. Pipeline, after every certain distance, 200, 300 kilometers, you have to recompress because there will be a pressure drop. If we want to take it via road through tube trailers, then there will be a trade-off in the sense how much quantity you are carrying to the investment you are putting in carrying that much amount of hydrogen. Because the density is very low, you have to compress it to very high pressure. If you want to increase onto the volumetric energy density, you can liquefy it and again take it through the road by means of super insulated vessels. At the same, also we can take it through ships. Now, pipeline seems to be a very good option because it can carry large quantities at the same time over a longer distance. But the major challenge associated with laying down pipeline, it is highly capital intensive, although it can operate for very long duration. And when it is on very large quantities, very long distances, this seems to be the most effective method. So these are some of the trailer transport wherein liquid hydrogen can be transported through ships. The current status is there are about 11,200 hydrogen powered cars, several forklifts, hydrogen refueling stations, cogeneration systems, and a hydrogen powered train across the globe. What we need to look at is, in the current scenario, what are the technologies which are already there, ready to adapt? We can directly use these for long haul vehicles. We will not debate upon whether EVs or FCEVs. Each of these, they have their own segment of utilization. Whatever technology is available, we should immediately deploy those. What are the technologies we need certain preparation, like gas blending, natural gas to blending with hydrogen, or hydrogen blending with natural gas? How much percentage of it would be allowed? What could be the changes in the technologies where we are going to use? Heavy duty transport, heavy duty trucking. There are certain applications wherein still we need to demonstrate before using, whether it is maritime, whether it is mining, aviation, heat and power, steel industry, iron and steel, cement industry. Not going into more details, I will stop here. So we have prepared a country status report, India country status report on hydrogen and fuel cell. This is available on my webpage. You can read that if you want to know more details on what is going on in the country. Thank you.
So thank you very much, ma'am, for a very interesting and informative talk. You have provided the overview about the hydrogen economy, national hydrogen mission, and various technologies and processes for the hydrogen production and storage and transportation, as well as the challenges which we are facing in the hydrogen economy. So with this, now our talk is open for the discussion. If we have any questions.
Please unmute yourself and ask. Yeah.
There are no questions yet.
Okay. So if there are no questions, let us again thank you, ma'am, for your time and a wonderful talk. Thank you very much. So now moving forward, we are going to start our guest lectures. So our first guest lecture will be given by Dr. R. Vinu. He is currently working as an associate professor in chemical engineering department of IIT Madras. In addition, he is serving as the coordinator of solid waste management area of Indo-German Center for Sustainability at IIT Madras. He obtained PhD from ISC Bangalore and then moved to Northwestern University, USA for postdoc. He has published more than 100 research papers, recipient of various awards by very prestigious agencies like INSA, NASI, IEI, ICT, ISCHE, and IAS Bangalore. He also serves as the editor of Advanced Power Technology Journal. Today, Dr. Vinu will deliver a talk on hydrothermal liquefaction of diverse feedstocks for sustainable solid waste management and energy production in the Indian context. So with this, now I invite Dr. Vinu for his presentation, please. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible? And is my slides visible? Is my slide visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So thanks for the kind introduction and the invitation to participate in this very interesting event. So the talks from various other people have been so good, and I'm sure this is going to be a great success. And I come from the chemical engineering department, and we basically work in the domain of biomass and waste conversion to valuable products. So we basically started off with pyrolysis process, but then kind of graduated to various thermochemical processes, and now we are as you can see here, we deal with a wide variety of feedstocks like polymers, municipal solid waste, or unsegregated solid waste, biomass, plastics, coal, and so on. And then we try to deal with a wide variety of thermochemical processes integrated with a lot of hyphenated characterization techniques to both understand the science and the mechanism behind the various transformations involved in these processes. And our ultimate goal is to actually achieve a sustainable form of energy, biofuels, or bioproducts in general, so that we can actually include a wide variety of chemicals like sugars and so on. And in my today's presentation, I'll be talking more about the municipal solid waste management in the Indian context. I mean, it is in the Indian context because I think we are pretty unique in the way we generate the waste, and our wastes are also unique compared to the Western world. And we'll talk about the hydrothermal liquefaction process itself and the various examples that has come out from our lab on dealing with wide variety of materials, and finally conclude with what are the possible next steps that we are taking and what is really required. So this is something that we all know about, nothing to really emphasize as a new thing, right? We are the third highest producer of agro after China and Brazil, and we have a surplus of agro residues in India, even after consuming them for a wide variety of applications like fodder, right? And this is something that everyone knows about, right? I mean, I think we are awaiting this scene in a month or two, right, in Punjab, and it leads to a lot of pollution, right, a lot of waste of resources, because it is known that open field burning leads to a lot of loss of organic carbon, which could otherwise be used either as a fuel, or it could essentially be used as a nutrient for the soil. Right. Besides this, there are also other type of invasive biomass species like the Prosopis juliflora that I show here, right, which are essentially being burnt in the open or without any proper way of solid waste management. So while this is on one side that we are actually facing a lot of agro residues burning as a major problem, we are also facing with the unsegregated solid waste, right? So we all will agree, I'm sure, that a lot of our landfills, urban landfills, are being converted into dump sites, okay, because of improper way in which they are going to be disposed of in the landfills in a highly unsegregated manner, right? And typically, it is known that India generates so much of waste that is ending up in the landfills, right? And typically the per capita generation on an average countrywide is typically 0.5 to 1 kilogram per person per day, right? And the Indian solid waste management industry is projected to be worth, tens of billions of dollars, right? So where are we really, different? What are we really different from the Western waste, right? Unlike MSW of Western origin, as I say here, right, Indian MSW is heterogeneous, complex. It has all sorts of materials, even though the segregation at source is, being practiced in many parts of the country, but still it is not really widespread, right? So it contains significant amount of moisture that leads to a very low calorific value, and also it has a high amount of inerts, right? And these are some of the scenes that that have surfaced the media, right? And I'm sure, right, in every place, including Chennai, Mumbai, right, and in many other, cities, we are facing this issue, right? So this is like a snapshot of the typical, fraction, okay, waste fraction from Trichy, a place near Chennai. So what you can actually see is our MSW from the landfills is going to be composed of too many different fractions, okay? So you can see organic kitchen waste, food and kitchen waste, biodegradable matter constituting something like 32%, but on an India average, right, the organic food waste constitutes about 50%. Okay, that's the average in the India, right? And we also have a wide variety of high calorific value materials like the garden waste, paper, the cellulosic matter, and plastics, right? And again, coconut shell is a unique solid waste fraction, typically in the South India and also in North India. And so a wide variety of waste components are going to be present in our waste. And what are we going to do about it? Are we going to implement a huge amount of infrastructure to now segregate them and then take them into the different routes by which we convert them to value-added chemicals or products or energy? And we are essentially thinking like this, that is there a way by which we can treat them as a whole and not really deploy any kind of a segregation infrastructure in place? Without that, can we really take them as a whole and then convert it into value-added chemicals and products that could that might not be directly used, but that could essentially feed into some sort of an insertion in a refinery or in any other chemical or process industry, right? So now we are actually seeing a paradigm shift in solid waste management, right? So earlier it was more of landfilling, right? And then there were conversion technologies, recycle, and source reduction was given minimum importance. But now source reduction is given huge importance, right? And landfilling is going to be minimum because of the fact that landfills are getting converted to dump sites and they are essentially overflowing, right? So in this pathway, right, what is very important to understand is, in all these conversion technologies still play a very, very important role, or the recycling, composting, all these technologies play a very, very important role. And we need to evaluate if we are essentially generating energy or fuels out of waste, or the net effect is essentially a waste from energy, because these are high energy feedstocks, right? And a classic example I give is, is the energy generated greater than the energy consumed by the trucks that move the garbage to the site, right? So again, this brings us to a different, to a different world where, we think of, the logistics and supply chain playing a very important role in actually, we need to really optimize that so that we are able to generate net positive, energy and fuels out of the waste. Okay, so the question that we ask is, can we generate a liquid fuel from heterogeneous and wet MSW? I'm sorry about it. Okay. So can we generate liquid fuel from heterogeneous and wet MSW? And there seems to be a pathway, that is the nature's method of producing fossil fuels through the application of high pressure and temperature. So this is called as hydrothermal liquefaction. We typically operate at a regime where the temperatures and pressures are in this region, where temperatures are close to the critical point of water and pressures are slightly on a higher side up to 200 bar. And under these conditions, right, water is not going to be behaving as H2O, but it is going to attain the property of a hydronium ion and a hydroxyl species that essentially aid in a variety of reduction and oxidation reaction. So its density is, you can see, very similar to hydrocarbon fuels. Dielectric constant is similar to hydrocarbon fuels, and its ionic product is very, very high. As a result, we get a product with a very high calorific value and with reduced amount of oxygen in it, right? And I mean, this is the way we envisage, right? You have these waste, right? You put it into a pressure cooker, a huge pressure cooker, right? And finally, we should be able to get a crude that has a wide variety of applications, which I'll project. And also, we do get significant amount of biochar that can also be valorized into various products, right? So compared to any other thermochemical process, HTL has some advantages and also some disadvantages, right? So you can see here that the HTL biocrude is better than pyrolysis oil in many respects. It has a very low amount of moisture, right? High amount of carbon, right? Moderately high amount of hydrogen, very low amount of oxygen. As a result, its calorific value is very high. But the major challenge seems to be the fact that it is not so easily flowable as your bio-oil or pyrolysis bio-oil. So its viscosity is so high that we need to really think about processes or changes in the process that can actually bring about a flow characteristic to the biocrude. So these are the basic, applications. So we basically have tested a wide variety of feedstocks, and it is very clear that the technology is a feedstock agnostic process, and the applications of the crude, right? We can think of a simple blend of the biocrude with bio-oil at 5 to 10% with the hydrocarbon crude oil. Right, it can be fractionated, and I'll actually come to some of these advantages. Right, we can produce fine chemicals. It can be blended, along with the bottoms in the RFCC. Right, there is a huge opportunity here, which is like really untapped. And simply, I mean, the low hanging fruit is we can actually use it as a blend stock with furnace oil and simply generate power out of it. So the greenhouse gas emissions are going to be very low, and the toxic emissions are going to be very low because it's conducted in a highly pressurized environment. So the temperatures are pretty low at the order of 350 degrees, right? And low oxygen containing high calorific value feedstock. I'll demonstrate that it is net energy positive, and typically it is conducted in presence of water, so there is no need of any dehydration process, which is usually an energy intensive process in the case of any thermochemical technology like gasification or pyrolysis or combustion. So coming to some of our experiences, so we have been dealing with this for quite some time now, and we have shown that MSW that is collected from a landfill like this can actually be processed to produce significantly high yield of the biocrude. Of course, here you can see that we are using glycerol as a co-solvents. Again, co-solvents can improve the yield of the biocrude by dissolving a lot of organics from the solid phase, and so we can improve the quality of the biocrude and also its calorific value, okay, to something closer to crude oil. Right. If you think of the composition, we can see that it contains significant amount of phenols, cyclooxygenates. Right. We do see some aliphatics based on the fractions like plastics that are present in the feedstock. And the char is also going to be valuable because it presents a very good, a reasonable calorific value, right, which is similar to biomass. Right, the process advantages, yeah, we can use simply water or water with co-solvents. I'll come to that. Right, we have used like methanol, ethanol, glycerol, and a wide variety of co-solvents to improve the yield of the product. Right, so again, the feedstock is, at least we can assume at this stage that it is a zero-cost feedstock. Right, O by C is essentially reduced from 0.65 to 0.2 in the biocrude. Right, I'll come to this. Right, the energy of the products are actually going to be much more than the energy of the feedstock, and the heat that we provide in order to raise the temperature. So the need of the hour is essentially a successful demonstration. Hopefully in a minute or two, I'll come to that. Right, and we have actually evaluated on a very fundamental level, the effect of glycerol, and also the effect of the time and temperature in enhancing the yield of the products and also the energy efficiency. So what you see here is there is always an optimum in terms of the time and temperature that would give us a better product yield. So what we basically found is cooking the feedstock to 30 minutes at 350 is usually going to give us a very good recovery of carbon and oxygen in the biocrude phase. Here you can see the typical carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen distribution at different conditions, right? So we can actually see that the carbon distribution is going to be significantly higher in the at 350 degrees C, right? And the oxygen content is going to be very, very low at this point, right? That also corresponds to an optimum hydrogen content, which leads to a high calorific value of the feedstock of the products, right? We have extended this to a wide variety of other feedstocks. Again, you can see here, this is an example of rice straw where we use methanol as a co-solvent. Typically, co-solvents tend to improve the quality of the products, right? And we actually come from anyway from this point for rice straw to the quality of the biocrude over here. So certainly, if you have to convert it to hydrocarbon fuels, right, we need to do hydrogenation in order to improve its H/C ratio to something like 2, right? That's going to be the sweet spot for us, right? And the composition from other feedstocks like rice straw actually shows that we do generate significant amount of esters, long chain fatty esters in the product, because if we use especially if we use solvents or co-solvents like methanol, right? And at different water methanol ratios, we see a great distribution of the products. So actually, right, we tend to use a homogeneous catalyst, right, so that there is no need for any product separation at the exit, right? So typically, the homogeneous catalysts tend to improve the quality of the crude by doing a lot of decarboxylation reactions like this, right? So this is an example where K2CO3 performs the role of decarboxylation by forming complexes of the formate salt, right, and then undergoing further changes. So there is like a lot of things that is already well known, but we are currently in the transition where we want to take it to a pilot scale so that we are able to demonstrate it for a wide variety of feedstocks. And this is the typical composition of the products, right? So we get a lot of cyclopentenones, right, which are again valuable chemicals when we use only water as the solvent. But when we use methanol water as a solvent, you can see that the distribution essentially changes, and we get a lot of hydrocarbon fatty acid esters and aliphatic hydrocarbons in the products. When we don't use it, we do get a significant amount of phenolic compounds and cyclopentenones. Right. So there is a lot of process intensification activities that we are doing. I'll just take a couple of minutes to conclude. So here you can see that we do get 3-4 different products, right? We get a biocrude, we get biochar, we do get the aqueous phase because there is significant amount of water that we add to the reactant, right? And we also get gases. The gases are mostly carbon dioxide. That is the major mode of decarboxylation. And we do get this aqueous phase, right, which can essentially be recycled, right, into the process, right? So what we have actually seen is we have actually done a very thorough study here and found that the recirculation of the aqueous phase, especially in the case of rice straw, right, has actually resulted in the decrease in yield of biocrude, but has essentially improved the yield of biochar. And that we actually found is due to the presence of a wide variety of ions, like potassium, chloride, and calcium that are present in the rice straw that gets distributed from the solid phase to the aqueous phase, right? And that is attributed to be a partial reason for this. This is also accompanied by a significant reduction in the pH. So the aqueous phase is going to be highly acidic, which needs to be then neutralized in order to achieve reasonable product yields. Okay, so we do have a startup through which we are trying to investigate a wide variety of feedstocks. So this is with Engineers India Limited funding. We have developed a 100-liter hydrothermal liquefaction reactor through which we are able to generate significant amount of the biocrude, so that we want to essentially ensure that these are tested in refineries in standard TBP type of units, so that the real refinery insertion can actually be demonstrated. So here you can see that we have investigated a wide variety of feedstocks, including microalgae and macroalgae, and that's the typical design of our 100-liter reactor, which we have now started operating. So process integration is the key for better efficiency. So there is always a possibility that we can recirculate the gases to enhance the energy heat recovery. We can always do a simple application is we can always combust the char to generate process heat, and always recycle the aqueous stream, right, and get the oil that is going to be like more valuable in terms of use. So the go-to-market strategy is something that we are into. So we have done and we are doing a wide variety of tests using a wide variety of feedstocks in 1 to 2 liter batch proof of concept reactors. And so this is under development now. We are doing some tests here, and currently we have started developing a continuous plug flow reactor type of a system that can that is the key, because we need to develop such a system in order to demonstrate scalability. And of course, we are really looking forward to such scales so that the process itself can essentially be deployed near a dump site where the waste can be converted to value-added products. So conclusions, we do see a great opportunity because HTL is indeed a promising process to produce valuable chemical solid phase products and also the aqueous phase products. It's a feedstock agnostic technique. That is the key. So we don't need to worry about what feedstock we are thinking about. Of course, it will have an effect on the typical yield of the product, right? And aqueous phase recirculation we see is a potential opportunity to make sure that we are minimizing the waste that is generating that is generated due to the process. And of course, scale up is something that we are going ahead with because scale up and detailed techno-economic assessments are the key in order to show that this technology can actually be a promising one for mitigating the solid waste generated in the country. So with this, I acknowledge my students and my collaborator, who is the key in a lot of these activities, and a lot of funding agencies that has actually, not for this project, but essentially for a wide variety of activities that we are doing in our lab at IIT Madras. So with this, thank you all for your attention. I hope I slightly exceeded, but if there are any quick questions, I can always take.
So thank you, Dr. Venu, for a wonderful talk. Your talk is very interesting, and it is very much related to a very important topic, as we know that we are facing how much we are facing a problem with the management of our waste. We are in our daily life, and 85% of that is going to landfill. So you give a viable solution for managing this waste through the hydrothermal liquefaction process to convert in biocrude, fine chemicals, and so on and so forth. So once again, we would like to thank you so much for a very interesting and informative talk. So if there are any questions, we can, is there any questions from the audience?
Yes, ma'am. There is a question from Vivek Srivastava. He asked about that HTL from MSW needs high pressure, such as 150 to 200 bar.
Yeah.
So is there any future possibility from commercial point of view?
Yeah, we are working on that actually. Yeah, the key differentiator of this process compared to any existing technology for waste management is that the temperatures are low, but the pressures are high, right? And this is what at least we are now demonstrating at a huge batch reactor size. And as far as the continuous setup is concerned, they are existing, although the technology is not really mature. Even in the West, like Europe or in the US, but there are continuous scale demonstrations, and the pressure is the key, right? We need to maintain that pressure of that order of magnitude in order to achieve reasonable conversion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for the answer.
So once again, we are thankful to you for your time and interesting talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now we are moving to the last lecture of this session. Our last speaker is from our sister laboratory, CSIR-IIP Chennai, Dr. P. Shanmugam. Dr. Shanmugam is currently working as a senior principal scientist and heading the environmental sciences group at CSIR-IIP. He received his PhD from University of Leeds, UK, through a very prestigious Commonwealth Fellowship. He has more than 29 years of research experience on urban air, noise, automobile pollution, production of biodiesel, bioethanol, biohydrogen, and biomethane, production from municipality solid waste. He has synchronized his individual biofuel expertise into a single commercial first biorefinery plant, that is in Ranipet, Vellore. So today he will give a lecture on biorefinery plant for the sequential production of biodiesel, bioethanol, biohydrogen, and biomethane using cannery solid waste and treatment plant sludges as a waste into wheel. So with this, now I would like to invite Dr. Shanmugam for his presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you very much thank you for your nice introduction. I'm quite pleased to make such presentation in the SEFCO conference. Indeed, it's one of the system laboratory you have been collaborating a lot. Thank you very much to our respectful director and my mentor, Professor Anjan Rai sir. And really, indeed, he's who brought me into this presentation, and I'm so happy about it today. And the topic that I'm going to present today is on the biorefinery, a sequential production of biodiesel, hydrogen, bioethanol, hydrogen, and methane. Just I'm sharing my slides now. Can you see my slide?
No.
Okay.
So we are seeing your slides, but please switch to the slides show mode.
Yeah, now can you see the slides?
Slides are visible, but they are not in the slideshow mode.
So it is visible. Take it to the presentation mode, Shanmugam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Is it in the presentation mode, sir?
No, not yet.
Dr. Shanmugam, it's not. Can I guide you through the process? If you can stop sharing first.
Yes,
just please. First, you please stop sharing. Now, don't share. We'll just. I'll help you. No, it's still showing in slide mode only. Yeah, the possibility is you just increase the screen size and continue in slide mode only.
Oh, no, sir.
No, it's not. I mean, if you can either let me guide you through the process, just please exit the slideshow first. It is better. Don't just remove the slideshow and slides, but make them bigger. Just go to the view menu and increase them. Yeah, Dr. Shanmugam, can I just take you through the process?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, don't share your slides. Just on your own desktop, please go into slideshow mode. On your own desktop, don't share anything. Once you come to the slideshow mode, then you confirm.
Yes, sir. Now I am in slideshow mode, sir.
All right. Now press Alt Tab. Alt and Tab together. And you will see a lot of options on your screen. Choose Microsoft Teams.
Yes, sir.
Click on Microsoft Teams. the Microsoft Teams window, right, with the speakers and everything else. Now, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, I didn't want you to share anything. Please, can you exit the slideshow? Please exit sharing.
Yes, sir.
So please do not share. I will take you through the process. Please do not share. Please stop sharing.
I'll close it, sir. I'll stop sharing.
Yes, sir. Please stop sharing.
Yes, sir.
Please go to the slideshow on your desktop.
Yes, sir.
Press Alt Tab and choose Microsoft Teams. Don't share. Just come to Microsoft Teams. You're able to come to Microsoft Teams without exiting the slideshow?
Yes, sir.
Now, go to the share button. Don't share anything here. Just press the share button. Now it will give you two options. It will give you a desktop option and a Windows option. When you press the share arrow, now you go to Windows and share the slideshow, not the slides.
Yes, sir.
No, sir, you're sharing your desktop. You need to share go to share option. Yeah. Go to stop sharing. Now share again. Share.
Yes, sir.
And select the option under window. You will find the slideshow. Don't select the PowerPoint. No, no, sir. You are sharing your screen. Don't share your screen. Please share the window which has the slideshow.
Yes, sir.
It's not shared right now.
Yes, sir.
Is everyone able to see it?
Yes, sir. Now it has come, sir.
I cannot see it. I don't know if the others can.
Not yet. I hope you can take the control, I feel.
Yes, sir. I'm doing similarly as sir is saying.
I think what we can do, Dr. Shanmugam, is no, you're again sharing your screen. So go to the share tray. On the right side of the share tray, you'll find a window. In the window, please go to the slideshow.
Now, sir?
No.
Now it is over.
Now it has come. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, today's presentation, I'm sorry about it. Actually, the time it got lapsed.
Shanmugam, we are all learning. Don't worry on that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's about the sequential production of biodiesel, bioethanol, hydrogen, biomethane as a biorefinery concept. That what I've been doing for the past 25 years on the biofuel recovery, stage by stage, that I'm going to present. And finally, I pulled it as a concept of biorefinery. And this is the concept that normally I tend to say. Normally, we talk about public-private partnership. When any solid waste management industry convert the solid waste into a product, into a revenue-based technology. But instead, what I call the PPP as profitably preventing pollution. How best we could profitably prevent the pollution by adopting reduce, recycle, recover technology. In the recover technology, there is an existing of burn it, bury it, and bug it. Burning is an incineration process, bury it is a landfilling process, and bugging, when you give this organic solid waste to bugs like bacteria, it can convert the solid waste into energy, economy, and environment. So the total concept of it that I'm going to make a presentation to achieve zero solid discharge. We have been into the zero liquid discharge, but now we are trying to go into the zero solid discharge. And CSIR-IIP, we have implemented lots of biogas plants on site since our 1999. And these are the biogas plants implemented by CSIR-IIP. And in fact, I was fortunate to be the site engineer and to be the Design Construction Commission together with Dr. Alvar Ramanujam, who was the project leader earlier. And for the past 10 years, I've been the project leader for constructing these plants. And this is the first plant that we have built for MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. It is a 2 tons per day biogas plant built at Ronipet for the leather solid waste and the treatment plant sludge together. This is the plant we have built at Aligarh for the slaughterhouse solid waste, 13 tons per day conversion of the solid waste into biogas into electricity. And this is the plant existing at Aligarh. And this is the plant again for the slaughterhouse solid waste. 6 crore worth of Alkabir Exports Private Limited company have requested us to build a plant for this slaughterhouse solid waste together with the treatment plant sludge. And this is existing in Hyderabad, a place called Rudraram in Medak district. And this is the Coimbatore Vegetable Market Complex Waste Biogas Plant at Chennai. This is the 30 tons per day biogas plant producing biogas and electricity from the vegetable waste. And this is again a ternary solid waste biogas plant. And this is the biogas plant we have been fortunate to build at 1999 at Tata International Limited, Devas, Madhya Pradesh, for the chromed leather shaving waste, converting the biogas to electricity. And all these plants, if anybody wanted to see the performance, or even today, the Tata plant or the Alkabir plant or this Coimbatore Vegetable Market Complex Biogas plant, I can take you there. It's running by God's grace successfully. And I wouldn't say it is 100% successful because it's a waste material arrived from the seasonally, it changes, but at least 70% of the success we have been able to gain it. And ultimately, this is the biogas plant that we have given the technology to Peterborough in Huntington, in a place called Peterborough in Huntington at Cambridge in UK. Since I was in England for 6 years for my PhD program, I didn't stop over there and started doing the biohydrogen and methane plant when I was in England. This is the plant for the 2 tons per day biogas plant built at Vellore district in Melvisharam place. And this is the same plant. And this is the same plant is the 2-stage anaerobic digester for the production of hydrolysis of the solid waste and further into methanogenesis. And this is the solid waste spread out over here. And this is the gas holder. And this is the scrubber. Once we get the biogas needs to be purified before fed into the engine. And this is the hydrogen sulfide scrubber. And after scrubbing the biogas, we feed it to the gas engine and produce electricity and give it back to the common effluent treatment plants. And this is the 30 tons per day slaughterhouse solid waste biogas plants at Alkabir Export Private Limited. And this is the Tata biogas plant at Devas, Madhya Pradesh. And now this biogas plant, we are upgrading because it was built for waste to electricity. And now I'm upgrading the Tata. I've got an MOU with the CLRA. For the past 10 months, I'm trying to upgrade it into waste to bio-CNG plant, instead of waste to electricity plant. So the biogas, we purify it. And here, interestingly, the biogas plant in the 2-stage history was developed to hydrolyze the solid waste in the first stage and to convert the hydrolyzed product into a methane in the second stage. But what I did as a part of my PhD program, after acquiring enough of experience on the biomethanization plant, when I went to University of Leeds, I've converted the same 2-stage plant into a biohydrogen producing plant in the first stage and a methane producing plant in the second stage. So this is what I did my PhD in University of Leeds on the 2-stage production of biohydrogen and methane using leather solid waste. But now I'm translating this technology into a large-scale plant for Tata, and with an MOU that they have signed with us. And shortly, using the membrane separation processes, we are going to purify this hydrogen plant, which contains 45% of hydrogen and 65% of methane, and 65% of carbon dioxide. And here, around 65% of methane and around 35% of hydrogen, we are going to purify it and formulate a fuel called hydrogen. So the hydrogen enriched CNG, you would have heard about it in Delhi. And similarly, we are going to convert this purified biogas of hydrogen and methane blended together called hydrogen, and that is what is going to be the future of the country. And this is the Coimbatore biogas plant for the vegetable market waste complex. And the waste is dumped over there. The Coimbatore wholesale vegetable market is Asia's largest vegetable, which we call it Subjimandi. It's the largest vegetable marketplace. And this vegetable waste, around 125 tons are generated, but we have put up only for 35 tons as a demonstration plant. Even today, it is successfully running And this is the conveyor belt. It conveys and takes to a mixer, followed by an enzymatic liquefaction, and then the enzymatic liquefied product we fed into the digester. But you would have seen that the digesters are two-stage here, whereas the digester here also two-stage. One is built inside and the methanizer is on the outside. So therefore, the footprint we have calculated and we could achieve it better. So what these technologies we brought in from the umbrella of UNDP GEF, development of high-rate biomethanization for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in 1998. So the UNDP GEF, under the umbrella of Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, that time it was called the Ministry of Non-Conventional Energy Sources, and they have sanctioned around 36 crores to the CSIR, Central Leather Research Institute, where we could build all these biogas plants, and I was one of the core project leaders working on that. So now I've come to the concept of biorefinery. So the waste we have produced a two-stage biohydrogen and methane plant in the previous what I've shown. Now, this is the chopper cum pulverizer we have got it because the waste is a very huge one. Initially, we just make it a small size with the chopper. This is a chopper, and followed by an enzymatic liquefaction using a protease or a lipase enzyme. And using that enzyme, we hydrolyze it and make it as a liquid. And we take it to a fat oil recovery unit. And this is the fat oil recovery unit. And if we have to produce a free fatty acid as a feedstock to the transesterification process of biodiesel recovery in the biodiesel plant, so we convert the entire solid waste into a fat, and the fat is cooked off. It's a pressure controlled, temperature controlled, and this is a small unit we built at the beginning, but now we have got a big fat oil recovery unit. And this is the objective is to achieve zero solid discharge, and the main objective is to achieve the carbon footprint. And can we take a carbon neutral technology? Because whatever the payback period waste management technology have been in practice in the recent past, we must look into a zero emission technology and a carbon neutral technology. Because when this biomethanization plant was initiated by the UNDP GEF under the umbrella of through MNRE, it was conceived as a concept of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. But that was the concept from the UNDP GEF, and there was a CDM concept was existing. We call it clean developing mechanism. So the clean developing mechanism, the quantity of the energy we have produced, and we have calculated the coal equivalent, and the coal equivalent we have calculated CO2 equivalent, and the CO2 equivalent we have calculated every biogas plant, what is the CO2 mitigation potential. So the CDM concept was very popularizing that time, but now of course is not there. Now we have come into carbon neutral technology, carbon footprint and carbon offsetting kind of, carbon sequestration kind of thing that we have brought in. And now the concept comes at zero solid discharge. This is what the overall biorefinery concept. This large-scale project fund for a cost of 1.2 crore is funded by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, and this is to produce biodiesel initially, bioethanol, biohydrogen, and biomethane. And this technology, I've been able to take it further on wherever there is no fat content available for particularly food waste and particularly for vegetable waste. And I wouldn't go for a biodiesel because biodiesel needs a lot of fat content for its transesterification process. But otherwise, without the fat content, the same technology can be adopted for food waste, for vegetable waste to produce bioethanol, biohydrogen, and biomethane. So this is the MOEF project. And we produce lipase-based enzymatic hydrolysis, and then the lipase-based enzymatic transesterification, and used for the production of biodiesel. And the biodiesel goes into a petrol pump after purification after what it was. So what we have been made excellent in producing the biodiesel, and then purifying the biodiesel, because we must get to quality equivalent to petrol diesel. So when we get equivalent to the petrol diesel, although we wouldn't be able to operate for B100, because till now we have been successfully able to do at B40, and now we are trying for the B50, because we also look into the emission properties when we use the B50, B60. So that is why this also could drastically reduce the fuel emission characteristics, the engine emission characteristics after while we use the biodiesel. The pollution level is very, very less. Followed by the bioethanol plant, what we use an ion-based membrane-bound hydrogenase enzyme. And this we take it and prepare it as a seeds, like for every curd preparation at home, we need a jamun. Likewise, for every technology preparation of a transesterification or ethanol plant or hydrogen plant or a methane plant, the jamun is our patented technology that we give a microbial consortia where it contains ion-ion hydrogenase that would convert the entire soup of the hydrolyzed product of acetic acid or ethanoic acid into ethanol with a little addition of molasses in there. And it's only a supplement we give it to enrich the saccharification process in addition to promote the conversion of ethanoic acid into ethanol. So this is the bioethanol production, and followed by the hydrogen process through a biohydrogen process through a hydrogenesis technique, and followed by biomethane through a methanogenesis technique by activating the seed sledge as a jamun to MCR, methyl coenzyme reductase A, methyl coenzyme reductase B, and nickel ion hydrogenase, and that converts to all the decarboxylation process through to methane. And the methane now we look for not electricity, because electricity, there is any engine in the world, the Jen Batcher or the Greaves engine or any engine, gas engine in the world, it gives only 35% efficiency. So we have been able to produce so hard biogas, and why we should use it to send the calories into exhaust pipe. So instead of that, we could purify that and convert it into bio-CNG. That is what the recent advancement of this technology that we have reached. And we have put up a bio-CNG plant for Bathinda, for Abogar, for Varna and Kolhapur and Rohtak, and many other places we have been able to extend this technology as a bio-CNG technology. Now, my mission is how, as per our Prime Minister Modi's vision, that 6 million bio-CNG plants that we must have and fuel every district cars and buses at least in another 5 years. So I hope this will be the biomethane and hydrogen technology, that hydrogen enriched bio-CNG. You all would have heard about it. Hydrogen enriched CNG in Delhi being successful by IOCL and many other companies. So similarly, whatever the biomethane that we have produced, I've put into the hydrogen, we call it hydrogen enriched bio-CNG. So that is, and finally, whatever the product or residue comes out after the methane, it's been filtered and converted into a fertilizer and go back as an agricultural fertilizer with an enriched NPK ratio. And then either we could use it as a liquid fertilizer or we could use it as a solid fertilizer. That is what I call it as a biorefinery with the 0 solid discharge, because no solid waste becomes a waste. And the fertilizer 1 kg, they take it as 6 rupees per kg. And every biodiesel now we sell it around 60 rupees. And ethanol goes to the petrol pump, and the hydrogen and methane we blend it. Normal bio-CNG we sell it at the moment by 55 rupees per kg. But when we add a hydrogen, the calorific value is tremendously going to be high, and we could sell it more than 90 rupees. So therefore, but if you look at the transformation in terms of the mileage, this bio-CNG can give 1 kg around 25 kilometers. But we purchase 90 rupees worth of 104 rupees worth of diesel, we could get only 16 kilometers or 17 kilometers in a good car. But at the same time, when we use bio-CNG, purchased for 55, 60 rupees, and we would be able to get 25 kilometers. That is what the beauty of this biomethane. So therefore, this is the technique what we have adopted. And this is the raw trimmings and the flushing from tanneries. And earlier it was a CDM mechanism, carbon credit mechanism. Finally, we convert into energy, economy, and environment. So as I said initially, R cube into B cube into E cube, the transformation is energy, economy, and environment would be achieved through 0 solid discharge system. And this is the overall holistic concept of what the MOEF project is. It is the slaughterhouse waste, tannery waste, and being washed and cleaned and then enzymatically hydrolyzed and fed into the transesterification tank at an optimized free fatty acid, optimized mixing conditions, optimized temperature, optimized molar ratio of methanol or methanol. We normally use it methanol here. So then we use the catalyst for transesterification. And then afterwards, we take it into a centrifugal tank, we purify it with water wash and take a better quality by knowing the density, octane number, calorific value, all these fuel properties. And then we compare it with the actual petrol diesel and send it to the, because the petrol pump normally wouldn't accept if it is not equivalent to the diesel. So the ethanol residue, we take it to an ethanol plant and produce ethanol. And then we purify that. We use it a fractionator, and from the fractionator, we could condense it and take an ethanol and send it to them. And the residue, we take it to a hydrogen plant, and the hydrogen plant, we produce hydrogen, and then followed, the residue goes to the methane plant, produce methane from there. So this is the trans-acidification reaction. What we did, optimize the molar ratio, because this biodiesel is from the leather solid waste, tannery solid waste. And the tannery solid waste typically contains the top corium layer and the bottom, top epidermal layer and the bottom corium layer, and the bottom as the adipose tissue. Therefore, the middle corium layer is actually the leather that we are wearing. But the top layer of the epidermal layer and the bottom layer of adipose tissue has got enormous fat content, and that fat content is converted into fatty oil, and the fatty oil with an optimum molar ratio of methanol to free fatty acid, and an optimum catalyst concentration, optimum temperature, optimum stirring speed and the viscosity, and optimum reaction time, we have optimized and produced every kg of every ton of leather fleshing, we could get around 90 to 100 liters of biodiesel. So this is the biodiesel fat oil recovery unit, and this is the different methods that we have optimized. We have optimized and as an input element to every kg of every ton of and this is the get around 90 to 100 liters of biodiesel. So this is the biodiesel and the catalyst level and the light-based fat oil recovery unit. And this is the different methods that we have optimized. We have optimized and
So we are not hearing you, sir, now. And your slides are not moving.
There seems to be some IT challenge. Murugesan, are you with us? Hello.
Dr. Shahmonam is having some technical issues, so in the meantime, we can ask the questions if there is any question from the audience.
Yes, ma'am, there is a question.
Next slide. So we can move to the next slide.
Okay. So I think he will join later. So because we are running out of the time, so we move towards the next session. Chief guest. And we'll come back to the Dr. Shahmonam later with the questions.
Please inform.
Thanks to all our speakers for sharing their views and ideas with all of us. Thank you, Dr. Suman Jan, for your valuable time. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, moving forward with our second session, enhancing sustainability of materials and process in energy value chain.
Hello.
I would like to invite
Our session chair, Dr. Babita Behra, scientist, spectroscopy area, analytical science division at CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum. Welcome. Our research expertise are analytical chemistry, nuclear magnetic resonance, and all spectroscopic techniques. Over to you. Thank you. Welcome you all to the scientific session 2 on enhancing sustainability of materials and process in energy value chain. We also welcome our speakers, Dr. Rajeshwar Damra, Director of the Research Technology Center, Dr. Anwar Nisal, Principal Scientist, CSIR Pune, Dr. Akshay Kumar, Associate Professor, IIT Guwahati. In this session, we have one keynote address and 2 guest lectures. The keynote address will be for 20 minutes and the guest lecture will be up to 15 minutes. We can take the questions after the session. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Rajeshwar Damra. He did his PhD from IIT Delhi on heterogeneous catalysis. He worked in Reliance Industries Limited, India Limited, as vice president, and presently working in SEBI as a site director. He has more than 25 patents and 20 publications to his credit. His research interest is on catalytic developments for high selective paraffin purification, hydrogen purification, selective hydrogenation, etc. His interest also lies for the process development for catalytic hydrolysis of EO2 extraction of N paraffins and N olefins by urea adsorption. He is a leader member of RCA teams for troubleshooting different refinery units and sub-units like cracker units, LNG plants, EOE, PCM, motor alkylation, AM, CCR reforming, sulfur recovery units. He was awarded with the prestigious DSIR National Award in 1998 for R&D efforts in industry and with the award by Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, ICA India Limited, in 2004 for excellence in process and product development. It is our privilege to have you with us, sir, and I welcome again and invite Dr. Rajeshwar Damra for his keynote address on subject.
Yes, thank you, madam. Thank you very much for the organizers who are invited me to be giving this privilege to be with all of you. And I may require some help for sharing my desktop. So can somebody guide me? Am I audible to all of you? Hello? Hello?
Sir, you are
Hello?
audible, sir.
So can
So can you see the share tray on your MS Team?
MS Team share screen.
On right top.
There is an open share.
Sir, beside the microphone.
Yeah, there is a open share tray.
Yes, sir. You need to click on that icon.
Yeah, I did that.
And then 2 options will be there: screen and window. So you need to select the screen.
Screen and window. Yes, I selected window. Now, are you able to see?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I
Can
go
you?
to presentation. Right?
Yes.
Oh, it's so simple. Thanks a lot. So, are you able to see my desktop? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, we are able to see.
Okay, excellent. So, good afternoon, everybody. This is the lunchtime. I might have affected a lot of people lunchtime, but it's a privilege for me to be with all of you. And before I go forward, the topic what I have chosen based on the theme of the symposium is circular economy, which we are proud about what we are doing under circular economy. I thought this story of SABIC will motivate many people to initiate certain processes or certain research in this area. And that is the reason I thought I will be able to share this exciting story. So with this, before I move on to this one, just I would like to thank my company, which has made me to come to this dais and then share certain other things. And I may not take much time to share who are we. SABIC, definitely all of you people, maybe a few years ago, it may not be known, but today it is clearly known. He's one of the chemical leaders. And before I go forward, I would like to share certain, statements from my CEO. And we strongly believe today change is everywhere. Our customers' markets are evolving rapidly in response to volatile raw material prices, new feedstocks, and new manufacturing trends. And sustainability is often the spur and driving demand for better, cleaner, and more efficient products and ways of doing this. And these are the things for companies that can see the potential in these challenges. This is the good time to be in the business. For this foundation in 1976, SABIC has sought to adapt quickly the customer needs and the requirements. Our tradition of ingenuity has driven continuous improvements in the way we operate as well as relentless quest for sustainable growth. This is a quote and unquote from our CEO, that is a Yusuf Abdullah Albanian. And our company has committed to be carbon neutral by 2050. So that means all our research projects and the technologies what we select, they are majorly to achieve our target of making our company products carbon neutral by 2050. That means we will be preparing the roadmap to achieve that particular target. So in these 20 minutes, what I would like to do is that SABIC is definitely one of the chemical leaders. If you go into the BSF and Sinopec and SABIC and like that, we are in the leaders this one. And our products are helped majorly making the various things with respect to cars, aeroplanes and mobile phones, and more fuel efficient and more sustainable. And that we are into the market with all our petrochemical products. And from Asia region, we make almost 2 billion business from this Asia region. Definitely Asia is one of the thing. More than that, what we look at is that collaborating with Asian region laboratories for the technologies is a major focus for us. That means our development is our way of working is that collaborating with our customers, helping them to achieve their ambitions and then grow together. So that is what we strongly believe in. And that is where we signed an agreement with all the CSIR laboratories, and we have an umbrella agreements to take the projects forward. And particularly, I will be talking about what are the various technologies which SABIC will be interested to collaborate. And definitely carbon neutrality is one of them, and plastic recycles is another one. And similarly, we will look into other technologies like crude converting into chemicals. So anytime if anybody has a questions, you no need to wait for, but while doing it, what makes us different from others or what is our commitments to the values? First and foremost is that we inspire. That means we generate pride and commitment to make an impact. That is what is our people's strength. And other one is that everybody engages with others. We connect with others to achieve more together. Individual excellency, more than individual excellency, we believe in a team excellency. And we create, we find and embrace new and better ways of working in everyday life. That is what we enjoy most. And the second thing is that we deliver. We take the responsibility to drive the meaningful results. So that means this will be the focus for all of us. While doing all these things, and I wanted to introduce SABIC Research Center in Bangalore, where we have around 350 scientists working together to enhance the products and the efficiency of making carbon neutrality and the sustainability solutions. And from this center, and we help the improving the efficiency of the various products what we make. In addition, this center will collaborate with the various laboratories in India, and we drive the projects to take it for the implementation. And down below, you will see all the competencies, what is required to from driving from the chemistry to end product. That is application developments and prototypes and taking it to the up to the end product. While doing this, we also do the company social responsibility. We take the surroundings, majorly improve the education scenarios and infrastructure and tools for the improving the education. And during the COVID time, we concentrate more on helping the hospitals to upgrade their facilities to go forward. And with this introduction, I would like to go for today's topic, that is a circular economy. And if our journey started somewhere 2009, when we started this one, saying that how, if you see our product portfolio, we make a good amount of polymers which will be going into single time utilization. That is what is a challenge for the business. And that means we need to find the solutions. So when we look at it, all the plastics are public viewed as a negative attention. Plastics are bad. Plastics are creating that problem, waste issue, and overshadows the advantage of the plastic products. This is the problem definition. And in addition, there are definitely, Paris Climate Accord is concerned, rectifies the majority of the, ratified by the majority of the countries, and a lot of legislatory regulators from the each and every country. So definitely this is towards improving the societal and environment around us. So this is a problem, a challenge, but at the same time, this is an opportunity. So we converted this as an opportunity, and going forward, no compromise on packaging safety and compliance with the regulations. And our company is committed to be and limit the potential migration of substances into the food and personal care, and organoleptic performance. That means the feel and that kind of feel what you are expected to get the materials, that is also to be kept in mind while doing the things. So when you put the recycle, you should not compromise on any of these things. And keeping these things in mind, we started working for it. And everybody is definitely aware about United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And SABIC adopted 10 out of the 17. What are the 10? Zero hunger and affordable clean energy and decent work and economic growth, industry innovations and infrastructure, life below water, and climate actions, cleaner water. All these things are the one which we have effectively adopted and utilized to improve our own way of producing the things in a more sustainable way. And if you see further how we adopted these goals, SABIC ambience goals are to reduce the material loss, that is loss intensity, that is a 50% by material loss, and water intensity by 25%. And by what is our baseline is? The baseline is 2010. And in comparison with the 2010, these are the sustainability goals what we have taken. We wanted to achieve by 2025. And next comes to the climate changes. Particularly with respect to energy intensity, greenhouse gas emissions, we would like to reduce by 25% by 2025. And here also our baseline is 2010. And environment and health and safety. SABIC is committed to improve continuously with respect to safety, and that's our commitment along with the environment. And sustainability is the guiding light for the SABIC, and majorly we are adopting these sustainability goals. And circular economy is the tool which we, a kind of a concept what we take it forward. And circular economy inspires the SABICs to adopt our processes to use renewable and recycle feedstocks. and create a durable and recycled products design. That means we will be designing, first and foremost, we will recycle polymers wherever is possible. After, I mean, it could be a mechanical recycle, it could be a chemical recycling, and this, I mean, what we produce as a monomers, we bring back as a recyclable products. And that is a thing we introduced through the true circle concept. And governance and integrity, that is, integrity is a core value and helps to maintain the stakeholders' trust. And SABIC code and ethics provide the guidance to make the stakeholders' expectations. So please let me know my time, and so that I can cut. I mean, I can go faster. And I talked about mechanical recycling. And while designing the products, for example, when you design a packing material, if you have a multi-layer, you will face the difficulty in recycling. So we are looking for the ways of designing materials which will enable us to recycle. And at the same time, certified circular products. And I mean, when we recycle, there is a mechanisms, I mean, regulations has been established to communicate a circularity of the products. And certified renewable products, particularly from biofeedstocks and plastics. And this is how we are. And closed loop initiatives. Here, I will take you to the example how we do it. We work with our customers. That means there should be a waste collection and then converting into plastic pyrolysis oil, and then bring back to our conversion units. It could be a cracker or it could be refinery, and then taking it to monomers and bring back to the polymers again and supply these polymers to the end user, and then bring back the polymer back to this one. This is how we established our closed loop initiatives. And here how we did it is that there is a mass balance principles has been established. We started working with the governments and then established this mass balance concept. We started in 2014. And when we did it, how did we do is that there is a fossil, today currency, when we started, there is a fossil-based feedstocks are the ones which are the prominent. And we started using bio-based feedstock and pyrolysis oil collected from the recycled this one, and then mixed up with the fossil-based, and then taken it forward to the based on the mass balance. And but that means every ton of plastic being recycled and accounted back to the recycled polymer. So like that, the mass balance principle has been established. And how it works is that this creates a crucial bridge between today's linear economy and sustainable circular plastic economy for the future. That means what we strongly believe is that when we go forward, a good feedstock from the crackers will be coming from the recycled polymers or otherwise bio-based feedstock. And that is how we wanted to help the society and make ourselves sustainable in coming years. Relatively small volumes of the alternative feedstocks have been mixed with the conventional feed-based feedstocks. And mass balance and certification concept allow us to use existing commercial assets. What we do is that if you know SABIC, definitely we have around a good number of crackers, and some of them are the gas crackers, some of them are liquid crackers, and we have a crackers which can accept the feed up to the 480 to 500 degrees centigrade feedstock in the cracker, and that way the pyrolysis oil falls under the range, and that is what is a mixed along with the cracker feedstock, and then cracked, then produced to this one. Then we establish the traceability and verification of correct mass balance, handling of information. And this is how our circular products are produced. And this is the concept we introduced as the true circle concept. While doing this, we work with sustainability and carbon, which are accredited by SSC, and this is how they use the mass balance principle and create a kind of a certification for them. So how this mass balance works? We take the pyoil and bio-based and mix it with the fossil. and then put back into our polymer cracker units and produce the monomers, and then produce into the polymer producer, and then we'll give it to the end user. That is, it could be a film or it could be any other this one, and it goes to the end user, like it could be a packaging industry, and that goes to the brand owners, and brand owners definitely gets an advantage of the recycled polymers. This is how the technologies have been adopted to establish the circularity. So during LCA considerations, this is very important when we are working on certified renewable polymers. Based on the results, the kilogram of CO2 per kilogram of the resin comparison with the fossil fuels. For example, when you are taking the fossil-based LDPE, the advantage what you get is almost 4 kg of CO2 equivalent per 1 kg of HDPE, which is produced based on the fossil fuel. The same thing when you take it from the plastic recycle, you will get the advantage of the 2 kg of the CO2. That means if you can, this is how we will alternative feedstocks are being used in our feeds, and then make it the carbon neutral as much as possible. That is how we are reaching our carbon neutrality goal. So this already I explained how we do it. Majorly we use 2 conversion processes. One is our steam crackers, and second thing is that means
sir, we have only 3 minutes left.
Perfect. I'm done with what is the 2 units we use it. One is steam cracker and another is the refinery conversion processes, and thereby we complete the circularity establishing. And finally, when I'll take you to the next this one, where how the closed loop established is that Sabit and we work with our customers, converters, and then this is how the circularity has been established. And because of the time, I will be moving directly to the our True Circle initiatives. And what is that? Is that design for the recyclability and mechanical recycling products and certified circular products, and then certified renewable products. These are the various products we have introduced. When we go to the summary, where are we is that in 2014, we started working establishing the mass balance chain principles, and then we worked with ISCC, and then first renewable product has been established in polyethylene and polypropylene, and second generation renewable feedstocks. And by the time when we entered into 2019, we started looking into design for the recyclability of bio-based plastic polyethylene, and then goes to the various applications. Here you see the first this one, certified circular PP and PE has been used to produce ice cream packing material, and then polycarbonates based certified renewables in 2019, second generation renewable feedstock. Like that we established. And when we go forward, we are looking for majorly the technologies of third generation. That means when plastics are being converted to pyrolysis, its cost of making has to be less than $1,000. That is our target, and it has to be scalable. That's the second criteria. And third one is that it has to be continuous, and at the same time, that is a carbon efficiency for that particular process has to be more than 70%. And these are the various criteria we use to classify the generation of the technologies. And today, when I'm talking to you, we are working for the third generation technologies. And when we talk about fourth generation of these technologies are majorly to produce the high value chemicals. High value chemicals means majorly olefins and aromatics. So with this, I will open up for any questions if you have. And thank you for the opportunity.
So there is a question for you that what are the importance of trade-offs in sustainable development?
Can you please repeat?
Sir, what is the importance of trade-off in sustainable development?
Yeah, majorly what is that mean when we commit to be carbon neutral, and the trade-off is concerned, we now carbon credit is another thing which is coming as a big business supportive, and that way we will be able to take the certain projects, certain initiatives for the recyclability in. So that is a major trade-off what we are having around. If it is around $50 for the carbon every ton of CO2, what we saved, that comes as a business incentive.
Yes, sir. Is there any more questions? No. In that case, we would like to thank you for the enlightening talks and the inspired talks and the plastic recycling and sustainable pathways and circle initiatives to mitigate the SDG goals. We will now move to our next speaker, Dr. Akshay Kumar. He is present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Akshay Kumar AS. He is presently holding the position of Associate Professor in Department of Chemistry in IIT Guwahati. He has his Master's and Bachelor's from Mangalore University in Organic Chemistry and PhD from IISc Bangalore. His interest is on reductive and metathetic pathways. He joined Professor Andres Terrafer's group in Goethe University, Frankfurt, on organofluorine chemistry for optoelectronics and OFET devices. His research areas is focused on designing of tandem catalytic systems to synthesize fuel and chemicals with an emphasis on CH and CF activation. I invite Dr. Akshay Kumar for his talk on synthesis of specialty chemicals via catalytic transformation by tensor metal complexes. Dr. Akshay Kumar.
Yeah, thank you. I thank the organizers for providing me opportunity to share my research work. So is my screen...
Dr. Akshay, sorry for the interruption. Can you go to the slideshow mode, please?
Yes. Can you see my slides now?
Fine. Yeah, it's fine. Please.
Yeah. So, so I think people have heard a lot of this biodiesel production, bioethanol production, and from a chemical engineering perspective. So what I practice is organometallic chemistry, and while doing that, we do it for those challenges that are of current thrust. So basically, our lab is focused on transforming waste to anything useful. I would just get the laser here. So be it the transformation of carbon dioxide or the products that are obtained from biomass transformations, or the hydrocarbons that are available. We utilize our catalyst to transform them to specialty chemicals, to fuels, and to hydrogen. And a small portion of my research is also focused on generation of polyfluorinated molecules for optoelectronic devices, which in turn could be used in solar cells, OFETs, and so on. So basically, energy in the form of fuels or in the form of materials is the focus of our lab. So from the point of view of the current talk, I would sort of explain you what the skeletal of the catalyst that we use. So you might all know that coordination complexes with the metal carbon bond or organometallic complexes, and complexes would have ligands. Ligands could be one, then it would be with the one donor atom, then it would be monodentate. If it is with two donor atoms, then it would be bidentate. And it is seen that monodentate complexes are less stable than bidentate, and bidentate complexes are less stable than tridentate and so on. But then when these organometallic complexes, you all are aware that organometallic complexes have brought about a renaissance in synthetic organic chemistry. Reactions that are typically not possible in classical organic methods could actually be accomplished with ease with organometallic catalysts. And it is more often seen that complexes which are tridentate with the ligand binding in a meridional fashion provide the optimal stability and reactivity. The advantage is that you can control the electronic factors on the metal, which is key for selectivity towards certain reactions. You could control the chirality on the metal complex. You could, in fact, control the trans influence. And in fact, see, one of the major concern of homogeneous catalysts is that it's not recyclable. But then homogeneous catalysts are very selective. So what we are focusing is on heterogenizing this homogeneous catalyst by groups here onto surfaces, such as zeolites or silica or alumina, so that we would have selectivity of a molecular catalyst while having recyclability, that is signature of a heterogeneous catalyst. And this could be accomplished at much milder conditions. I would pick one example and discuss, but then this is the typical synthetic route for our complexes. We start with the pyridine dicarboxylic acid and then do a esterification to get the corresponding esters and then reduce it to get the diol and then do a partial oxidation to give the dicarbonaldehyde, do a condensation with the amines to get the diamine complexes, which can then be conveniently complexed with a lot of metal salts. Here we have done it with ruthenium, and you'd note that this would be a typical 18 electron metal complex. That means you are having 8 electrons from ruthenium, 6 electrons from the nitrogen makes it 14, and one each from the 2 chloride making it 16, and then one from this PPH3 which makes it 18. What is the advantage is that these are all easily dissociable, and then they would provide a site for the reaction to happen. Similarly, we have classical organometallic complexes with metal-carbon bond, wherein we have, instead of PPH3, we are having carbon monoxide here. So we have two types of complexes, one with PPH3, one with carbon monoxide, which helps in better levelity and reactivity of these complexes. So we, as of now, in addition to several other complexes on the ruthenium batch, we have only a few listed active complexes are given here. And we, from the point of view of this current theme of the webinar, I want to show you one important transformation, that is of glycerol to lactic acid. Now, why glycerol is important? You know, like we are all moving away from the peak of conventional oil, and you have listened to several talks today wherein they say that, okay, we are doing this biodiesel production, right? Biodiesel production, one of the major byproduct is glycerol. And glycerol is considered as a useful waste because it is a source of hydrogen. It is used as a solvent, but then there is so much accumulation of glycerol, and just the global production of glycerol, it sheds light on how much accumulation is there. On the other hand, this glycerol could be easily converted to lactic acid, which has a great market. And heterogeneous catalysts are unselective towards this. Classical fermentation methods are laborious. So there are homogeneous catalysts which give good selectivity, and lactic acid has a lot of applications: food additives, detergents, biodegradable polymers, and so on. And one of the byproduct of this reaction is hydrogen, and I need not tell you about the demand of this clean burning hydrogen. Right. So what we did was we took glycerol, and when we treated it with our complex in the presence of a base, we say that it gives lactic acid. More so, the selectivity towards lactic acid is phenomenal. You see, it's about 97% selective towards lactic acid. The other products, such as ethylene glycol and formic acid, are negligible in amount. And now, see, we are typical organometallic chemists. Not only that we want to have an application-oriented reaction, we want to understand the reaction also. You see here, this nitrogen has a T-butyl group, nitrogen has a phenyl group, and this has a bis-imidazole group. We see that this is a better catalyst in comparison with phenyl, which is not so good, and it is comparable with T-butyl. When we optimize the reaction with this catalyst further, we see that we are able to obtain about 90% yield of lactic acid with about 98% selectivity. The yield is 92%, the selectivity towards lactic acid is 98%. And the turnover numbers also we get higher here. Now, so what is happening? As I said, we not only want to tune this reaction from an application point of view, but we want to understand the reaction from a mechanistic point of view also, so that we can get better hold on the selectivity and reactivity of this reaction. So if you look at the mechanism, the first step would be the dissociation of PPH3 and then a salt metathesis to give the corresponding alkoxide ruthenium species. And with this catalyst, it would be a very similar one. So you would have a dialkoxide species. And that has been very simply represented as this framework here, these two catalysts. So this is the active species. And now you are having a beta hydrogen here. So there would be a beta hydride elimination and you will get glyceraldehyde. And after the beta hydride elimination, it would react with another molecule of glycerol to eliminate hydrogen, which we have detected by GC. Now this glyceraldehyde would undergo a spontaneous organic reaction. There will be dehydration and tautomerism to give lactic acid via intermolecular Cannizzaro reaction. Now the question is, why is there such a difference in catalytic activity? We found that, as I said, this is an 18-electron species, and as I said, this is an 18-electron species, and to generate the 16-electron species, the dissociation of ruthenium PPH3 bond is very much necessary. So if we look at the bond energies, we find that with the T-butyl catalyst, the bond energy is much lower, and with the bis-imidazole-based catalyst also, the bond energy is much lower. Phenyl, it is very high. That means with the phenyl catalyst, the generation of the active species is difficult, therefore the yields are low. But in comparison with T-butyl and this bis-benzimidazole catalyst, which are having comparable bond energies, why do we see a difference in the yields? In fact, this goes all the way up to 92% yield. The reaction comes, the answer comes from the kinetics of the reaction. So if you look into the first step, which involves the beta hydride elimination to give glyceraldehyde, it says that the first step is more exothermic with the sterically more open bis-imidazole based catalyst, and even the activation energy is much lower. The barrier is about 15 kilocalories lower in barrier with this for the first step is about 15 kilocalories lower in comparison to this. And if you look at the next step, since this is an open vessel reaction, hydrogen is easily siphoned out. And if you look at the barrier of the next step, that's also lower than the tertiary butyl one. So, and since this is a open vessel reaction, though the reaction is endothermic, hydrogen is easily siphoned out, and it sort of pushes the equilibrium to the right side, going all the way towards the formation of.
Sir, we have 3 more minutes, so we humbly request we can be fast.
Sure. So it goes all the way to lactic acid. So what is our technology is that currently, when we start with about 10 grams of glycerol, we end up with about 8 to 9 grams of lactic acid and hydrogen, which is a clean burning fuel. And we have sort of filed a patent, and we are in talks with a company to commercialize this. So there are a lot of other applications of our catalyst that we could do a atom radical transformation for polymerization of several substrates. In fact, you have heard about bioethanol today, but then you should understand that the energy density of ethanol is very less. If we can upgrade it to biobutanol, so butanol is still an oxygenate, it can be used as a fuel additive, energy density of butanol is higher. In that sense, we have actually obtained about 98% selectivity to N-butanol at very high turnover frequency. So this again has been sort of protected by filing a patent, and this we are on the way of doing a technology transfer to the industry. So butanol is a future fuel additive, which has, and in fact, it has a lot of other applications as a precursor to C4 chemicals. So it has more energy density than ethanol, and we have several applications in ethanol upgradation, bioethanol upgradation to biobutanol, which is a future energy additive. And similarly, we have works on pincer nickel complexes, which are also good at similar reactions, and we have reviewed the chemistry of the pincer nickel complexes recently. In addition, we screened these complexes for anti-cancer activity also, which is in fact not of interest in the current topic. But then the other interest-wise, we look on organic materials for energy storage and device applications, and so on. So I thank my I had the opportunity to have my PhD supervisor, Professor Samuelson, with us very recently at IIT Guwahati. At the same time, Professor Alan Goldman, who was a pioneer in pincer metal catalyst, alkane dehydrogenation, alkane upgrading light alkanes to fuel-grade chemicals, and so on. And I acknowledge several funding agencies, Reliance and Reliance for the fuel chemical applications, ISRO for the materials applications, and so on, and all my collaborators, importantly my group members who have given such good chemistry in our lab. And I thank you, and I'm open to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any question or any discussion?
Yes, ma'am. There is a question. Ma'am, can we use iron salts also for synthesizing complex similar to that of ruthenium pincer complex?
Can you repeat it, please?
Can we use iron salts also for synthesizing complexes similar to that of ruthenium?
Yeah, that's a ongoing work in our lab. We have been, as I showed towards the end of my slide, we have been using iron complexes, we have been using nickel complexes, we have been using cobalt complexes, and so on. We have been doing a wide variety of pincer complexes for these very useful transformations.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Akshay, for the interesting talk on the specialty chemicals using pincer metal complexes. Thank you again. Now we are moving to our next speaker, Dr. Anua Nishal. She is a known personality in CSIR. She is working as a principal scientist in Polymer Sciences Division at CSIR-NCL Pune. Welcome, ma'am. She did her PhD in chemical engineering from IIT Mumbai and MSc from University of Delaware, USA. Her research expertise is in polymer chemistry, biomaterials, medical devices, and tissue engineering. She is the founder of startup Serin Mediproducts Private Limited that is involved in developing silk-based devices for healthcare applications. Her work has been recognized through several awards, including INAE Young Entrepreneur Award 2020, Leaders in Innovation Fellowship from Royal Academy of Engineering 2019, TIE Bharat Winner Award for Women in Entrepreneur Research. I am inviting Dr. Anua Nishal for the guest lecture on value creation from recycling biomedical waste, a circular perspective. Over to Matt.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my slides? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the warm introduction. And thanks to the team of SEFCO for giving me an opportunity to present our work on value creation from recycling biomedical waste, a circular perspective. This is a work that we have been doing in collaboration with IIP and CSIR-NCL. At NCL, my colleague Dr. Harshvardhan Por is leading this effort, and I'm also working with him. And from IIP, we have Dr. Sanat Kumar and Dr. Ajay Kumar who are contributing towards this project. So the COVID-19 pandemic has actually impacted each one of us, not only in a small way, but definitely in a large way. There have been a lot of, there has been a lot of research that has been going on in the last 1 year, and we have heard about various the fomite transmission, or there have been confusing statements from different agencies, and the research on that is still ongoing. But what has emerged very promisingly and at the very beginning of the pandemic is that this COVID-19 disease is caused due to a SARS-CoV-2 virus. And this virus is an extremely infectious agent which transmits from human to human. Therefore, to take care of these COVID-19 patients, what you need to do is to protect the healthcare warriors from this biological agent and reduce the exposure risks to all the healthcare warriors, as well as any other person who is taking care of this. So various agencies, including the WHO and all the Ministry of Health of different countries, have issued guidelines about use of personal protective equipment to protect our warriors from this exposure. So personal protective equipment consists of various types of gowns or coveralls that the person needs to wear. It includes masks of different types, a head cover, a shoe cover, and so on. These are provided not only to the healthcare warriors, that is the doctors, nurses in the hospitals or the COVID facilities that are set up, but also testing facilities where where the samples of the COVID patients are being tested. You have also seen this in the last 1 year. We have seen several reports across newspapers and in the media where you see that the airports also, there is a huge use of these kinds of PPE kits, which are basically disposable. They are one-time use PPE kits. Now, while we have solved using this PPE kits, we have actually solved the problem of reducing the exposure risk to some of these healthcare warriors. But there is a new problem that has emerged. That is the volume of biomedical waste that is being generated. Now, this disposable masks and kits that are being used has resulted in a huge biomedical waste. And in May 2021, it was about 203 tons of this waste that is generated. Now, as you can imagine, that this waste can itself be a reason for spread of the infection. Therefore, there is a very need to actually handle this biomedical waste very effectively. And the CPCB, or the Pollution Control Board in India, has issued guidelines about how this biomedical waste can be handled. Now, some of the states, as you can see in this figure, which I've basically taken from the Center for Science and Environmental Research, they have basically presented the statistics where some of these states are actually facing a shortage of the capacity to handle the biomedical waste that is currently being generated. The Central Pollution Control Board has issued guidelines about how the biomedical waste is segregated. Now, this is a typical color coding that is prescribed by the for the biomedical waste. The biomedical waste is segregated into a yellow container where it contains anatomical waste, chemical waste, soil waste, chemotherapy waste, and all the discarded linen. And this is typically then incinerated in a common facility that is present in each city. The contaminated waste, such as one-time use plastic waste like syringes or IV bottles or catheter tubes, these are disposed of in a red bin or a red container. There is a different segregation protocol that is followed for this. The glass waste and metallic implants or metal shafts are then categorized into the blue and the white waste. What typically happens is when the biomedical waste is formed in the hospital, it is segregated into these 4 different categories. There is a biomedical waste company that will have a van which will pick up this segregated waste and ensure proper disposal of these waste. Now, the COVID-19 waste is categorized as this yellow category waste, and this is collected by the biomedical company in a yellow bin, and this is then goes to a centralized facility where it is incinerated. Now, incineration temperatures are really high, which are as good as above 800 degrees Celsius. So this huge volume of biomedical waste was a problem that was flagged to the CSIR laboratories by the supply chain management group, which is led by Dr. Anjan Ray late last year. And that is when we started working on this project. And our objective was to develop and establish a know-how and a supply chain to recycle the COVID waste. Now, the COVID waste, as I mentioned, consists of different types of waste. And if you look at the PPE suit or the gown or the coverall that the healthcare warriors use, contributes to about 84% of the waste that is generated due to COVID. Considering this, we targeted this PPE suit as the material for which we would like to first target for recycling. The PPE suits are made out of spun-bond polypropylene fabric. So this is a hydrophobic non-woven fabric that is used for making these PPE suits. Now, what we also wanted to do was that we wanted to leverage the existing infrastructure and the supply chain for recycling this COVID PPE waste. So the one-time use contaminated plastics such as syringes are today following a protocol and there is some efforts in the recycling, and we wanted to use the same infrastructure and did not want any capital investments to do this recycling. So this, let's say a syringe waste is today collected in a red bin that I talked about earlier, and it is then transported to a common biomedical waste treatment facility, after which there is a process of decontamination, which is typically done using either an autoclave or a microwave oven. And after this sterilized waste, it is then segregated and shredded and then used for recycling. So we developed our own protocol to based on this infrastructure to recycle the COVID-19 waste. So once you collect this, this slide basically talks about the methodology that we use. So once the PP suits are collected, they are then decontaminated using autoclaving, since most of the biomedical waste facilities already have an infrastructure to support this process. Manually, we have then removed some of the zips or elastic bands in these and then shredded these into small parts that can be fed and agglomerated them to feed them into a compounding machine and then molding. These two pictures below show the shredder and agglomerator at IIP that were used for the lab scale trial of the project. So as I mentioned, autoclaving was the standard method that we use for decontamination. This graph here is a thermal characterization on a non-autoclaved and an autoclaved PP suit. What I'm showing here is that during the heat cycle, we see a single melting temperature at 160 degrees Celsius. And during the cooling cycle, you see a crystallization at about 115 degrees, both before and after autoclaving. This confirms that the most of the material that is present in this waste is polypropylene that is used. And autoclaving does not change any of the thermal properties of this material. We are also looking at alternative energy efficient protocols for decontamination, which includes decontamination using chemical protocols. This research is currently underway. This slide here shows the pictures of the shredded and agglomerated PP suits. So the PP suits were chopped into smaller size fabrics, which could then be fed to the shredding machine. And this is how the shredded material looks. This shredded material has a very high, very low bulk density. So feeding these to a typical injection molding machine or a compounding machine is difficult. Therefore, we agglomerated it into small parts by giving it a small amount of heat, which results in formation of small pellet-like materials. The shredding and agglomeration protocols were further optimized so that the agglomeration size is about less than 5 mm, and then it can be suitably fed into a compounding machine. This slide also now confirms more about the property comparisons for non-autoclave versus autoclave materials. We have shown that the material has an MFI which is comparable before and after autoclaving. It has an MFI of about 10 at 190 degrees Celsius and 2.16 kg weights. And this MFI goes to about 25 when you do the melt flow index at about 230 degrees Celsius. The tensile modulus before and after autoclaving was also found to be comparable, indicating that there is little or no degradation during the autoclaving process. The other mechanical properties are also comparable, and this suggests that decontamination using autoclaving does not alter the properties of the polypropylene, and hence it can be used for further molding. With this promising data in the lab scale trial, we were able to produce 5 kg of shredded agglomerated material at IIP, and this was then used for doing an injection molding trial at Nikki Precision Industries here in Pune. So this is an original component that the company was making for an automotive component. It is a non-structural component that goes near the headlamp of the vehicle, and the company was using a polypropylene copolymer for doing this injection molding. We loaded our recycled polypropylene agglomerated material along with a black color master batch, and we were able to show that the part can be easily molded by optimizing the processing parameters. In interest of time, I'm not showing here, but we have also measured the mechanical properties and the thickness and the weight, and which it was all found to be comparable to the original PPCP material that is used. Further, at NCL, we have done value addition to this recycled polypropylene. Here we have blended the recycled polypropylene with the virgin polypropylene, which is also a very typical case in of practical use. It can be seen that these blends could be nicely injection molded using a micro injection molding machine. The TGA graph shows a very stable thermal temperatures as good as the virgin polypropylene. The DSC graph shows that there is a slight increase in crystallization temperature, but a well-formed blend could be obtained. The mechanical properties are also not compromised, and the MFI of these blends is also suitable for molding applications. So this is a successful demonstration of this recycled PP, which can be blended with the polypropylene. Further, we have looked at addition of a micro filler like talc into this recycled polypropylene, and we have been successfully able to blend about 20% of talc with the PP. This blending is, we could also do the micro injection molding for these blends, and the thermogravimetric analysis on the left actually shows you that about 22% of the talc loading could be achieved with our compounding techniques. The DSC graph again shows that there is a slight increase in the crystallization temperature for these filled composites, and the tensile properties of the blend show a significant increase in the modulus by adding in a talc filler. In addition to this lab scale trials, we have also set up a 100 kg trial, which is a pilot demonstration that we are doing in the Pune region. We were able to establish a connect with a biomedical company, Pasco Environmental Solutions, with whom we were able to set up this 100 kg trial. We got permissions from the Pollution Control Board to collect this 100 kg decontaminated waste from Pasco. We also signed an MOU with an industry, which is Reliance Industries, and Reliance Industries brought in several of their existing molders and compounders to further support this activity. As of now, we have completed shredding, agglomeration and compounding of this 100 kg material. And as we talk today, and you can see the pellets, the image of the pellets that we have obtained here below. And we are also doing some molding trials for both non-structural as well as structural, automotive and agricultural parts. So basically, this is a very nice work that was done by Kumar et al. Very recently, where they looked at the life cycle analysis of a PP suit, which involves extraction of resources, production of basic raw materials such as the polypropylene, and then converting it into a fabric, manufacturing of the PP kit. Then after all these processes, the PP kit is used by the user for just a few hours, maximum of 8 to 10 hours, after which this is discarded and then it goes for incineration, as I mentioned earlier. Now, the incineration process and the manufacturing of PP suit has an extremely high global warming potential, as is evident from this graph over here. And therefore, there is a need to, so the energy consumption for both these processes is also very high. And in line with the topic of today's conference, where we are talking about shaping the energy future of India, this is definitely not what we want to look at. So I would like to summarize by saying that we have successfully demonstrated that the COVID PPE waste suit can be converted into high value added products by by leveraging some of the existing infrastructure that is available. There are several challenges that we face during this, and the insights from these are interesting. I'd like to briefly talk about those here. This is a typical picture of the COVID waste that is generated and that is sent to the CWTF. One of the major rate limiting steps in recycling, and as one of the earlier speakers has also mentioned, is segregation of this PPE waste. So if we can develop policies to where it is insisted that the waste is actually segregated at the source, it will reduce a significant amount of time and will support this recycling activity. The earlier speaker also spoke about design of different plastic elements, where you do not want to have metallic zippers on these suits, because then removal of these metallic zippers is an additional activity which requires human intervention and is again a rate limiting step in recycling. From a longer term perspective, I think we need to choose appropriate materials for appropriate applications. By that, I mean that we're developing or we're using a material like polypropylene for a disposable application, which is going to be used only for a few hours, whereas polypropylene is a material that can retain its properties under severe, harsh and chemical conditions or weathering conditions for several years. So we need to look at, from a material science perspective, it is a challenge for a material scientist to come up with appropriate materials that suit the requirement of the application. Finally, I'd like to thank Dr. Ashish Lele, Director of National Chemical Laboratory, who has extensively supported this effort and his comments have been extremely insightful for successful implementation. I'd like to thank Dr. Anjan Ray, who initially flagged this problem to us and gave us an opportunity to work on this. The students who have been contributing to this project are Lakshmi Bijosh and several other students from my and Dr. Poor's lab here at NCL. I'd like to thank CSIR for funding this project, and it was very heartening to see that a lot of collaborators were very willingly supporting this cause. Pasco Environmental Solutions, from whom we collected the biomedical waste, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board for supporting this activity and giving us the permission to collect this 100 kg decontaminated waste, and several industries in the Pune and Mumbai area who have supported this. I'd like to finish my talk by requesting each one of you to follow the 3 R's of reduce, reuse, and recycle. Once again, thank you for this opportunity, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that.
Thank you, ma'am. The forum is now open for questions. If any, is there any questions or queries that?
No, ma'am, there are no questions.
For the answer talk on picnic recycling?
No, ma'am, there are no questions.
There is no questions, ma'am. Thank you. So now I'm requesting the organizer for further announcement. Thanks to Thanks to Dr. Babita and all the speakers for their valuable time and ideas. Now we'll take a short lunch break of 20 minutes and resume our scientific session at 2:35. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are going to resume our third session in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. We'll be resuming our session. So now first, may I ask Dr. Shanmugam, are you here? Dr. P. Shanmugam?
He's connecting.
Because of some technical issues, our guest speaker, Dr. P. Shanmugam, he was not able to complete his talk, so he's asked to resume his talk for 5 minutes. वो ज्वाइन हो चुके हैं.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I've joined. Okay. Okay.
Sorry for the minor errors, everybody. We are having Dr. Shanmugam to complete his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Shanmugam, please. He would be here for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you see my slides, please?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can see, sir.
Okay.
Please go to the slideshow mode. Yeah. Yes, fine, sir. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. it got just immediately the computer got switched off. Extremely sorry for it. And this is where I've been talking about. We have optimized the different parameters for producing biodiesel, and these are the catalysts that we have optimized. And this is the optimum temperature that we have optimized at a specific boiling point. And this is the purification process. After obtaining the biodiesel, we have purified and we have separated the glycerol and the biodiesel. And in the purification, we have followed various steps of water wash and solvent separation like that. And this is the confirmation of our biodiesel test in a large plant. And these are what are the free fatty acids were there in the leather fleshing hydrolyzed soup, and what was left over, what actually the interfering parameter that we tried to find out, and we finally got in which one actually contributes more towards biodiesel production. And this is the engine performance test we have carried out. This is the engine performance test with emission test we have done. And this is the carbon monoxide emissions, hydrocarbon emissions, smoke emissions, and nitrogen dioxide emissions, how we have worked out in the engine. And you can see here at B100 and B20, there isn't been much difference with the petrodiesel. So therefore, we reached up to B50, but afterwards the emissions was very high. So therefore, B50 or B40 was an ideal that we have operated. This is the biodiesel plant. Before we actually taken for a biorefinery, a large scale plant, we did in the 1 liter capacity per batch, and then we did in a 10 liter capacity. Then we did for a 2 tons per day biodiesel plant. And this is the biodiesel poured into our director's cars, and we run successfully. And this is the actual the biodiesel unit that we have built. This is the biodiesel unit, and this is the mincer, and this is the fat recovery unit, and where we have fed the recovered fat oil here, and then it goes into the transesterification tank, then followed by second transesterification tank, followed by separation decanter with centrifugal tank, and then followed by final purifier. The final purifier, we have a over glass, see-through glass on the outside. We could see through this, and the separated glycerol and biodiesel we can see from the top, and then we recover from here, siphon it out, and use it for parts. So this is the actual biodiesel plant. This is a biodiesel plant. We have done with the different testing in the site itself. So this is all the. So now we have come into the bioethanol plant production. So we got a hydrolyzed soup, and that hydrolyzed soup mixed with the treatment plant sludge, and whatever the residue after recovering the fat oil, the remaining goes into the bioethanol production together with the treatment plant sludge as well as molasses. So this is the entire separation of bioethanol unit. And this is the batch study that we have done with the different mixing blend ratio. And then finally, we optimized what is the seed sludge to substrate ratio is required, what pH it is, what optimum temperature that we worked out. And finally, we got various parameters optimization. And finally, the bioethanol process. So that is the in the field level bioethanol plant. So then the biohydrogen unit, the residue comes out of the bioethanol. We have taken to the biohydrogen unit. This is the biohydrogen unit in the first stage, and the second unit in the biomethanization stage. So whatever the overflow comes after the production of hydrogen, it goes into the methanizer at the bottom, and methane is produced and collected. So there is a separate gas holder. This is the hydrogen gas holder, and this is the methane gas holder. Then from here, we take it for purification. Then after purification, we are using it for cars and buses. So this is the hydrogen unit and methane unit built recently. And this is the technology that we have demonstrated to our Prime Minister Modi ji as a part of the Ganga Action Plan. So because I've demonstrated this for the solid waste, we also tried for the liquid waste. And then how we could make the Ganga Action Plan as a renewable energy based Ganga Action Plan system. So this is the zero liquid and zero solid discharge based renewable energy based Ganga Action Plan system we have developed. And this is to our Prime Minister Modi ji at Vigyan Bhavan. We have demonstrated what could be the zero emission and high energy fetching Ganga Action Plan technology we have demonstrated at Vigyan Bhavan during the All State Ministers Environmental Conference. That's what we did at the end of it. So now we are taking it as mission mode project in the national level on wherever there is a high strength of wastewater, wherever there is a high strength of sewage, wherever there is a high strength of solid waste. As much as possible, we try to convert these organic substrate into various biofuels. So that's the end of this presentation that I gave. Thank you very much for your opportunity that you have given to me to make a presentation. I personally thank Dr. Raisa for he has really patient enough to taught me how this can be made at the beginning. Of course, we have been doing it before, but I don't know how this has happened today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your opportunity given to me for this presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I can take up any questions if anybody wants to ask.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time and your talk. Bye. We have a question.
If there's any one or two questions, I can take it up.
Yes, sir. We have a question for you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Nice presentation.
Yeah.
Sir, I have an query.
Yeah.
In the biodiesel production,
yeah,
you are getting glycerol as a byproduct.
Yeah.
So how much percentage you are getting, sir?
Glycerol was 65%.
Okay. How about quality, sir? I mean, like purity.
Yeah, actually, now we got another project from Department of Science and Technology to purify this glycerol and to convert into a better usable byproduct as a glycerol.
Okay, sir. What are the impurities are there, sir, in the glycerol?
Glycerol, there is a little bit of amino acids were there, a lot of amino acids.
Okay.
And there were olefins, we got some other impurities we got, but exactly I don't remember now.
How much percentage, sir, that impurity? In 65, how much percentage of impurities are there?
Around 15%, I would say, 15 to 16%.
Okay. So is it possible to separate, sir, those that
yeah, it
amino
is
acids, everything?
Through a liquid or liquid solvent extraction, we are trying to separate it out.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, through the various separate. Actually, we followed only two processes. We are trying to separate it out.
So, which means you are getting 50% glycerol as a byproduct.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Now, moving forward to the third session, recent advancements in biochemistry and biotechnology. I would like to invite our session chair, Dr. Aarti, Principal Scientist, Adsorption and Membrane Separation Lab, Separation Process Division at CSIR, Indian Institute of Petroleum. Dr. Aarti joined CSIR-IIP in 2009, and she has research interest in carbon capture technology, material for adsorption, catalysis, and separation science and technology. Now, I welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thanks for inviting me and nice introduction. I am privileged to be the part of its SEFCO virtual event, as the theme of this technical session 3 is recent advances in biochemistry and biotechnology. In this technical session 3, we have 3 lectures, 1 keynote lecture and 2 guest lecture. And the time duration for keynote lecture is 25 minutes and for guest lecture it is 20 minutes, followed by a question and answer session. And the question and answer will be taken after each lecture. So with this, our first speaker of this session is Dr. Sandeep Narayan Mudliar from our own CSIR family, CSIR-IIP Mysore. Dr. Sandeep is currently working as Senior Principal Scientist at CSIR-IIP. He has done his MTech in Chemical Engineering from ICT Mumbai. Then he has done his PhD in chemical bioprocess engineering from NERI. Then he moved to Duke University, USA as a Raman Fellow. His area of expertise are biofuels, wastewater treatment, zero liquid discharge, advanced oxidation process for wastewater treatment and food applications, LCA, sustainability and cleaner processing. So with this brief introduction, I am inviting Dr. Sandeep N. Mudlia for his talk on biogas, bioethanol, algae-based CO2 sequestration, scale-up challenges and research needs relevant to Indian scenario. Over to Dr. Sandeep.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Are you able to see my slides?
And sir, kindly make it to slideshow mode.
Now it is visible.
The slides are visible, but these are not in full screen mode.
I have made in full screen mode. Now it is visible. I have made in full screen mode.
Okay, sir.
Can I start?
Yes, sir, start the session.
Okay. So at the outset, thanks for the invitation. And I will be just touching upon some points raised by all the experts in the inaugural session. And especially since the conference or the symposium is organized by students, what are the key research needs which are relevant to India, and what are the sub projects we need to take it forward for commercial implementation, without forgetting that this problem has originated because of sustainability issues, and the holistic and integrated research needs will be presented in this talk. So I will go first and tangential on the problem, and then we'll come at the actual points. You can skip this. This is all been done, as Dr. Anjan Ray pointed out in the morning. We require a holistic approach. Biofuel is one of the candidates in this chain. So first, hello.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, but your slides are not moving.
Can you load the slides from there? Because as Dr. Shanmugam also faced the same problem.
Yes,
okay,
sir. You can mail us, then we can upload this slide here.
Already mailed. I have mailed to that SEFCO@IIP.res.in.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. We will share it soon, within 1 minute.
Sir, is shared. You can please start, sir.
Please go to the next slide. Okay, this I will skip. Next slide. See, please understand the geopolitical and the economics of our country. We had to meet Millennium Development Goals by 2000. Next slide. Next slide. So now we are now going to implement Sustainable Development Goals. So you can see at the last line of the slide. No. So we require a holistic approach, including social, environmental, economic. And I will add one more point. We have to generate livelihoods. So sustainability livelihood is also important. Then additionally, we can address the energy issue, sustainable problem. Next. Next, please. So these are the holistic Indian missions for climate change. You can see energy, water, green India, sustainable agriculture, all are integrated. So any aspect of climate change, biofuel is only one of the candidates. Next. So already for existing industries, there is a under B, they have to improve every year 5% energy efficiency. which requires deep process analysis. So this also at CSIR, we have started this program. So this is one opportunity to reduce energy. Next. So these are the opportunities for reducing energy via reducing the specific energy consumption via technology analysis and upgradation under various missions. Next. This one important aspect I want to see, which is often forgotten, like energy, multiple options are there. We don't have any second option for water. So we are a water stressed countries. So energy and water and food all has to be thought in an integrated fashion. So I have given you what are the water use efficiencies, emerging zero liquid discharge, solid waste management is there. Even in our CSR labs, we have to implement. Okay, so unlike energy, there is no second water. So water has to be holistically integrated into the biofuel spectrum. Next. These are some of the ratios. Water will be roughly 10 to 200 kg per kg of any biofuel product. So this has to be optimized. Next. Next slide, please. So this is also, we have to understand learnings from 1G ethanol. This is a legacy problem from 1G ethanol near Mysore. I don't want to name the industry. So 1G ethanol had huge problems of wastewater. So that has to be factored in while developing 2G and any other biofuel technology. Next. This was the recent report released during COVID. For next 10 years, how to improve energy efficiency, especially in industry and domestic sectors. So you can see process improvement is one of the key aspect. And it will be very important to mention here what Professor JB Joshi had suggested. You should take a whole industry and guarantee them you will reduce their energy consumption by 20% or 30%, which is possible by deep science and analysis. So with this background, next slide. This is a recent program initiated after COVID at CSIR. We are looking at existing industry to integrated energy and sustainability management. Next. This involves deep process, energy, environmental, water, waste footprint, cleaner technology adoption under various schemes which are already under the government of India, under pulp industry, dairy industry, distillery industries. So having a pan CSR team which is ideally positioned to reduce energy, improve technology, enforce emerging leads in existing projects at CSR. So this has an interface of energy. That's why I wanted to show this rather than going for new technologies, because new technologies will require additional new capex and opex. And if you see the World Bank report, India for any basic infrastructure has 1/5 the cost per person. So we have to be very wise in involving any new capex investment. So this is nothing but to improve energy efficiency, water, technology upgradation in existing industrial sectors. Next. So this we are working in a sugar distillery and bioethanol industry. You can see about 5 crore farmer means 25 crore people are linked to the sugar sector. So Indian government gives a subsidy of 6 rupees for exports. Means because of high energy consumption and other issues, we are uncompetitive. So we are trying to have meetings to improve and also introduce next generation technologies in the sugar for 1G ethanol industries as indicated in the point indicated in red. For the lack of time, I'll skip to the next slide, please. So now I'll come giving an overview of the extrinsic aspects of energy. Now I'm come to the intrinsic aspects of biogas. This everybody knows. Next. Next slide. So this is the biogas purification. Okay. Here I'll just, since I come from the food industry, if biogas is only free from H2S, you can straight away generate power. You don't have to remove CO2, which is a requirement in bio-CNG. So you can generate power. So now Pepsi, Haldiram, Dinshas, Balaji Vapors, everybody is using biogas with H2S removal. to straight away generate power. Next. Okay. So these are the key opportunities. Please understand, in energy, every step will have an energy penalty. So to the best of my understanding, the most simpler, the most sustainable process with lowest capex and opex is biogas. Second, it can be integrated with all types of waste. Third, India generates huge municipal solid waste. So only MSW is the most sustainable. And since it's an anaerobic process, the energy requirements are minimum. And the most important, it can be beautifully integrated with the rural community, municipal corporations, similar to the dairy model. So it will generate livelihood. So you are solving 3 to 4 problems in one go with the lowest capex and opex. It will not have a huge capex, opex, and lead times for development as in case of hydrogen. Okay, next slide. So these are the exact challenges. This is not collected from any literature. This is based on our experiences in the food industry. You can see the main biogas challenges, why biogas plants have failed. Lack of fundamental understanding of the metagenomics. Okay, huge operational and maintenance problems, and understanding of rheology mixing patterns in digester, because generally all the bacteria will have higher density. Some substrates like lipids, oil, they have floating characteristics. So how you can understand the mixing? The science can be developed even in small scale, and if the science is sound, engineering science is sound, the scale up can be sound. And in case of biogas purification, you please see the existing plants on H2S removal. Unless sulfur cycle is established, you go from one problem, you solve one problem, you will generate secondary problems. Okay, then the main is, what are the energy penalties while purifications? So technology benchmarking objectively, suppose I am using adsorption separations, I am using ferric solutions, I am using water, I am using NOH. What is the energy penalty per kg of biogas produced? And what are the operation costs? So unless this is integrated, we will have multiple technologies. And for the investor, for example, when you purchase a car, there is a proper comparison because it has evolved. Why I'm giving the car industry? Because car industry, service industry, and dairy industries, these are the model industry in India, where India stands almost number 1 to number 3 with established science, technology, vendor development, and the business model. Okay, so like this, data is required to be collated, compiled, analyzed objectively. Next slide. I'm just giving you some data which I could get from international literature, and unfortunately very limited in the Indian literature. These are some high solid digesters in the European countries, which in Indian condition mostly will have a lot of problems. Why I'm telling, when 1G ethanol was established, we adopted similar technology for our molasses. So that story is well known. At some other time, I can discuss details when the technology of anaerobic digestion was forced on 1G ethanol. Next slide. These are some of the data I am giving you. This type of data is required to be collated by somebody, especially through some type of arrangement. In India, suppose there are 10 technologies on biogas. What is the OLR kg per meter cube? Higher OLR will reduce the footprint. So what is the material of construction? What is the biogas purity? Like this, at least, and we should have 100 days plant data operation of all the technologies. Okay, ideally is 1000 days, but minimum 100 days of operational data at least a 100 kg scale to a 1 ton scale. If 1 ton is not possible because of financial issues, we at least should have 100 days operating data, even in a 10 kg reactor, properly analyzed for all the multiple parameters, including the microbiological profile. Next slide. This I am giving you the entire material balance of a European technology. So I will be happy if during the next presentations on biofuels, if at India, all the multiple technologies, we have this type of data without disclosing other things because of IP issues. But this I am getting from European plants. Next slide. These are, I could get some data of the Indian technologies. So you can see as the data, we have very limited data. Okay. So now we can update this. These are some traditional technologies, mostly till 2015. Okay. So ISA technology is also there. Okay. Now a lot of CSIR technologies have come. Next. So considering this limitation, what we did was, in December 2020 was the deadline for food industries and other industries to set zero liquid discharge plants. And how you achieve zero liquid discharge was optional. So since food industries generate lot of waste and including solid waste, so we worked with one industry to establish the next generation of biogas digester. And this was done for a very complex lipid waste. So when milk is processed, from a 1 lakh milk processing industry, about 1 to 2 tons of lipid waste is generated. This is totally not suitable for biogas because of rheology reasons. Okay. So thermodynamically and theoretically, it can give you maximum methane content up to 74% if you do the stoichiometric analysis. But theoretically, you cannot manage in the existing digesters. So what we did was, the industrial partner came on board. So we searched all the plants in India. About he has installed 40 to 50 plants in all the food industries, including multinationals like Pepsi. We studied the plant and then we came to what we can do the next generation. Then we thought it requires a sustainable pretreatment. So we developed multiple pretreatment options, then a novel reactor design, and we also ensured that there will be energy penalty in pretreatment. We did the LCA analysis. So to compensate, we ensured that pretreatment is giving you enhanced biogas up to 30% on a relative scale as compared to the existing plants existing in the food industry, because we had access to the food industry. And then there was a requirement in the food industry, it should also be integrated with zero liquid discharge, because wastewater is also a complementary with the solid waste. So this was a project executed with full scale up by the industry. So we got all the project management team of the industry at our disposal to execute the project. Only the lab scale study was funded by DST. So we have collected 100 days data. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we have limited to 100 days. So we have 100 days solid data, and we are ready to compare it with any technology. And the solid waste plant is 2 tons per day, and the wastewater plant is 100 kiloliters per day. And we also tested 4 to 5 membrane reactors, understood the fouling mechanism. So the science we are trying to do at least for 100 days of operation of the plant. Next, and this can be customized to mix waste, because we have to also have the ability to extrapolate the data. And now 2 plants under this will be coming up. So the industry, the food industry is convinced. So they saw the data, and 2 industries are ready to scale up on the, this is also a full scale demo plant, but up to 10 tons per day, 2 industries already are shown interest and they have visited this pilot plant. Next slide. Now coming to bioethanol. Next slide. Next slide, please. So only one point I want to tell is, India has 50% rural population involved in farming. So the best way to integrate them is integrate the backward supply chain. So the only possibility to integrate the backward supply chain is use of agro residues. And for 1 kg of rice, more than 1 kg of rice straw, wheat straw is produced. So the farmer is already producing, even if you take rice and wheat, more than rice and wheat is producing the rice straw. And there are other problems. Okay. And apart from bioethanol, other valuable product. So where the carbon is coming. So the carbon can come from the agro residues. Okay, even if I am limiting it to crop residues, and multiple products can be thought, more so to integrate the farmer, improve his income, and the chemistry and chemical engineering as well as biology is sufficiently developed to address this problem. Okay, next slide. So this is some calculation. What are the net energy saving? Next slide. This is a recent review on 2021. You can see in this review, water is missed. Okay, because the title talks of relevant to India. So unless water balances are made, this is the latest review of life cycle assessment. Next slide. Okay, this will also skip, but there are also emerging opportunities like Brazil, where you can also make vehicles with 100% bioethanol. Okay, next slide. So I'll not go to detail. I have listed all the problems. Okay. So first, in pre-treatment, multi-objective optimization has to be done using experimental and modeling tool. Okay. Even cost can be a modeling parameter and the multiple pre-treatment type. And also non-chemical methods has to be explored, because if you want to valorize multiple products apart from bioethanol, you require a non-chemical approach. So at CFTR, we are attempting it, because multiple products for high-end use requires a acid and alkali-free process. Then understanding of rheology during pre-treatment, reactor design, and scale-up using sound chemical science and engineering. Now, mostly it is done without fundamental understanding of chemical reactor design principles. So this is required in pre-treatment. Then enzymatic hydrolysis, whether fed batch is good, batch is good, that has to be studied, and all the design rules of batch, fed batch has to be adopted. The main thing is our substrates are different from the international substrates. So we have to generate multiple pre-treatment, multiple inhibitor generated from multiple substrates for Indian relevant substrates. We have to generate that data. And the most important point, the wastewater generated quality of wastewater as a function of multiple feedstocks, and the learnings from 1G ethanol has to be factored in. Because 1G ethanol was unique for India because it was molasses based. So a lot of learnings has to be factored in by talking to industry experienced people, researchers who worked on 1G ethanol. Then this is a new guideline which is unique and very restricted to India and few countries, zero liquid discharge. So zero liquid discharge, the cost of the plant goes by 3 times. Okay, there is a huge energy penalty, because more than the conversion cost. If you see NREL reports, the wastewater treatment cost is likely to be higher, and more than higher capex I can manage because of scales, but I cannot manage the energy penalty because it will involve RO. It will involve RO, multiple effect evaporators, okay, and even spray drying, or as you can see in the pharma industry. Okay, but our biofuel product will be expected production cost of 50 rupees. Then detailed process modeling. This is generally missing in the biotechnology sector. What are the net energy balances of the process, net energy ratio, life cycle assessment, process modeling, optimization, control, because our product is a bulk product and the cost will not exceed 50 rupees per liter. And in future, maybe to achieve this cost and more the energy positive ratios, at least 60%, we may have to do co-product valorization, and we have to work with appropriate partners for a proper, even at 100 kg demo has to have proper long-term data, so that we generate scientific data for scale-up. This generally is missing, and maybe I have some data, other labs may have some data, everybody has to come together. So we can even have venture capital funding for this, provided we pool our resources together and all our leads together. Next slide, please. So this, what we did was, when we started a wet oxidation as a PhD problem, okay, because funding was a problem, because in food industry, they don't accept acid alkali. Can I valorize the crop residue to multiple C5 based compounds? So we tried to compare our wet oxidation with multiple reports. So why I'm indicating this, this was a limited to PhD problem. If we all come together and do a comparative assessment, this plant was conceptually scaled up at 120 tons per hour using simulation and modeling softwares. So what is the advantage of a comparative assessment? Even if your assumptions are not ideal, or if there is a lack of data, on a relative basis, you are most likely to arrive at a very refined conclusions. For example, this analysis showed that wet oxidation will be at least 20% costly as compared to acid alkali, not for bioethanol plus C5 valorization to some prebiotic compounds. But this was restricted to a PhD problem. So the point I want to drive is, after the basic R&D is done, or more so during the basic R&D, if such type of exercise is done, even if you have 1 kg data or a 5 kg data, this type of simulation exercise helps to understand the bottlenecks in the process. Next slide, please. So we did a small technology integration study with very minimal funding for 1 year between various CSIR labs. And to be honest, the funding was only for 1 year with one student and some few chemicals. So we re-established what we have at CSIR, because NIST already has a pilot plant and Indian Institute of Chemical Technology already has a pilot plant, but we ran multiple options. So I'm happy to inform that we have in situ enzymes. I have given the cost. We have mapped all the wastewater streams from each unit operation combined. Okay. And we have our indigenous enzymes. Okay. And we have integrated the expertise of the entire CSR lab to come up with this process package. Okay. And we have a 1 ton plant in operation, which we have tested multiple options. Okay. So those interested can further contact CSR. I cannot disclose more because of obvious reasons, but I have given on the left side what are the details done, so we can share the data after the NDA is signed if anybody is interested. Next slide, please. So we got reports that there is no data on the wastewater generated from 2G ethanol. So we have estimated this entire plant cost, okay, with actually wastewater treatment providers who design big plants. So I can say I have not disclosed the actual values. We have 25 set of data sets for the wastewater characteristics from various subunits of ethanol with multiple pretreatment and multiple substrates. So I have given you 3 scenarios of the wastewater treatment package with the cost. Okay, so we have multiple options for wastewater treatment. This is all tested up to 100 kg scale with the pilot plant operation of 1 ton per day scale at NIST Trivandrum as well as IICT. So I was responsible for the wastewater know-how development. Next slide, please. So since we work on wastewater treatment, since we require wastewater treatment from December 20 onwards in all the apartments in Bangalore, all the even PU colleges, CSR labs, zonal centers. So we also established this technology at our own CFTR. This is a plug and play technology. It doesn't have to be operated like a biological treatment. We have done deep science-based analysis for 28 parameters of the ATP. We have used complex modeling techniques, multiple experiment techniques. We have monitored the trace pollutant coming from the CSR labs, and the plant is running from 2 years. And we also submit annual returns to the board under various acts of the board. So we have established 2 plants at CFTR and 2 are under commissioning to various licenses. So this is extension of the advanced oxidant technologies for multiple domestic wastewaters. Next slide, please. So we have also tested this, since we had this plant, and we tested for dairy, sugar, distillery, 1G ethanol, textile industry, pharma industries. Okay, and this plant is running for 2 years, and we have all the scientific data because we have to submit all the data to the board. And you can see advantages, plug and play, can be customized with existing ATPs. If the ATP is not functioning, we can put a premium option. We can, even some of the ethanol industries want to increase from 30 KLPD to 45 KLPD. The same ATP can be used when there is a capacity expansion in the 1G ethanol industry. So these are some of the highlights, and those interested can visit CFTRA and see this plant. Next slide. So last, how much time I have? Okay. Am I audible? Hello? Hello? Hello?
You're very much audible, but I don't know, the organizer should tell about the time.
I will finish it. Okay. So now, if you see the title of the talk, I have not given algal biofuels. I have given CO2 capture because now in existing industry which has invested capex, even if you develop a technology to capture CO2 which is sustainable, okay, so that is an emerging requirement, because so algae provides that option, but there are huge challenges. Okay, so next slide, please. So this will not go next. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next. So just for 1 kg of algae, if you grow, it roughly captures 2 kg of CO2. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is important. Indian climatic conditions are different. So you have to generate data for climatic conditions, especially the solar intensities and the temperature which are relevant to Indian conditions. Okay, this data is not available in the literature. Next slide. So these are the opportunities. You can fix CO2 under ambient temperature pressure. This is the beauty of algae. But I have given the challenges: slow kinetic, slow growth rate, and kinetic understanding. Why I have given you kinetic understanding? When CO2 was captured with various solvents, primary amines, the fundamental understanding of kinetics was there to design the reactor. And in CO2 capture, since energy penalty is there at every step, so deep kinetic understanding is there, because in algal it will not be dictated by mass transfer, it will be dictated by kinetically controlled reactions. So I can give you the biomass productivity at CFTRA which we achieved. In the literature they go up to 1000 milligram, which we could not get. Okay. The second challenge is limited light penetration. So, but fortunately there is a huge development in the light technologies, so that can be factored in to develop photobioreactors with 24 hours of light. And third is the limited tolerance to CO2. Okay, but that can all be addressed because fundamentally you can capture CO2 under ambient temperature and pressure. So that is the basis on which I feel, but it will take its own time to mature. Next slide. So this I have listed all the research and technology needs for Indian climatic condition. Proper repository is required. We have so many people working on algae. We require an Indian repository with benchmarking. Okay, effect of SOx and NOx. Then you have to use deep molecular tools like metagenomics under climatic conditions under which algae will be operated. So you have to grow. At CFTRA we have attempted this. We'll be shortly publishing the results. Main is nutrient recycling. Okay, and the associated energy penalties. Then net energy ratios and life cycle assessment to guide key bottlenecks and key performance indicators for each unit operation. Suppose my biomass productivity is 2, If I increase to 2.5, what is the energy advantage will get? How much nutrient I have to add? Because everything is interlinked. Then long-term performance operation, at least in a 100-liter reactor, because these are cheap reactors, the capex will be less. You can build a plant in 5 lakhs to 8 lakh rupees. So 100 liters, but somebody has to monitor it for at least 3 climatic seasons. This data doesn't exist in international literature. Next slide. Next slide. So this CFTRI, since I joined only 6 years back, so we have been doing algae for food applications. And LCA, we have established a lab because CFTRI has ISO 14001. So the new standard which came in 2018, life cycle assessment was not mandatory, but life cycle perspective was mandatory. So when we upgraded the standard, we thought we will establish a LCA lab. And ideal was to study the algal technology which is implemented on full scale at various locations at CFTRI and do the LCA. Next slide, please. So this is up to 10,000, 1,000 to 10,000 liter algal ponds at CFTRI. This was set up in the 90s. Okay. And with that time, the industrial partner was the Thapar Group. Okay. Next slide. So this is also some alternate applications of algae where we have filed number of patents. So I have given the scientists who are responsible, Dr. Sharada and Dr. Chauhan, because food color is a basic emerging need because of health aspects. Sustainability health is also very important. So the intrinsic aspect of sustainability is our internal health. So the food color. So we have a number of patents, but we require investors further development. We have proved up to 10,000 liter at CFTRI. Right? Next slide, please. This, since we thought these algal reservoir ponds were as old when Maruti 800 was launched. So we thought of upgradation of the pond. So we upgraded this pond. This was indigenously, control systems were designed completely indigenized, and we developed up to 100-liter scale. The total cost was less than 7 lakh rupees. And we removed the entire sodium bicarbonate in the system. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the paper. I'm only showing selected paper.
Sir, can we try to make it short?
Okay. So this is only I'm emphasizing cleaner processing options. So we remove the entire ash content of spirulina. So similar approaches are required for cleaner processing in biofuels also. Next slide, please. So this is photobioreactors which we tried to develop on our own with deep engineering science, because even if 5 liter, if the engineering science is thorough, we can scale up based on the scale up rules of chemical engineering. Next slide. I'm finishing in 1 minute. Then we did LCA using full scale data of our licensees up to 7 lakh liter reservoir pond. Next slide. Next slide. This full scale plant data which we got for LCA. Next slide. So this is the multiple options for LCA, but with actual primary data, multiple options of drying. So I am showing this may also be relevant to 1G ethanol, 2G ethanol, and other biofuels. Next slide, please. This is the 7 scenario analysis. Next slide. With all the recycling of water, nutrients, this is the prediction. So at existing algal productivity of full scale, which is existing in India, about 50 plants exist based on old technology. You have to increase productivity by 3-fold. Okay. So we have predicted various net energy ratios, but still it is achievable. We require a 40% improvement in the efficiency, but because of development in the electrical motor technology, even the existing algae plants can become net energy positive. Next slide, please. For CO2 capture, I am not talking about biofuels. These are the papers which are all recent on LCA. You can see why I'm indicating this is based on primary data. Next slide. These are the challenges. I will not skip. I will skip. Next slide. So this last slide is there. There are various environmental dimensions, economic dimensions, social dimensions, cultural dimensions, plus the livelihoods. So you have to integrate all the aspects in any technology development. Okay. Next slide. So this only, since I come from the food industry, this is an emerging concern because we are consuming a lot of contaminated food. So this was a presentation I was asked to do for a medical community, especially the diabetic prone people. So this, I'm just highlighting because I'm from the food industry. So this we are taking care of the next. This is a recent cleaner processing approach for a immune product with all the deep biochemistry analysis, animal scale trials. And since in the first today some presentation, some speaker was telling, you should have new models to work with industry. So this is a new model which is implemented.
Mudlia, we are out of time. Could you please wrap in 30 seconds?
Yes, sir. So will be developed with the industry where the innovation we release. Next slide. Next slide. Last slide. So this is just a mango juice for the industry with circular economy we are trying to develop. Next slide. This is the take-home message. Left side food products are there, right side biofuel products are there. You can see all the petroleum products, the cost, I'm telling you, the purchase price of the customer cannot exceed 100 rupees. And you see a food product cost with primary processing, it is more than 100 rupees. So we should have focused basic sciences using transdisciplinary research for sustainable biofuel technology and deep engineering sciences. And 5 decades of learning from the petroleum industry needs to be factored in to develop robust and sustainable processes. Next slide. So these are acknowledgement. So mostly I executed projects through PhD fellowships with limited funding. Okay, so I want to acknowledge all the people indicated in the slides, all the CSIR sister labs, academic institutes, especially ICT Mumbai and ISC, and all my students, because we work with limited fundings. And especially I want to acknowledge the startup entrepreneurs and MSMEs who have a lot of vision and courage to position our research. They take that call. So I learned a lot of things from the industry, especially the small startups. Next slide. So thank you very much. So everything, finally, every study has to be enlightening and fruitful. So we generally move towards sustainable lifestyles. Thank you very much. I will be happy to answer if any queries are there.
Challenges related to biogas and biomass and different energy related issue also. So now the session is open for question and answer. If there is any question.
No, ma'am, we do not have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Then we can move ahead for our second speaker. Our next speaker in this session is Dr. Said Shams Yazdani. He's currently working group leader, microbial engineering, ICG-ED, New Delhi. Dr. Said has done his PhD in biotechnology from JNU, New Delhi. Later, he was a postdoc fellow at ICG-ED, New Delhi, and continued there as a research scientist. He was also research associate at Rice University, Houston, USA. He established the biofuel research and also established the Center of Excellence at ICG-ED, New Delhi. His recent achievements include development of most potent enzyme preparation for use in 2G ethanol process with the use of synthetic biology and genome editing tools in fungal system. He is the member of various Government of India committees like DBT, DST, BIRS, AIRAC, etc. He also represents in India in different technical expert group of synthetic biology at the UN Convention of Biological Diversity. He also completed different international projects with UK, Australia, US. He is also the member of editorial board of Scientific Reports, Journal of Industrial Microbiology and Biotechnology. He has published more than 70 publications in high impact factor journals such as JBC, Nature Communication, and more than 15 patent applications, including US, 1 Chinese patent, and 2 Indian patents. So with this, now I would like to invite Dr. Said to give his talk on designing biological systems for production of sustainable advanced fuel. Over to you, Dr. Said.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you see my slides?
Yes, sir, the slides are visible.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. Let me start by thanking Dr. Anjan Ray and the organizer of this event for giving me this opportunity to talk about some of my work. I'll try to give a bird eye view of what we are doing in next 15-20 minutes. Besides being group leader at ICGB, which you can see through this slide, a very beautiful campus, and you're most welcome to visit. I also coordinate DBT funded DBT ICGB Bioenergy Center, where the major theme is on second generation biofuels using agricultural residues and the third generation biofuels using algal biomass. My personal research focuses on the second generation biofuels on agricultural residues, so I'll focus on that part. This has already been shared by other speakers, so I'm not going to spend too much time on why we should work on second generation rather than first generation. Let me just move forward on the science behind it. So basically, the agricultural residues, as you all know, are composed of lignin, hemicellulose, and cellulose. And if we want to make fuel out of it, we have to first loosen it and get rid of the lignin, and that is mainly done through the pre-treatment via thermochemical treatment. And then the loosened structural polymer, which is hemicellulose and cellulose, are sacrificed using the enzymes, cellulases and hemicellulase. And then the monomer that are made, basically C5 and C6 sugar mixture, are fermented to ethanol. Now, being a biotechnological institution, we collaborate for the first part, which is a pre-treatment part, to our collaborator like DBT ICT Center, DBT IOC Center, and other people who do chemical engineering portion of this whole technology. We focus on the saccharification part, where the enzymatic efficiency is very important. C5, C6 fermentation, which is another challenge in this area. And then in addition to ethanol, can we make a higher energy dense molecule like butanol, long chain alcohol, and alkane? So biomass is very recalcitrant, and why not? It should be, because the nature made it in that way. The tree or the plant has to stand using these structural polymer on its feet. It can't run away from the nature. So the problem with us is that this recalcitrancy makes it difficult to get the sugar out of it. So you can see that this is a cellulose chain, a very nice linear polymer of glucose. But because of this very nice stacking on each other, they are very tightly hydrogen bonded, and the water molecules are difficult to approach inside. And therefore, hydrolysis is a key problem. Nature has given us biological means to hydrolyze. These needs to be recycled, and these are done through the various cellulases and hemicellulases. I have listed some of the core, I call it as a core cellulases, because I will let you know that there are hundreds of different enzymes that together work to make efficient biomass hydrolysis. So these cellulobiohydrolase, endoglucanase, and LPMO, and beta-glucosidase, these are a core minimal enzymes that are needed for biomass hydrolysis. But several other enzymes, we call it as the next auxiliary enzymes, like solanine and hydrophobins, they help in hydrolysis process. They all are needed there. And then you have further hemicellulase, which is another very heterogeneous polymer, and you need a series of different set of enzymes to hydrolyze that. So it suggests that the whole process are not as simple as hydrolyzing just starch, which you need just two enzymes, amylase and glucoamylase. There are a series of different kind of enzymes. So you really need a very, very strong platform to make these enzymes. Now, of course, because it's not just one or two enzymes, you can't screen based on the enzyme activity. There had been many decades of research in India that had gone. Most of them had focused on screening for a good enzyme producer in terms of the activities. It could be endoglucanase, exoglucanase, beta-glucosidase, any of them. But the key is that not one enzymes are involved in biomass. There are a combination of these enzymes. So effectively, what is really needed is the efficiency of enzyme that can hydrolyze the biomass. We made a small equation, a mathematical model, basically to judge the efficiency of all these enzymes, including the activities of these enzymes, to hydrolyze the pre-treated biomass. And with the help of DVT support, we had a robotic system to screen the large number of isolates coming from different culture collections or our own isolates. And through the weighted sum matrix score, we try to look for the best scoring strain. Here I'm representing one strain, which is Penicillium phenoclosum, given a best score and the criteria that we had set up. And when we compared the enzyme coming from this strain with the enzyme that was available with us, including the advanced enzymes, and then the CTEC enzymes, Novozyme enzymes that were available with IOCL, they've tested our enzyme and they found that our enzymes are very close to the commercial enzymes that are available. So obviously that gave us a confidence that we can move forward to understand the physiology and biology of the enzyme so that we can improve further. Now, to do that, we had to do a very detailed genomics and proteomic analysis to understand what is the composition of those enzymes that are secreted by the fungus that we have isolated. We also try to understand that in what conditions are these enzymes secreted in the media, and what are the key substrates or the inducer that will help to induce these enzymes in a faster way. Then we try to identify the key enzymes and went deep into it and understood the functionality and structure of those enzymes, and including some of the understanding of the accessory enzymes that were key in hydrolyzing the key key biomass. Now, just to give you a view of these, so these are the number of enzymes that we discovered coming from the supernatant, and these enzymes are basically suggesting that more than 80 or 85% of the protein that was secreted by the strain that I'm talking about is basically K-enzymes, which are carbohydrate active enzymes. And here I show that this GH7, one of the very key enzymes, one of the cellobiohydrolase, very important for hydrolyzing the crystalline biomass, was secreted in the maximum quantity. And we did structural modeling and kinetics to understand the role of the CBH1, and we realized that the CBH1 in comparison to Trichoderma raceyi CBH1, which is much more common in the industrial setup, had a higher kinetic efficiency and much more tolerant to its product as compared to the Trichoderma raceyi. And we did the structural modeling to understand the reason behind it. It had a very nice open channel to adjust its substrate, and it could expel the product much faster with the help of this extra loop. So obviously, by all this analysis, we finally came to a conclusion that this is a very good host to improve further efficiency and titer of the enzymes. So we started developing the genetic tool to engineer the genome of the host, and we encountered a problem because this being a natural isolate, it was almost resistant to all the antibiotics that are normally used to screen the genetically engineered strain. Through various transcriptomic approach, we understood the reason for these resistance, and we got rid of the resistance or the tolerance, and we developed tools to engineer the Penicillium phenoclosum. And here in this side, we show that using that tool, we deleted a repressor, which is a MIG-1 homolog. Basically, this repressor, a little bit of glucose built up in the media will prevent the cellulase enzymes to secrete. And after deleting, you can see that the enzyme activity as well as the quantity both improved into in the culture. Now, of course, that had opened a very good manzil for us, a kind of, where we can try to achieve as much efficient enzyme overproduction or deletion as possible. So, for example, while analyzing, we realized that the LPMO, which is another key enzyme to break the crystalline cellulose along with the CBH1, and we did a detailed analysis of this. We found that it is a very, very efficient thermostable enzyme. And when we overexpress these two together in the background of the MIG-1 deletion, we found that our enzyme activity further increased. We shared the enzyme with our various collaborators, and when the comparison was made with the CTEC-3HS, found that to achieve the same kind of biomass hydrolysis, you need a little lesser enzyme from the diisozyme 3, which was coming from the engineered strain, as compared to CTEC-3HS. So that had helped us to take this technology further, and DBT funded for this to scale it up to 15,000 liter level. Now we have this technology already scaled up to 15,000 liter. We have sent these enzymes to various 2G manufacturers who can test out these enzymes for further commercialization purpose. Now, the important thing is the US patent has been granted on these enzyme technology, and Indian patent is also in the process of being granted. So hopefully this will be achieved in the scaling up will be done in a very, very smooth fashion. The next important thing that I told in the beginning was that C5 fermentation. So around 30% of the agricultural residues are basically a C5 sugar. Now, typical yeast will not be able to ferment C5 sugar. Therefore, a lot of engineering has been done. Now, a huge amount of patent and the literatures are available that yeast has been engineered in converting C5 sugar to ethanol by importing the pathway of C5 fermentation into it. Now, we wanted to do something different. We wanted to do something new. So we thought that why not to take a strain which already have a C5-C6 fermentation pathway, and can we divert the flux towards ethanol? So we have taken some of the key strain of E. coli, which was very efficient in fermenting C5 and C6 together. And we basically modulated an indigenous pathway to divert the flux towards C5 and C6, of C5 and C6 towards ethanol. Now, of course, the productivity had to be improved, and that we used adaptive evolution to improve the productivity of ethanol. And then we made the E. coli further tolerant towards the furfural and hydroxymethyl furfural that are typically generated during the hydrolysis purpose. Now, these are simply the results, so showing that how we made the engineering so that both xylose and glucose sugar goes to ethanol. These are the data for improvement of specific growth rate when we do evolutionary engineering. And these are the data for
2 minutes more for the presentation.
Sure. These are the data. It's suggesting that most of the xylose is going to ethanol in a very high efficient manner. We also work on beyond ethanol, like butanol and short chain alcohol, where we basically try to show that you can produce butanol both through the fatty acid synthesis pathway and through the fermentative pathway. Now, here the CRISPR-Cas9 technology was utilized to make use of this technology, and we could show that a very marker-free and plasmid-free strain could be built up where a tighter butanol can be made. Now, the last part of the talk is basically on the hydrocarbon. We all know that fossil fuels or the petrol and the diesel that we use are basically hydrocarbon. There's no functional group on that. There was a publication around about a decade back in Science where first time they have imported the pathway from cyanobacteria in E. coli to show that alkane can be made. And then we made various interventions and discoveries to find out new enzymes in these areas, and these basically are a glimpse of that. I won't go into detail because time is not there, but basically after a lot of metabolic model and engineering, we were able to produce a so far highest reported titer of long-chain fatty alcohol, which is another very good fuel molecule along with being a good cosmetic product, as well as the alkane in engineered E. coli. And most of these technology that I mentioned are either being filed patent or the patent have been granted for this. I must thank all the students and the collaborators who helped me to achieve this, what I have presented today. I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Said, for giving the insights of your enzyme-based technology for advanced biofuel. So now with this, the session is now open for question answer. Is there any questions?
So I would like to ask the questions.
Please.
The productions of basically different enzymes from the fungus is generally has been seen that there is a low concentration of the beta glucosidase. And another thing is the exoglucoside and this exocellulase and this endocellulase are generally inhibited by their product inhibition is there, as well as the cellular bias is also the product inhibitions. So how it is being controlled in your enzymes which you have produces and patented this?
Thank you, Dr. Verma. Very, very relevant questions. So let me start by giving a later question answer when you say product inhibition, especially on the cellular biohydrolase. This is very, very true. In fact, if you remember one of the slides that I showed where I showed a structural model and kinetic parameters, the Ki of the inhibition constant of CBH1 from penicillium phenoclosum that you are working were 15 times better or higher than the Trichoderma raceyi Ki. So that means it can tolerate 15 times higher concentration of its product, which is cellobiose, as compared to the Trichoderma raceyi one. So that was a very important point that we raised. And these are the questions that we try to answer in the beginning, that whether the enzymes that are there in the mixture are they worth proceeding further. And all of them looked very promising. About the beta glucosidase, that also very, very important question. So, you know, as I said in the beginning, most of the screening people had done before are based on one or two enzyme activity. While when we were doing screening, in our mathematical model, we try to incorporate that not only enzyme activity, but also biomass hydrolysis potential is taken into consideration. And because you must be in this field, you realize that without a good beta glucosidase, you will not achieve a good biomass hydrolysis potential. And by doing this kind of technical screening, we achieve the strain that we have has already a very good inherent ability to produce a beta glucosidase. Although I must say that the CTEC3 enzyme has almost fourfold higher beta glucosidase than our enzyme. So we are trying to further improve the activity, which we believe will help us to even make it better. But at this moment, it's looking good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, one another question is there.
Yeah, please.
What challenges you have faced while scaling up the engineered enzyme?
So that's a very interesting question. So one thing is the stability of the strain, you know. So these questions will come again to you, that whether the strains are stable or not. Now, remember when you're doing a natural mutagenesis, which is a most traditional way to enhance the activity, you don't really know where are the mutations or the changes in the genome that are happening. Now, if that reverts back, there's no way you can figure out that you can make it again. While when you're doing a targeted engineering, you exactly know what you're doing. Now, you test the stability of the strain for a month or 2 months or 3 months by continuously growing it sequentially. If the strains are sequentially producing consistent level of enzyme, then you know that those engineering that had been done, they are stable. Now, let's say during 3-4 years time, for some reason, those strains started behaving not as per the way you want. You know what engineering you have done, you can again create it. So that is the difference it is. So in the scale up, the stability of the strain is extremely important, that has to be taken care of. And of course, there are other challenges that you will face, like the contamination issues, the titer after number of generations and all that has to be consistent. So those has to be tested at the lab level by doing a number of generation growing and testing, so that you can mimic or replicate what is going to happen at the largest.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable answer.
Thank you, Dr. Saik. There is an announcement for the participant of oral presentation. As we are running little bit late, so the oral presentation will be start around 4:15 p.m. So wait all the oral presenter. So now the next lecture in this session is from Dr. Sanjukta Subodhi. Dr. Sanjukta is currently working as area convener at Microbial Biofuels and Biochemical Study. Dr. Sanjukta is a senior fellow at Energy and Resource Institute, Delhi. She leads the Advanced Microbial Biofuel and Biochemical Research Group at Delhi. His research expertise include microbial production of clean fuels like biohydrogen, biomethane, biomethanol, and green chemicals. She has also worked in downstream purification of green chemicals. She had completed different international research projects with different institutes like Finland, Germany, Australia, South Korea. She has published more than 100 research publications in conference and proceeding that includes 45 high impact factor international publication with a H index of 1024 and I-10 index of 24. And she has also published 4 patents and 3 book chapters. So with this, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjukta Subodhi for her talk on microbes as cell factory for green hydrogen production. Over to Dr. Sanjukta.
Good afternoon to all. Can you all see my slides? Hello?
Yes, Doctor.
Can you see my slides?
Now the slides are not visible. Yes, now the slides are visible.
Okay, is it in full mode?
Yes, it is in full mode.
Okay. Yeah, very good afternoon. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Thank you very much to Dr. Anjan Ray and the SEFCO committee for providing me this platform to showcase some of the research leads that we have got in developing a technology for production of green hydrogen. So my presentation will be focusing on how microbes can be used as a cell factory for production of hydrogen from non-fossil based renewable resources. I will skip this introduction. Briefly, why hydrogen? Hydrogen has been, gaining the attention as a cleanest form of fuel, basically due to its high energy density and the carbon neutral nature. When it burns, it releases just water. As we can see, the hydrogen demand has been rising continuously. If we can see from 1975, the threefold increase in hydrogen demand has been foreseen, even though it has a very good application potential in several downstream sectors, but currently this has been used mostly in the refineries and the fertilizer industries. And to meet this demand, around 70 million tons of hydrogen is being generated globally, mostly by using this natural gas. Almost 3/4 of this hydrogen demand is being produced using this natural gas. The concern over here is the associated release of greenhouse gas, that is a carbon dioxide, while producing hydrogen from this fossil fuel. So there is a dire need to look for the alternative energy pathways where green hydrogen can be produced by using these non-fossil based resources. That is why hydrogen has been generated because of this, rising demand in hydrogen production, which is projected to rise to around 530 million tons by 2050. So hydrogen has been seen as a fuel of the future. So what are those other alternate pathways through which hydrogen can be, rather I would like to say the green hydrogen can be produced where we will not rely on the fossil-based resources. If so, biologically hydrogen can be produced from the alternate resources like using sugary-based substrates, organic waste, biomass, and the biological pathways are more cleaner and greener form. Why? Because these processes can be operated at ambient pressure and temperature, unlike this petrochemical, the physicochemical processes which are being implemented now. And apart from that, the non-fossil based resources we can use as a feed. There are basically four. I will briefly introduce how this hydrogen can be produced through this biological route, and what are the pros and cons, and what are the challenges that are being, should be undertaken to develop this process to scale up level. There are basically four different biological pathways. One is dark fermentation process, where these microbes, especially the anaerobic microbes, obligate both and stick anaerobic microbes like Clostridium, Enterobacter, and Bacillus. They encompass a certain unique biocatalysts like hydrogenase. They catalyze this hydrogen production through this pathway, where we can use this any sugary based substrate, whether it is organic spent matter from industries, food industries, sugar industries, or it is biomass, lignocellulose biomass based sugar, any sugary substrate can be used here. In case of photofermentation, there are different very unique microbes. These are also bacteria, but these are photosynthetic bacteria. They use organic acids, the short chain organic acids, as a feed to produce hydrogen, but this process requires light. Like we can produce through photolysis this hydrogen, certain microbes, algae like spirulina and chlorella, they can produce hydrogen from water through the biophotolysis, we call it, and then the integration of dark and photofermentation processes. Of course, there are different challenges and advantages, but among all these four processes, globally, dark fermentation process has been widely explored by the scientists because the rate of hydrogen evolution is very high over here, and here we can use any organic, the sugary substance, whether it is organic spent matter from any industries. So that is why this process is being widely used. Considering these, so with an aim to develop this technology, especially for green hydrogen production from the sugar industry waste, that is the blackstrap molasses, dairy researchers, we have started this working on this aspect since a decade back. So our goal was to use a range of substrates, broad spectrum substrates, whether it is first generation or next generation feed, to produce hydrogen through a selective, functional screening approach, selective microbes, whether it is pure or the consortium. So we have followed the standard approaches with a goal to isolate the microbe that can feed spectrum substrates. Broad spectrum, having said that, whether it is pentose, whether it is hexose, whether it is complex sugars. So we have collected the samples from the diverse habitats, whether it is northern, southern, eastern, or western part of the nation, and then we have isolated, rather I would say that functionally we have screened this for selection of the microbes, and we have screened in a way that consortium on microbe which could produce hydrogen with high titer and yield efficiency. Eventually, after screening those microbes, we have followed the standard approach for optimization of process parameters, and then subsequently we have upscaled this process in medium scale and the large scale and validated the results with respect to the hydrogen titer and yield efficiency. Like I have mentioned, we have collected the samples from all these habitats across the nation. Among all these microbes, especially the dark fermentative hydrogen producing microbes, Clostridium species are reported to produce hydrogen with high yield and titer. Theoretically, if we can see here, 1 mole of glucose can produce maximum 4 mole of hydrogen. So our benchmark target to select the specific microbe was the microbe that could produce hydrogen with close to this benchmark limit. So we have initially selected one microbial consortium that was composed of basically 2 different species, Butyrichum and bifermentans. The titer was good and the yield efficiency was also good, which you can see is around 3.2 mole of hydrogen per mole of glucose. So initially we have selected this microbial consortium and domestic lab, and gradually we have upscaled this process as the slide shows here. You see, the rationale behind selecting any microbe is that whether using this glucose, synthetic sugar, whether we are getting that benchmark value hydrogen or not. After getting this benchmark value, we have subsequently screened this microbe for use of different sugars, whether it is glucose, fructose, pentose, hexose, and complex sugars, because our ultimate goal was to use the sugarcane blackstrap molasses, which is mainly composed of more 50% of sucrose, which is a mixture of glucose and fructose. So this consortium could utilize both glucose, fructose, as well as sucrose. So hence we have used this blackstrap molasses subsequently, and upscale this process in 3.5 liter scale, 10 liter scale, 100 liter scale, and then in 1000 liter scale. 1000 liter is the working volume that we have carried out in the 1500 liter bioreactor. During this process, hydrogen is generated along with CO2. So the proportion of hydrogen was around 50 to 55%. So volumetric hydrogen we have monitored by passing through that gas flow meter, and the qualitative analysis we could do by gas chromatography, as well as by passing that gas through the online gas analyzer. In summary, in this batch process, we could generate around 2,300 liters of pure hydrogen within the 18 hours time, fermentation time. This was a batch process. As you can see here, hydrogen production started after 3 hours. You can see the flow rate gradually increased by 6 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours, and then gradually eventually decreased after 18 hours. The flow was maximum around 9 to 15 hours, what we can see here. Because of the safety aspects, we have released that gas to as soon as this gas was produced, that was taken out of this bioreactor, passed through the gas flow meter and released into air, because safety is one of the aspects. In terms of the yield efficiency enhancement with respect to the scale up, as we can see, 1.64-fold increase in hydrogen yield efficiency we have observed by scaling up from 100 to 1000 liters scale, but from overall scale up, overall increase was around 2.6-fold increase in hydrogen volume. The challenge, as we can see, 1 mole of glucose can produce only 4 mole of hydrogen, and in a way 30% of the sugar is used for the hydrogen production during this process. Another 2/3 fraction of this sugar, which is 66%, gets converted to the intermediate metabolites, that is mostly acetic acid and butyric acid. So eventually we have developed another process to integrate this dark fermentation process with photo fermentation process that we have integrated in 100 liter scale. Here we are showing this because hydrogen, as soon as it is generated during this fermentation process, it creates a partial pressure. So up to 100 liter scale, we could carry out this process under decreased partial pressure through the water displacement approach. And this spent effluent after this dark fermentation process composed of 0.4 to 0.45% of organic acids That spent effluent we have used as a media for the photofermentation process. This is a inbuilt light in situ sterilized photobioreactor that was specifically designed and fabricated in-house and fabricated locally. And we have used this specific photobioreactor to produce hydrogen production, because photofermentation, as the name indicates, this is also a fermentation process, but it requires light, and this is a strict anaerobic process. In photofermentation process, this we have used this rhodobacter. It is a specific photosynthetic bacterium that we have selected and domesticated in our lab. We have followed the similar approach of hydrogen production from blackstrap molasses. However, the HRT of the process is comparatively low compared to the microbial consortium that we have that I have shown in my previous slides. Subsequently, we have moved towards further development of technology for hydrogen production by using the lignocellulosic biomass as the feed. This I will skip here. So we have selectively screened one C5 and C6 sugar co-fermenting microbe, that is Enterobacter cloacae DT1, that could utilize xylose as well as glucose. With xylose, it has a high yield efficiency, which is around 85% yield efficiency of hydrogen. So we have upscaled this process initially by using the synthetic xylose and glucose in 30-liter scale. We have already published this paper. Subsequently, we use this microbe for production of hydrogen, a range of lignocellulose biomass, as I have indicated here: rice straw, sugarcane bagasse, azolla biomass, wheat straw, and sorghum stover. Rice straws, wheat straw, and sugarcane bagasse biomass hydrolysate, acid-treated hydrolysate we got from DBT IOC Center to use as a feed, and alkaline treated, enzyme hydrolyzed sugarcane bagasse and wheat straw we got from DBT ICT Center, because the DBT also has established another center, bioenergy center, since 3 years back, that is DBT Terry Center. And we have subsequently upscaled this process for hydrogen production from rice straw, wheat straw, and sugarcane bagasse, both using this acid-treated C5 rich hydrolysate, so C5 sugar rich hydrolysate, as well as this enzyme hydrolyzed C6 sugar rich hydrolysate. So we have upscaled this process gradually in 10 liter, 30 liter, and 100 liter scale. This is a 200 liter bioreactor with 100 liter working volume. We have followed the same approach with respect to the hydrogen titer. Twofold volumetric volumetric hydrogen production was observed here, and the hydrogen yield efficiency is around 65 to 70%. Eventually, we have also developed the technology for the production of hydrogen using this aquatic plant biomass, that is azolla and water hyacinth, with a goal to clean these aquatic systems where this water hyacinth is generated in large amount. This water hyacinth also contains 50 to 55% of carbohydrate fractions. So those carbohydrate fractions we have used as a feed and to produce hydrogen. This process we have upscaled in 30 and 100 liter scale. Terry, currently we are working on development of technology for hydrogen production from the algae biomass under a DBT Terry Center of Excellence on Advanced Biofuel and Biocommodity. Under this project, we have installed a 1 lakh liter specific sunlight distributed algal cultivation unit in outdoor Mumbai coast. The algal biomass which is being harvested from this unit is being processed for lipid extraction. After that, the lipid extracted biomass contains around 35 to 40% of carbohydrate. That carbohydrate fraction we are using as a feed for hydrogen production. Considering the time limit, I am moving very fast. Of course, the further aim is to further scale up this process in pre-demonstration scale. All these processes are developed in batch mode because currently we did not have any technology or any tie-up who can assist us in scrubbing this hydrogen from the biogas which is produced during this process, because CO2 is also released. So that this process is being demonstrated in batch mode, not in continuous mode. In order to move to the continuous mode, and we need to integrate with the scrubbing of this hydrogen from CO2, and that hydrogen can be either bottled or integrated with the microbial fuel cell for the electricity generation. We have also done some initial assessment in terms of LC and TE analysis. That results I did not show here, and NER analysis also we have done. From sugarcane blackstrap molasses, we have done this cost analysis, which is around 4 to 5-fold higher cost compared to the current hydrogen production cost in the refineries. That is mainly because of the capex cost and the opex cost, because when we will be moving this technology in a continuous mode in a higher scale, the opex cost will be going down. And also this needs to be integrated with the second stage hydrogen production process, because in first stage we could utilize only 30 to 33% of this energy from this sugar. So I acknowledge gratefully to the entire team who have contributed for development of this process and technology since last 10 years. We have carried out these research studies with the funding support from Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, and Center for High Technology, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjukta. Now the session is open for question. Is there any question?
No, ma'am, we do not have any question.
Okay, as we have no questions, so I would like to conclude this technical session 3.
Thank you very much.
And I would also like to thank all the speakers of technical session 3 for their nice presentation and time. And now the session is closed, and over to Ms. Neha.
Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. Aarti for her valuable time. Thanks to all our speakers for sharing their views with all of us. Now, stepping into our next session, that is oral presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Ganesh Nayak, Senior Scientist and our Event Coordinator from CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum, to conduct the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Neha. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the oral presentation session. Without going to make any delay, I would like to welcome our two judges, Dr. Sridevi Upadhyalu, Professor at IIT Delhi. Ma'am, welcome to the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I would like to welcome Dr. S.S. Ray, ex-Chief Scientist, Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun. Sir, welcome to the session. Okay. In this session, totally 14 presentations. Time slot for each presentation is 5 minutes and followed with question and answer. And evaluation criteria, there are totally 20 marks. It includes a clear communication, understanding of the topic, effective time usage, and response to the question and answer. So I'm going to start this session by welcoming Ms. Anupama Kumari. She's a PhD student at IIT Roorkee. She's going to talk on modeling and simulation of gas production using depressurization from class 1 type gas hydrate reservoir. Ms. Anupama. Ms. Anupama, are you there? Please share your presentation. Ms. Anupama, you are not audible.
Them stable. As I said, that 1 meter cube of hydrate dissociate, and it will dissociate into the 164 meter cube of natural gas plus 0.8 meter cube of water, and it require only less than 15% of the recovered energy for the dissociation. Clathrate had formation turned out to be a major problem for the oil and gas industry because it can clog the pipelines during the transportation of gas under cold condition. The presence of gas hydrate in oceanic sediments was first postulated on the basis of seismic observations. Gas hydrates are stable at certain conditions, that is low temperatures and high pressure. Any disturbance from this condition, that any increase in temperature or any decrease in pressure, that leads to the dissociation of hydrates and leakage of gas from that space. The hydrate stability zone in marine environment is a function of the water depth, the sea flow temperature, and the geothermal gradient. Any changes to the temperature or pressure can lead to the dissociation of gas hydrates and affect the thickness of the stability zone. Now, how the gas hydrates can be formed? Under suitable conditions of low temperature and high pressure, a gas molecule will react with water to form hydrates. The methane in gas hydrates is dominantly generated by bacterial anaerobic degradation of organic matter in low oxygen environments. Thermogenic gas leaking to the surface from a deep thermogenic gas accumulation can form the gas hydrates. In general, there are two types of geological settings in the Arctic and in the permafrost, where hydrates can be formed. In this graph, I am showing the stability condition of gas hydrates, that any changes in the temperature and any changes in the pressure can lead to the disturbance of stability zone of methane hydrates under the same conditions. So methane gas can be leaked after the changes in the stability condition of gas hydrates. There are four main methods for the dissociation of gas hydrates that leads to the dissociation of methane, and there are methane and water. First is thermal injection, in which steam or hot water is injected in that space where the gas hydrates are formed, and it will lead to the disturbance of stability of hydrates, and then gas can be released. Depressurization. In depressurization, we decrease the pressure at that stability zone, and then gas can be removed from from the hydrates. Inhibitor injection. A gas or any liquid inhibitor can be injected in that gas hydrates, and it will lead to the it will inhibit the formation of gas hydrates at that position. In this graph, I am showing that any inhibited injection method can increase the can stop this inhibit or stop the gas hydrate formation at that point. This method can be used in the oil and gas industry for the avoidance of clogging the pipelines. Another method is CO2 CH4 exchange, in which we exchange the CO2 with the methane gas, and we release the methane gas from that hydrates. In the second graph, I am showing the pressure temperature graph, where hydrates begin to form, and after the heating and cooling, hydrate will reach the hydrate equilibrium point, and it will stable at that point. In this work, I am showing the numerical modeling of gas production by depressurization from a theoretical hydrate reservoir using equilibrium model of dissociation through the utilization of tough plus hydrate code. We have studied the several saturation cases by changing the saturation of water, saturation of gas, and saturation of hydrate with the change in withdrawal rate of the gas from gas hydrates. And I am showing the best result of I got that at a saturation of water at 0.3, saturation of gas at 0.1, saturation of hydrate at 0.6. With the withdrawal rate of 0.07, I got the maximum production of gas from that reservoir. So for this, the optimum withdrawal rate was 0.07 kg per second. Withdrawal, as per this second graph, bar graph, I am doing the percent hydrate extraction at the 0.07 kg per second withdrawal rate. I am showing the only one result that we have a time limit.
Anupama,
so conclusion for that, yes, ma'am. Yes. For the system with low gas saturation, the hydrate dissociation is susceptible to high depressurization rate and may lead to well choking. An increase in water and gas dissociation makes hydrate depressurization more selective to dissociate hydrate effectively. For system with evident free gas, initially depressurization leads to the release of free gas. So this is the
tough plus code that you are talking about. What is the basis of that code? Can you please?
Ma'am, actually this code is only designed for, especially designed for the hydrate simulation, for the only hydrate depressurization and thermal distribution. This is especially for the hydrate simulation for the gas production behavior to check and saturation behavior too.
Yes, I'm trying to find out what chemical engineering principle that code is based on. What?
You can say that the conservation equations and all governing equations are there from chemical engineering.
Pardon me?
All conservation equations and thermal pressure, sorry, conservation equations have been used in this stuff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Process we can utilize to convert this low rank coal to the high valuable syngas. So this is the major process diagram where the devolatilization, after the devolatilization step, we get carbon residue, and with the reaction with the steam and the CO2, we finally get the raw syngas along with the primary volatile materials. And these are the basic solid gas and the gas phase reactions which I have highlighted, where in the solid phase we have mainly the Baudard reaction and the Shift reactions, which are the rate determining for this carbon gas coal gasification. And then we have these gas phase reaction like the water gas Shift reactions. And from the commercial point of view, I can say there are broadly three categories of the gasifiers, like fixed bed, antenna bed, and the full bed gasifier. And there are a lot of several commercial suppliers of these gasifiers. But unfortunately, these all commercial technology are for the low grade coal, in the high grade coal, which have very high energy content, but not for specific to the Indian coal. Like as you can see in this slide, there Indian coal is compared to the other coals, we have very highest content, 24 to 36%, or sometimes even 40-50%. And because of that, the energy content is quite low, and we are not able to get the good quality of the syngas. They are the technologies like the I-Milena from the Netherlands and the KBR TRIC technology, which are commercially not yet available, and they are still in the pilot scale or the semi-commercial scale. But based on the study done by the CSIR and BHEL and other Indian institutes, they have finalized that the fluidized bed gasification is the best suitable technology for the highest Indian coal because of the low temperature requirement and the low capital and the operating expenditure. And the coal ash limit is also highest compared to these antenna bed reactor and the fixed bed moving reactor. So that's why there is a need to convert this lowest Indian coal to the gasifier product. So, but the history of the gasification is not that new, because in India the coal gasification started from even 1960, where the Logi established his first gasification plant in the Sindri, and after that there has been little progress. But none, as you can see the red highlighted, these all these efforts could not get into commercial success. And recently this JSPL has also used this coal gasification plant in Angul, where they are using the DRI based syngas to produce the iron and steel. And Reliance has also established this 10 e-gasifiers, but they are using the petcoke. So still, so based on these studies, like Niti Aayog is pushing quite strongly to develop the gasification technology specific to highest Indian, so that we can convert it to methanol and also can use the fuel blend. and they are providing several steps like the blocking the coal reserve for this purpose and setting up the R&D committees. And from the CSI point of view, CSIR Symphony is the majorly involved in this coal gasification of Indian coal, and based on that, like collaboration with the BHEL and other industry partner, they have developed some. They are able to get some success, but still we don't have a reliable technology, indigenous technology, which can convert our low-risk Indian coal to syngas. So at the broad scale, I can say that this gasification has a very high cost of new technology, and there is a high risk of the investment for a single industry player. So therefore, there is a need to collaboration between the energy technology provider and the need to develop the research environment. And also the government support is quite also needed. So at the broad scale, we can say that this success of the coal gasification in India will depend on the availability of the quality coal, and then with a suitable commercialized technology, and then again we need to have a economic feasibility of the syngas or the products which we get from this gasification. And finally, we need a specific models with the government and industry partnership. So in the summary, I can say that syngas have a lot of application, like in the DRI process, we can use in iron and steel industry, we can use the chemical production from ethanol and the different chemicals, and power generation from steam and gas turbines, and then this hydrogen, the syngas can be used in the urea, ammonia, and fertilizer industry, and we can also generate several kind of petroleum products by using the Fischer process. But based on my experience in the Reliance, where I worked for 5 years, we came to know that there are a lot of issues related to the quality of the coal and other feed products, like low reactivity, high ash content, impurities are there, and operational issues are major drawback for this gasification of the high ash Indian coal, because the high temperature in the outlet of the gas will damage the downstream equipment like the heat exchanger, and it will have a high operation cost, and the ash handling is also quite critical in this whole process. So that's why these are the some steps which I have mentioned for the success of this coal gasification in India. Like we need a single source of coal with the adequate quality, which so that we have a long-term coal mine allotment policy from the government, and we'll also need a regulated coal price with subsidies in the GST and reduce import duty. And also from the technical point of view, we need to reduce the fine generation to feed the inside the gasifier, and these gasification sites should be close to the mine area, so that with the developed infrastructure, so that the transportation cost is also minimized. And again, like the coal is very high ash content, so we need to develop a technical advancement for the beneficiation and pelletization, and finally the gasification technology with the optimum process conditions. Yeah, so these are some references, and this is finally the gasification. It will be CO2 and steam, both will be there depending on the hydrogen.
Suppose I switch over to oxygenated gasification for this high ash coal, will it work?
No, ma'am, like oxygen will get a lot of the energy will be like the temperature inside the gasifier will be quite high. So I don't know, like operation point of view, it will be very difficult, because I worked in Reliance there, though they have oxygen based gasifiers. They put pure oxygen, but the temperature is in the like CO2 and steam 1500 to 200 depending on the degree centigrade. So from the operation point of view, that will be very tough to switch to. No, like oxygen will get a lot of the energy will be
how are
the
these
temperature inside
guys
the
operating
gasifier will be quite
they
high.
also have a gasifier, right?
I don't know, like operation point of view, it will be very difficult, because I worked in Reliance there, though they have oxygen, and limited oxygen may be very low amount of the oxygen, pure oxygen. Start of the temperature is in the like CO2 and steam 100 to 200 depending on the degree centigrade. So from the operation point of view, that will be very tough to.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh.
Oxygen will get a lot of
we are moving to the next presentation. Ms. Gana Susan Abraham,
I don't know, like
PhD student of Central University Kerala. She is going to talk on CU-MOF 199 as a selective storage adsorbent and support for the immobilization of carbonic anhydrates. Thank you, Dr. Rakesh, position of CO2. We are moving to the next presentation. Ms. Susan Abraham, PhD student of Central University Kerala. She is going to talk on CU-MOF 199 as a selective storage
Sir, I'm audible.
Your support for the immobilization of
Thank you, sir. Myself, Dana Susan. I'm working under the guidance of Dr. M. Bhagyalakshmi at Central University of Kerala. Today, I would like to present my research work on copper MOF 199, selective storage adsorption and support for the immobilization of carbonic anhydrase for the capture and sequestration of carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, sir, it is greenhouse gas causing global warming and its concentration is continuously rising. Present status shows a surge of 1.5 million ton. It is the second largest increase in the history. In this respect, carbon dioxide capture and sequestration is regarded as a strategic criteria for reducing carbon dioxide emission. Among various techniques, absorption is more promising research work on copper metal organic frameworks are storage adsorption and support for the immobilization of carbon dioxide. Synthesized copper MOF carbon dioxide studied its selectivity for CO2 adsorption using high-pressure TG. MOF can also act as a support for rising. Present stabilization of enzymes carbonic anhydrase is the second largest increase in the extensively studied for capture and sequestration is regarded as a strategic criteria for reducing carbon dioxide emission. The various techniques have been synthesized carbonic anhydrase of copper MOF, metal organic CO2 hydration is considered as catalytic better platform for synthesized copper MOF by synthesized copper MOF 0.5 gram of the studied its selectivity that is 135 benzene tricarboxylate and copper nitrate that was taken as the metal precursor. It was dissolved in DMF, ethanol and water. It was autoclaved at 85 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Residue was filtered and washed, vacuum heated at 170 degrees Celsius, and we obtained a sky blue colored product that we characterized using various physiochemical techniques. Some analysis revealed the presence of perfect octahedral structure, and EDX confirmed the presence of copper, carbon and oxygen. Well crystalline structure of copper BTC was confirmed by XRD analysis, and we characterized the obtained synthesized copper MOF using FTIR spectroscopy, and we found the functional group OH C double bond or C double bond C corresponding to the ligand BTC of the MOF. Raman analysis was performed on Bruker's instrument, and it also gave the functional groups at their respective wave numbers, and textural properties was studied by nitrogen adsorption desorption isotherm. Surface area was calculated to be 1298 by VAT analysis, pore volume to be 0.46. We also studied the efficiency for copper MOF for the CO2 adsorption, and it was found that 25 degrees Celsius had 8 millimole per gram of gram uptake, and we studied its effect of temperature. It was found that as temperature increases, adsorption was found to decrease, which was due to increase in mobility or decrease in viscosity of carbon dioxide. We studied the selectivity for carbon dioxide, and it was selectivity for carbon dioxide, and it was found that carbon dioxide has high selectivity when compared to methane and nitrogen. High selectivity of carbon dioxide is reliant on its interaction with adsorbent, that is, carbon dioxide is having higher quadruple moment, therefore it can interact effectively. High surface area porosity and the presence of open metal site enhances the adsorption of carbon dioxide on copper MOF. We also studied the MOF as a support for enzyme immobilization using cross-linked enzymatic aggregation. Glutaraldehyde was used as the immobilizing agent. 20 milligram of MOF was blended with 1 ml of CA in buffer. It was shaken for an hour and washed high surface area porosity, incubated with a buffer having 0.1% of glutaraldehyde. It was finally filtered. Activity of immobilized enzyme was studied by the hydrolysis of paranitrophenyl acetate to give paranitrophenol and acetic acid. Kinetic data is displayed over here. The Kcat by Km value was found to be more for free CA. But we see that since our enzyme is immobilized, it can be reused for a number of times. It is confirmed by the reusability of the enzyme that immobilized carbonic anhydrase show 97% of the activity after 20 cycles, which is a major merit of enzyme immobilization. We also studied the relative activity of immobilized enzyme and free CA on various temperatures, and it was found that 25 degrees Celsius was suitable. Likewise, we studied the effect of pH, and it was found that pH 8 is suitable. Storage stability of the enzyme was studied, and immobilized CA retained 98% of its activity after 16 days, and for free CA, the activity decreased to 60%. The hydrated carbon dioxide was treated with calcium chloride, and calcium carbonate was precipitated. we see that the amount of calcium carbonate is more for free Ca, that is 155, and for immobilized is 60. But reusability studies show that can be reused for a number of times as there is only a slight variation in it. So I conclude that copper MOF was successfully synthesized and has got a high selectivity for CO2 adsorption. Immobilization was also successful and can be reused for a number of cycles, and it has got high storage stability. It also has a good CO2 sequestration. Carbonic anhydrase immobilized on copper MOF can be used as a best biocatalyst for CO2 sequestration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, please?
May I ask a question?
Yes,
please.
sir.
I just want to know that if you immobilize the enzyme, how you maintain their temperature as well as the pH of the solutions, or stability of the enzyme is retained, passing the carbon dioxide through that.
Yes, sir. Actually, temperature it is there. And for pH also, immobilized and free Ca was showing similar. Sir, here it is. Temperature from 20 to 45 degrees Celsius we did, and it was seen that immobilized Ca it is almost retaining. And
no, I just saying that if you pass the carbon dioxide to the solutions, generally it has happened that temperature becomes increases slightly, and the pH is also been changed, and you are using the buffer, that pH can be maintained also. But
yes.
How can you maintain the temperatures in the solutions?
How to maintain the temperature, sir? Sorry, sir, I didn't get.
Sir, could you please repeat the question?
So I am just asking that if you passes the carbon dioxide to the solution, then definitely the temperature rises. And how you maintain the temperature, because the enzymes work in a particular specific temperature.
Sir, the enzyme was immobilized using cross-linking agent. Glutaraldehyde was used.
Anyway, you are not understanding the questions. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Susan. I will go to the next presentation. Dr. Avjit Ghosh is working in CSIR Kolkata. He's going to talk on coal ash, a value-added waste material for energy-efficient building. Dr. Avjit?
Yeah, I am here. In fact, I just failed to share my the slides. I have already sent it to the organizer. If organizers can load it, this is my request. I have sent the slides.
We are sharing.
Okay.
Dr. Avijit, please go ahead.
Yes, yes. Good evening, and just my namaste to the moderator, to the esteemed judges and the audience, and the organizer of this SEFCO 2021 for giving me this opportunity to present this small slides. So this is actually this collage. I did my research work for my doctoral thesis work on this particular topic, and I'm just going to say within 5 minutes whatever I from application point of view, not for laboratory research. Next slide, please. Next one. Yes. Thank you. Background note, actually, why I have concentrated upon this collage, because you know the staggering accumulation of coal ash in India. It is going to create, in fact, it has already created a huge environmental issue for our country. And as on date, date, 1494 million metric tons are stacked pan-India basis in all the thermal power plants. And on the other hand, sand, being the second most used natural mineral after water on Earth, is rapidly depleting, and rate of utilization has outnumbered the rate of formation due to the infrastructural growth and the economic development, particularly for the developing countries like India and like China. So considering the development growth and the future projection, huge sand demand is building up rapidly in our country, and deficit is already experienced. In fact, sand export has already, sand import has already been started. Due to climate change and global warming phenomena, sustainable development is envisaged, and to reduce ever-increasing energy demand in building sector, which is second highest energy guzzling sector after industry, energy efficient building code have been introduced by Government of India for both commercial and residential building sector. Whereas, so in my case, it has been explored that whether coal ash could act as sand substitute in concrete and mortar, and from energy efficiency point of view, whether it can really play any role. So it was my just lookout. I searched upon this particular idea. Next, please. So physical, chemical, and mineralogical analysis of sand, coal ash, cement, stone aggregates are carried out, which are the basic ingredients for concrete and mortar. Design mixes of concrete and mortars are prepared following relevant BIS code provisions. In fact, I had carried out a number of design mixes. I prepared number of design mixes. I calculated, and samples of various mixes, around 200 samples I actually prepared and test for the physical parameters as well as thermal parameters. And in every sample, in concrete sample as well as mortar samples, I replaced sand by fly ash or bottom ash. Both I tried. One set of mixes with fly ash, one set of mixes with bottom ash. Say with all sand, then 10% replaced by fly ash, then 20% replaced by fly ash, up to 100% replaced by fly ash or bottom ash. So that way I did, and this is just one result of compressive strength. So compressive strength is diminishing, but my finding was that up to 50-60% even it remains within our desired strength criteria. So depending upon all the samples and design mixes, I just concluded upon some percentage, which I'll just mention in my last slide. Next one, please. It was observed that up to 40% sand quality on an average, in some cases it is 60%, in some cases it is 50%, like that. So my cutoff was 40% on the safer side. Sand quality can be substituted by fly ash or bottom ash in the mix without compromising desired strength and durability criteria. And I tested M15 grade, M20 grade, and M25 grade. All three grades are generally used for building construction purposes as per IS 456 2000 code and other relevant code provisions. And for motors, as per IS 2250, the substitution percentage is even stretched up to 60%.
Dr. Avijit,
yes.
Please conclude.
Okay, sorry. Next one, please. So this is my test setup. I got U-value testing also, and I got 15.5% this economic value. Next one, please. Next one. So coal ash substitution is very much feasible, and cooling demand to reduce the cooling demand in building without any additional infusion of energy or some costly material infusion by adoption of this coal ash, by substituting sand in concrete and mortar, it is possible to reduce cooling load, which I showed in that U-value testing and thermal conductivity testing. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Avijit. Any questions, please? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Avijit Ghosh.
Thank you.
We are moving to the next oral presentation. Ms. Athira B.S., PhD student at CSIR-IIP, Thiruvananthapuram. She is going to talk on a flexible piezoelectric tactile sensor based on electrospun PVDF bar BATiO3 nanofibers. Ms. Athira?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yeah, please go on.
Okay. Is my presentation visible?
Not yet.
Is it visible now?
No, not yet. First, you please share your screen, then go for the presentation mode. There will be an up arrow mark.
Yes.
Yeah. Please click it. There will be a screen mode, screen sharing. Click on screen sharing.
I am doing this, sir.
We are not able to see your presentation. Miss Vijita, do one thing. Please send your PPT to us. Okay. In the meantime, I will go to the next presentation.
Okay, I will do it, sir.
Okay. Now I would like to call Miss Amrita P.
Sir, myself is Vijita. Mine is next.
Yes, Amrita, PhD student at CSIR-IIP, Thiruvananthapuram.
Sorry, I think I, Vijita, is given as the 6th presentation after Athira. I, Vijita.
Okay.
Please call I, Vijita, 06 presentation, oral 6 presentation.
Miss I, Vijita, PhD student at CSIR-IIP, Thiruvananthapuram. She's going to talk on tuning of physical and thermoelectrical properties of SWCNT bar thioenothiophenol organic hybrid composite through doping. Ms. Vijita, please go on.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening, all. Myself, Vijita from CSIR-IIP. Today, I am going to present my work entitled Tuning of Physical and Thermoelectric Properties of SWCNT thienothiophenol organic hybrid composite through doping. What is thermoelectricity? Thermoelectric technology involves the conversion of heat energy into electrical energy. Thereby, it can be used to convert the waste heat released from the power plant, automobiles, and all to useful electrical energy. The thermoelectric power conversion utilizes the Seebeck effect, which is illustrated in this figure, where the charge carriers move from the hot side to cold side to produce a potential gradient. For thermoelectric material, the main characteristic factor is the figure of merit, where it depends on the Seebeck coefficient S, electrical conductivity sigma, and the thermal conductivity kappa. To achieve a high ZT value, we need to improve the power factor and to decrease the thermal conductivity. Beyond the conventional usage of thermoelectricity, thermoelectric modules are used for on-spot power generations like IoT devices and consumer electronics, where the power requirement is in milli and microwatt. In the present study, we have formed a composite using a thienothiophenol polymer PVD, TT, FTTE, and SWCNT. Here, the figure illustrates the preparation of the composite, where the two components are pop sonicated and followed by stirring. Then it is drop casted to make a film and immersed in FeCl3 solution for 30 minutes to dope. The SEM and TEM images shows that the CNTs are tightly combined with each other with the assistance of the polymer, and the film is quite uniform. We have measured the thermoelectric properties using thermopower measuring system Lindsay's LSR3, and all the thermoelectric films have a thickness of around 2 micrometer. We can see that the electrical conductivity increases as the SWCNT weight percentage increases before and after doping. In contrast, the Seebeck coefficient decreases as the SWCNT weight percentage increases. However, after doping, there is an increase in electrical conductivity, which leads to a hike in the power factor. To study the effect of doping, a few characterizations were done. The absorption spectra exhibited a typical Van Hoff singularities of SWCNT in the NIR region. Also, the lambda max of the polymer has shifted to lower wavelength, which shows that there is a strong interaction between the polymer and SWCNT. Similarly, after doping, again it is blue shifted, which shows the formation of the charge transfer moiety. In the Raman spectra, we can see that the G band has increased the intensity, which shows the enhancement in crystallinity, thus enhancement in the flow of charge carriers. Also, we can see that from the AFM images, the roughness has decreased after doping. These all results shows that there is an increase in electrical conductivity. From the VBM plot, we can see that the position of the valence band maxima is unchanged. That is the reason there is an unvariation in Seebeck coefficient after doping. However, the density of state increases. That is because the power factor are having a high power factor. With this material, we have fabricated a 21-leg TE devices. The procedure is shown here. We have hand dispensed the TE material and it is doped with FeCl3. Then the silver electrode is dispensed through automatic 3D dispenser, and we got a TE devices 21 leg. These are the photographic images of the flexible TE leg. And this is the power output. We can see that we have produced a 50 nanowatt of power at a delta T of 65 Kelvin. In conclusion, we have prepared a SWCNT nanocomposite with thienothiophenol-based polymer and pre-doped. We have studied the thermoelectric properties before and after doping by varying the SWCNT. The electrical conductivity increases after doping as the crystallinity and density of state increases and the roughness decreases. Also, the nanocomposite exhibited a p-type behavior with the Seebeck coefficient unaffected by doping. We have fabricated a 21-strip flexible TE devices with an output power of 50 nanowatt at delta T of 65 Kelvin. Finally, I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Vishwapriya Dev, and the colleagues of my research group, Smart Materials and Devices group. I thank CSIR and GAIL for funding, ACSR for my academics, and DST Inspire for my fellowship. And finally, I thank the organizers of SEFCO-2021. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you, Ms. Vijita. Vijita.
Yes.
Any questions, please?
Vijita, what is the, in case I have to substitute the SWCNTs with any other thing, so what would be the best after SWCNTs that you have chosen? And
Actually,
why?
sir,
And
okay.
why?
Actually, ma'am, we have done with MWCNT also rather than this SWCNT. Why we are choosing CNT is it is having high electrical conductivity, though it have a high thermal conductivity in a bulk state. We are normally focusing on the nanofilm state. The literatures are reported that in nanofilm state, the CNT have lower thermal conductivity. Our polymer is itself have a lower thermal conductivity, but it has a poor electrical conductivity. To enhance that thing, we are adding the CNTs so that we will get a higher electrical conductivity and that lower thermal conductivity factors together, so we can get a high power factor and achieve a high ZT value. Other than the CNT means we can use, other than SWCNT, MWCNT also can be used.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. I. Vichita. I am moving to the next presentation. Ms. Amrita P., PhD student at CSIR-IIP Thiruvananthapuram. Her topic is some aspects of transition metal oxide based devices for energy management. Ms. Amrita, please.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yeah, please share your presentation.
Hello.
Yeah, it's visible. Please go to the presentation mode.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Amrita.
Amrita, please go for presentation mode.
Yes, sir, it is in presentation mode.
Slideshow mode. Slideshow mode.
It is in slideshow mode.
Not yet arrived.
Okay.
Try full screen mode.
You know how.
Is it okay, sir? Hello?
Not yet.
Hello?
Otherwise, you do please one thing. You screen your share. Share your screen.
Okay, sir.
And
Slide.
Is it okay?
Not yet. No problem. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. My topic is some aspects on transition metal oxide based devices for energy management. And my presentation includes introduction, motivation and present work, experimental results and discussion, conclusion, future scope and plans. Coming to the introduction, I think it is good to begin with energy management because the planet biosphere alteration, along with the increasing depletion of non-renewable energy sources, call for innovative and non-polluting technologies devoted to energy management. Here in energy management process, the chromogenic materials under the family of smart material system has a huge role because it can change their optical properties via the application of external stimuli like temperature, light, voltage, gas exposure, etc. There are a variety of chromogenic materials. However, the transition metal oxide based chromogenic materials show interesting properties due to their partially filled d orbitals and multiple oxidation states. Some of the transition metal oxides are tungsten trioxide, chromium oxide, molybdenum oxide, vanadium pentoxide, etc. Among these transition metal oxide, WO3 and vanadium pentoxide are highly explored chromogenic material due to their different oxidation state and n-type transition metal oxide semiconducting property and possess widely tunable optical band gap. And therefore, this system shows many phenomena like electrochromism, photochromism, photocatalysis, photodetectors, memory devices, sensors, etc. And due to this, these systems decrease energy consumption and increase energy efficiency due to their application in smart glazing, displays, optical switches, etc. My motivation for doing this work is the transition metal oxide like WO3 and V2O5 is versatile and highly explored, and it can easily produced in the form of thin films and coatings. In the case of WO3, it can change the oxidation state from 6+ to 5+. Thereby, it can change the color from transparent to blue color. But in the case of V2O5, it can change the color from orange to blue color because the oxidation state is changing from 5+ to 4+ under external stimuli. Here we adopted the following methodologies for our experiment. First one is the fabrication of energy-saving chromogenic devices and maximize their energy efficiency. In this presentation, I am discussing the photochromic devices. Photochromic devices means these are the systems which can change their optical properties via the application of some UV light of wavelength 365 nanometer. Second is the predictive simulation and quantification of energy saving could be used for final prototype. And this is the experiment part. We adopted solution processable method because it is inexpensive, scalable, simple compared to vacuum-based methods and is flexible. The figure shows the experimental procedure for the photochromic system as W3 PVP composite and V2O5 W3 PVP composite. And in order to understand the mechanism behind this photochromic system, it needs to be characterized. It was characterized by using TEM, UV visible transmission spectroscopy, absorption spectroscopy, and FTR spectroscopy. And the TM image of W3 PVP composite shows an amorphous spherical nanostructure of size 52 nanometer. And the photochromic coloration of W3 PVP composite is shown as butterfly, and under UV illumination of 35 nanometer, it changes the color from transparent to blue color. It shows a high coloration efficiency and high optical contrast. It is evident from the right-hand graph from the UV visible transmission spectra, which gives a high optical contrast of 75% for a time interval of 1 hour. So it can be used, we can extend it to the application as smart windows and smart displays. And the absorption spectra give an idea about the functional groups or chemical groups present in the W3 PVP composite. And the insert figure shows the photochromic coloration of W3 PVP composite, and the coloration time is 24 seconds and the bleaching time is 8 hours. And also the photochromic coloration of V2O5 W3 PVP composite is shown in figure, and it turns color from orange to green, then to blue. And we make flexible photochromic film using V2O5 W3 PVP composite. And FTR spectra gives more idea about the functional groups present in the sample. From the graph itself, we can understand the strong interaction between the PVP and the W3. And also the whiteness of the peak OH in 3450 centimeter inverse gives that suggests the formation of hydrogen bonding. Coming to the conclusion, the photochromic solution is prepared using W3 PVP composite and V2O5 W3 PVP composite. Upon UV illumination, the excited electrons of W3 PVP composite reduce the tungsten ions from 6+ to 5+ and thus cause the coloration. And also the polymer PVP act as good proton donors and achieve fast coloration of the liberated proton via hydrogen bonding. And also the FTR analysis shows the amount of hydroxyl group becomes higher, which can be confirmed by the whiteness of 3450 centimeter inverse, suggesting a formation of hydrogen bonding. And also photochromic flexible films were made using V2O5 W3 PVP composite, which shows different colors, that is orange to green, then green to blue. Because upon UV illumination, the excited electrons of this composite reduce the vanadium ions from 5+ to 4+ and cause the coloration from orange to green, then to blue. V5+ state is orange in color and V4+ state is blue in color. And if the film shows green color, because it contains both vanadium 5+ and vanadium 4+ states. The future scope is one of the major challenges for. Okay.
Please conclude.
Okay. This is the last slide, sir. The response time for coloration and bleaching should be improved. More characterization should be done to understand the mechanism behind the photochromism, and we can extend the scope of this system to applications in glazing, lenses, mirrors, etc. And we can extend the study and create a template to different photochromic systems. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Amrita. So any questions, please? Please go.
Amrita, it was a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one query. In your introduction, you mentioned that color change is due to oxidation state of your material. Okay.
Once more, please.
Color change, whatever you are getting color change, right? That is due to oxidation state of your material, right?
Yes. Due to external stimulus and because of different oxidation states.
What oxidation state in your material? Did you confirm it?
Yes. Yes. Through XPS, it can be concluded that in the case of W3, it is pure 6+ state. When it becomes blue color, it becomes 5+ state.
Okay. What transition? What DD transition is there?
DD.
I mean,
I don't.
Will be there, right? Okay, fine.
Is on UV illumination, the PVP donates protons. Thereby, the W6+ state become W5+ state. This causes the coloration. Is it clear?
Yes. Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Miss Amrita.
Thank you, sir.
We are going back to the fifth one. Miss Athira BS. Athira, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am here.
We are sharing your presentation.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Good evening to all. I am Athira BS from CSIR-IIP Trivandrum. So I am here to present my topic on flexible piezoelectric tactile sensor based on electrospun PVDF barium titanate nanofibers. So please, next slide. So all of us know development in science and technology changed the world a lot, but development should be sustainable, which must not be harmful to nature. In most of the devices, we are now using chemical batteries, but limited lifespan, large size, environmental pollution, and high maintenance cost are some serious issues associated with it. So harvesting mechanical energy from surroundings is an interesting area now. The materials which generate electricity while applying a mechanical stress are known as piezoelectric materials. It is also known as pressure-induced electricity. The piezoelectric nanogenerator was firstly proposed in 2006 by Professor Wang. Please move to next slide. So here we are interested in piezoelectric polymers, mainly focusing on PVDF, which is polyvinylidene fluoride. It is highly flexible and mainly exists in 5 different forms: alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and epsilon. It mainly exists in alpha phase, but beta and gamma phase shows high piezoelectric performance. So there are various techniques for enhancing its piezoelectric performance. One of the method is incorporating it with other piezoelectric material. So barium titanate is a good candidate among lead-free perovskite material, which shows high ferroelectricity. At room temperature, it mainly exists in tetragonal structure. So please move to the next slide. Here, the method of electrospinning was used for fabricating piezoelectric materials. First, we have dissolved 12.8% of PVDF in DM of acetone with a ratio 2:3. Then 5.8% of barium titanate was added. Then it was stirred for 2 hours and the obtained solution was used for electrospinning. The electrospinning parameters are listed in this box. The applied voltage was 12 kilovolt. The solution flow rate was kept to be 1 ml per hour. The tip to collector distance was kept as 12 centimeter and the drum rotating speed was 250 RPM. Then as an optimization method for getting high piezoelectric performance, Amount of barium titanate was deferred to 10 weight percentage as well as 15 weight percentage. Then the hot pressing was used as post-processing method, obtained nanofibers, and its optical image is shown in this figure. So please move to the next slide. Here the FTIR analysis was done for all samples. In FTIR analysis, total fraction of beta and gamma phase can be calculated from this equation. Here I represents the absorbance at 840 centimeter inverse and I alpha represents the absorbance at 762 centimeter inverse. From this FTIR analysis, it is clearly evident that electrospun PVDF with 10 weight percentage of barium titanate shows high beta phase, which is 91.27%. And then please move to the next slide. Then to analyze the piezoelectric performance, we have fabricated a device with a dimension 2 centimeter square of area and ITO coated PET as electrode. From this comparison of open circuit voltage of all three samples, it is clearly evident that electrospun PVDF with 10 weight percentage of barium titanate shows high open circuit voltage around 60 volt, and also it produces an open short circuit current about 80 nanoampere. So it was also revealed from that FTIR analysis. Then the fabricated device was used for charging capacitors with a different capacitance. Please move to the next slide. So our device is a promising candidate for powering various electronic devices because it shows maximum beta phase fraction of 91.27%, and also it would generate an open circuit voltage around 60 volt and short circuit current of 80 nanoampere. Please move to the next slide. So I acknowledge my hello.
Yeah, please go on. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Atira. Any questions? Okay, thank you. We are going to the next one. Mr. Harris Varghese.
Yes, sir.
PhD student at CSIR-IIP Thiruvananthapuram. He's going to talk on triboelectric nano generator from used surgical face mask and waste mylar materials. Mr. Harris, please.
Yes, sir.
Share your presentation and go on.
Sorry, is the slides visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
You can go.
Please go on.
Thank you, sir. I'm Harris Varghese. I'm a junior research fellow at CSIR-IIP. Today I'm going to be discussing the development of a triboelectric nano generator from used surgical face mask and waste mylar material. So,
Mr. Harris, we can't hear you properly.
Speak louder.
Okay, sir.
Slower.
Okay, sir. Can you? Am I audible?
Now it is okay. Please go on.
Okay, so for the starting, I'm going to briefly introduce what is a triboelectric nano generator. So, triboelectric nano generator, commonly known as a TENG, is a sustainable mechanical energy harvester developed by ZL Bank in 2012. It's worked by the combination of triboelectric effect and electrostatic induction. So, triboelectric effect means that when two dissimilar materials having different work functions is come to contact with each other, they become polar charge. That one material becomes positive, another becomes negative, and the charge transfer occurs till their Fermi levels are balanced. So here we can see the working principle of a triboelectric nano generator. When they contact, triboelectric charges are created on the surface of the contact materials. As they separate, for maintaining the charge neutrality, induced charges are produced on the electrode. So during the motion of the triboelectric generators, if we connect the electrodes to an external circuit, we could get an alternating current output. from the motion of the triboelectric nanogenerator. So the displacement current generated inside the triboelectric nanogenerators act as a driving force for the external current. So here we have developed a triboelectric nanogenerator based on polypropylene and mylar. So the motivation behind the choosing of these materials is that in the present scenario, we are all familiar that having a face mask is the new normal, and polypropylene is usually used to make most of these masks. And from this study, we can see that from India alone, a minimum of 928 million of mask waste are generated per week. And due to the lack of proper waste disposal, these get seen by the images, get discarded in the open spaces and oceans. This create lot of environmental plastic pollution and microplastic pollution. And it's also very expensive to clean all these waste. So here we are proposing a use for these waste or used polypropylene mask as a contact material for the triboelectric nanogenerator. So as I mentioned, we have developed a tank based on waste material based tank, and the contact materials here used are polypropylene and mylar. The polypropylene, which is the filtration layer in a 3-layer surgical mask, is disinfected using UVC radiation, and the mylar is, which is another plastic waste from inkjet printing and all, we have cleaned it using IP, and from these reused materials here we have used as the contact materials, and the mylar is also acting as a supporting structure which provide a recoiling force for the tank. And the fabricated device is very facile and flexible, and it has a contact area of 6 centimeter square and a separate distance of 1 centimeter. So we could say that the fabricated WM tank is a energy harvester which aids the circular economy by reusing the used surgical mask and mylar. So then we have characterized the WM tank using a homemade force impactor which delivers a force of 3 Newton and at a 4 Hz frequency. So from the output of electric characterization obtained using a source meter and a current preamplifier, we can see that the device was capable of delivering an open circuit voltage of 200 volt and a short circuit current density of 240 microampere per meter square, which is very good when compared to the fabrication cost and the simplicity of the device. And for the practical application, we have checked the performance of the WM tank with the different load resistance, and we have checked from 1 ohm to 10 raised to 9 ohms, and we can see the maximum power density delivered by the device was 70 milliwatt per meter square at a load resistance of 100 mega ohm. And then for practical application, we have using a rectifier circuit and a storage rectifier circuit, we have
Mr. Harris, you are not audible. Mr. Harris. Wait. Mr. Harris, unmute yourself.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you are audible, please.
So where I have broken off in which slide? Hello?
Yeah, you are audible. Please go on.
Can I continue from the slide 5?
Please continue. You have 30 seconds.
From the electrical characterization, we have an open circuit voltage of 200 volt and a short circuit current density of 280 microampere, and we have obtained a maximum peak power density of 70 milliwatt per meter square at a load resistance 100 mega ohm. And for a practical application, we were able to, with the help of a rectifier circuit, to charge different value capacity up to an appreciable amount in a couple of minutes. And then using the rectifying circuit and a storage capacitor, with a couple of minutes of charging, we were able to power different small scale electronic devices like a digital clock, a digital thermometer, and a calculator. Here is a video of we are powering a digital calculator. So it proves that the WM could be used as a sustainable
Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
Please conclude.
Okay. A sustainable mechanical energy harvester which could be power small scale electronic devices instead of batteries. So this concludes my presentation, and here are my acknowledgements, and I thank everyone for listening to me.
Thank you. Any questions, please? I think no questions.
Okay,
we are going to the next oral presentation. Mr. Mukesh Kumar, a PhD student at CSIR-IIP Chennai. Mr. Mukesh Kumar.
Yes, sir. I'm audible.
Yes, he is going to talk on intelligent building energy management, a non-intrusive load monitoring technique. Mr. Mukesh, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to talk on intelligent building energy management, which is one of our ongoing activities using non-intrusive load monitoring approach. Yeah, to have zero emission energy alternative, we are looking towards clean and green form of energy sources. And at the same time, we need to have efficient and intelligent energy management to monitor the energy generation as well as how this generated energy is being consumed by individual appliances or individual loads, either connected in buildings or industries. Toward this, CSIO has developed AI-based energy sense device to monitor the intelligent energy management. And this energy sense device will help to understand how the energy is being consumed and how the energy is consumed by the individual appliances. And based on that, opportunity of energy saving could be taken care. So as per the literature, if we monitor energy consumption real time, we can save energy 3 to 5%. However, if you're monitoring energy consumption with feedback, that means individual appliances level itself monitoring, that could able to save 5 to 12% energy. To monitor individual loads, we need to have 1 meter or 1 sensor for one devices, which is a very costly in the nature and bulky solution, practically not feasible. To overcome this problem, an ILM technique was introduced. Here we can see there is only one device. There is only one device, which is a non-intrusive load monitoring, and that is connected in the incoming of power supply in the second figure. And the single device is capable enough to differentiate which appliances are on and what is the energy consumption. Because this device uses a current signature pattern to disaggregate the individual appliances from the aggregated data, uses machine learning, deep learning algorithm, and single device for set up the appliances. And end of the day, the device results as well as the conventional approach both shows almost same value in the term of energy consumption. The motivation behind this project was every appliances has unique consumption pattern, and the way they are turning on or the way they are turning off and the way they are operating in the steady state mode. So we are catching those patterns, putting into our database, and then based on that, our device is able to say which appliances are on and what is the energy consumption. The general pipeline of NILM is we need to train the data. So we are taking all individual appliances signatures, then signal processing. Then based on the feature extraction, we are extracting the features either in the training transient state as well as the steady state. And then using the machine learning, deep learning algorithm, finally we are as part of the energy management, we are able to, our device is able to tell which appliances are on or off and individual appliances energy consumption, as well as which appliances any abnormality or anomaly behavior of the appliances also we are able to differentiate by using the single device. So we have developed the two versions. One is a portable type, one is a panel mounted. Both are edge computing device and connected to the cloud. So we have developed dashboard for real-time monitoring and report generation where we have given the login, and then we can go inside where we can monitoring page. So we can see what are the appliances are connected and which appliances are on and off. So let's say this is AC2 is on, we can click on that. So we'll go inside where we can see how much energy is being consumed by the particular AC. So this all happening using the single device itself. So end of the day, or let's say end of the time period, we will be able to know how much energy is being consumed by the AC1, AC2, kettle or refrigerator. Here loads are home appliances. These loads can be anything, either industrial also. So we'll be able to know what are the energy consumption by the individual. How it's working is we are connecting in the incoming of the power supply our device, and we are getting the aggregated data, and based on the train data and as well as aggregated data, we are able to disaggregate the appliances of the individual appliance or loads. So training duration for if different loads, like let's say one is AC, TV, and washing machine, all are different loads, we need single day. Similar loads like two Hitachi made 1.5 ton AC, then we need to take more data for the deep learning algorithm. So application could be since we are involving single device for set of appliances, this can be used for the health monitoring of loads, equipment, and in the industry 4.0, energy management, building energy management in the hospital smart. And this device could be used as the anomaly detection device because this is based on the energy data analytics, and could be also used for the life cycle assessment. To conclude, single device, which is a 3-phase to measure up to 200 amps current, and status, single device will be able to tell which appliances are on off, what are the energy consumption. This is all IoT enabled device, uses the machine learning AI in the edge itself, and able to monitor all 37 parameter of electrical. These are all our outcome of this project. Any queries, I will be happy to take.
Any questions, please? Okay, I think no questions. Thank you, Mr. Mukesh.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are moving to the next presentation. Ms. Bhavna Sharma, PhD student at CSIR-IIP Dehradun. She is going to talk on design, synthesis, and performance evaluation of poly long-chain alpha-olefin co-acrylates as multifunctional additives for lubricating base oils. Ms. Bhavna? Yeah, she's there. Ms. Bhavna, unmute yourself. Please share your presentation.
Hello, I am audible.
You are audible. Please go on.
Okay, good evening, all of you. Today
Your presentation is not visible.
Wait a minute, sir.
Ms. Bhavna, share your screen, please. Okay, Ms. Bhavna, we'll call you again.
Sir, is it visible now?
Not yet.
Yes, sir.
Not yet.
Okay, sir, let me try once again.
We have your presentation. We will share here from here only.
Okay, sir.
Ms. Bhavna, we will call you later on.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Our next presentation is Ms. Susmita Bera, a PhD student at CSIR Kolkata. She is going to talk on engineering of BIOX bar CU Fe2O4 heterostructures for sustainable fuel H2 generation through water splitting. Ms. Susmita, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am audible.
You are audible. Please share your presentation.
Slides.
Yeah, please share your slide.
Sir, I already share. Is it visible?
Not yet. Please go to the sharing mode.
Yes, sir.
It is a right side. There is a up arrow mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sir, now-
screen the share. Not
now?
yet.
Sir, I shared. Sir, now, sir?
Not yet.
Sir, I am trying 1 second. Open share tray.
Yeah.
Screen share.
Screen your share. Yeah.
Enter screen. And then share.
Okay.
Now, sir?
No, not yet. There may be a connectivity issue. We'll call you again.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Miss Bhavna Sharma. Miss Bhavna Sharma.
Phone here. Number.
Are you audible?
पहले तुम्हें कॉल करना है.
Miss Bhavna.
Hello.
Audible.
Sir, I am trying to share my PPT.
We are sharing your presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Fine.
Yeah, Miss Bhavna, please.
Good evening, everyone. Today I am presenting my talk on the topic design, synthesis and performance evaluation of poly-long chain alpha olefin coacrylates, which have their role as additives for lubricating base oils. And I'm working as a SRF in the Chemical and Material Sciences Division in CSIR-IIP Dehradun. Please, next slide. So firstly, what are the additives? So additives that we are synthesizing in our labs, they are the chemical components or blends which are multifunctional in nature, and they are used in the lubricants to serve the purpose of viscosity index improver. Moreover, they also have the role of pour point depressant. They depress the pour point of the lubricating base oils in which they are added, so that the lubricating oils can even flow at the low temperature climatic condition. Moreover, they have the role as the moreover, they also exhibit the anti-corrosion properties, which makes them suitable for the lubricating oils where the anti-corrosion properties are needed. Please show the next slide. So this is the synthesis procedure which is carried out for the synthesis of the acrylate. We are first synthesizing the acrylates. Acrylates are synthesized by the usual esterification procedure, in which we are using acrylic acid in conjunction with the alkyl alcohol. The alkyl alcohol that we are using are the long chain alkyl alcohol C6, C10 and C16, and they are used in the 1:1 molar ratio in the presence of the paratoluene sulfonic acid to form the acrylate, which are water washed 3-4 times to remove the unreacted acrylic acid and the paratoluene sulfonic acid, and we get the alkyl acrylates. Please show the next slide. These alkyl acrylate that we have synthesized are then reacted with the long chain alpha olefins, which mainly contain octene, dikene, and dodecene in it. And when they react with each other, we get the lubricating additives. Since the alkyl acrylates based lubricating additives, they inhibit the formation of the crystals at the low climatic regions. The base oils tends to form wax type crystal due to their three-dimensional network structures. But when we add the lubricating additives in it, the lubricating additives just inhibit the formation of the crystals by inhibiting the three-dimensional network structure, and therefore the lubricating oils in which the additives are added, they can flow even easily at the low climatic conditions also. Please show the next slide. So these are the characterization results which is carried out to confirm the formation of the polymeric additives P1, P2 and P3. All the three additives are synthesized by the free radical polymerization route using benzoyl peroxide as initiator, and the proton NMR here indicates a broad singlet at around 4 ppm, which is indicative of the OCH2 protons, methoxy protons, and which confirms the incorporation of the alkyl acrylates with the alpha long chain olefins, and the absence of the peak at around 4.5 to 6.5 ppm indicates the absence of the monomer in the final product. And the 13C NMR is also done, and we are getting the peak at around 134 ppm, which is of the ester carbon. Please show the next slide. Here is the STI spectrum of the P1, P2, P3 polymeric additives, and here the peaks at around 1735 centimeter inverse is of the ester group, which is again the confirmation of the successful formation of the copolymer of the alkyl acrylate with that of the long chain alpha olefins. Please show the next slide. So these are the results and discussion of the reaction that we have done. For the synthesis of the polymeric additives, we have taken acrylates and the coker feed in which long chain alpha olefins are present in 1:1 molar ratio. We have done reaction for 24 hours, and we are getting the yield more than 60% in all the three cases. Please show the next slide. So we have analyzed their physico-chemical properties in terms of their viscosity index and the pour point, and we have chosen three base oil 1, base oil 2, and base oil 3. And when the polymeric additive P1, P2, and P3 are added in the base oil 1, we have seen that they depress the pour point value, since the base oil 1 has a pour point of -21, but when the polymeric additives are added, in some of the cases the pour point is depressed from -21 to -27 degrees Celsius, and there is an appreciable increase in the viscosity index value also in respect to that of the base oil 1. Since the high viscosity index value indicates that the polymeric additive do not change their property as the temperature varies, which is desirable for the lubricating oils also. Please show the next slide.
Bhavna, please conclude your talk.
Hello.
Bhavna,
Yes,
please conclude.
Okay, sir. So these are the similar results that is carried out in the base oil 2. Please show the next slide. And these are the final result that is taken out for the base oil 3, and we have concluded. Please show the next slide. So we have concluded that we have synthesized three polymeric additives by following the free radical polymerization route using alkyl acrylates with that of the long chain alpha olefins, and all the three synthesized additives are successfully depress the pour point of the base value from the respective value. Polymeric additive, we have observed that the polymeric additive P3 exhibits the best performance at the 2000 ppm concentration when it is added in the base oil 1, and it depressed the pour point value to around 12 degrees Celsius and 15 degrees Celsius in case of base oil 2 and base oil 3, which is appreciable, so that they can be used in the low climatic region where the lubricating oil just freeze out. And in terms of the viscosity index, P1 shows a better result at the 6000 ppm concentration. There is an appreciable increase at around 13.9% increase in the viscosity index when the polymeric additive P1 is added. So in a nutshell, we can say that the synthesized polymeric additives display very better performance in terms of viscosity index and in terms of the pour point depressants. Please show the next slide. So finally, I would like to acknowledge Director CSIR-IIP Dehradun, my PhD supervisor Dr. Umesh Kumar, Analytical Science Division for carrying out the analysis, CSIR New Delhi for providing me the fellowship, polymeric materials area, and my family members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bhavna. Any questions? Okay, I think no questions. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
We are moving to the next presentation. Mr. Akash Verma, a PhD student at CSIR-IIP Dehradun. He is going to talk on an improved method for the synthesis of double metal cyanide catalysts useful for the production of polyether polyols. Mr. Akash Verma.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah. Share is present.
Shall I begin?
Yeah, please start.
Good evening, everyone. I am Akash Verma. I have been working under the supervision of Dr. N. Vishwanathan and Dr. Umesh Kumar. I have been working on the development of the catalyst for the synthesis of polyether polyols. Next. Polyether polyols are one of the most important polymers in the polymeric industry, and it is very valuable precursors for the polyurethane, having the CAGR of 7.25% and 4% for the polyurethanes. India imports around 350 kilotons per annum, and its consumption is 550 kilotons per annum, and it is very highly desirable to develop a catalyst for the synthesis of polyether polyols for the small scale industries, for the including the food industries, adhesive industries, and double metal cyanide catalyst is synthesized, is very highly desirable. For the same, in double metal cyanide catalyst, organic complexing agent is added to increase the activity of the catalyst. It was first invented in 1960 by General Tire, and it governs the property of producing the polyether polyols with low unsaturation, high molecular weight with low PDI and low hydroxyl number. Next, for synthesis of polyether, we have gone through many patents, and Covestro and Bayer companies were found to be at the top overall, and in India, Reliance Industries, Indian Glycol, Crystol and Sacon Industry are at the top. While synthesizing the polyether polyol, next, zinc chloride and EDTA next was mixed together, and for 30 minutes at room temperature. Then after TAG and THF was added, and EDTA amount was varied in the complex from 25 to 30 to 35%, and tert-butyl alcohol and polyether polyol were used as a co-complexing agent in our catalytic system. Next, and these synthesized double metal cyanide catalysts were used for the synthesis of polyether polyols with for different viscosity ranges polyether polyols, and this is the proposed structure of the double metal cyanide catalyst. Next, PXR confirms the formation of the double metal cyanide catalyst, and IR also confirms the main peak of the cyanide, and the cyanide at 2116 was shifted to 2096, and C double bond O peak were shifted to from 1629 to 1614, confirms the formation of the double metal cyanide catalyst. SAM and TAM also confirms the formation of the amorphous nature of the our double metal cyanide catalyst, and UV also from 420 to 405, the donation of the antibonding electrons from cyanide to zinc and cobalt, zinc and iron confirms the formation of the double metal cyanide catalyst. Next, for the optimization of the reaction conditions. Next, please. Hello. For optimization of the reaction condition, including the time was varied from 4 hours to 24 hours. The viscosity was found to be increasing from 20 to 26 and yield from 40 to 90, and as well as the catalyst amounts when it was reduced from 7500 to 2500, while keeping the reaction conditions same, it was found to be decreased, and 5 bar was found to be the optimum pressure, and when the feed to initiator ratio was enhanced from 2:1 to 22:1, the 2500 ppm of the catalyst was optimized. Next, so conclusively, FTIR also confirms the formation of the polyether polyols. The peak at 2971 and 2875 is for the symmetric and asymmetric vibration of the CH of methyl and methylene, and 1378 is for the CS3 vibration, and 1094 was for the ether linkage. 1H NMR, 13C NMR, and depth 135 analysis also confirms the formation of the CS3 methyl based branched polyether polyols. Next, So conclusively, zinc and iron-based heterogeneous catalyst was synthesized using EDTA as a organic complexing agent. And in our system, EDTA was very effective, being bidentate ligand. It binded well with the zinc and was proven to be the very highly active, being recoverable and recyclable from the polyether polyol, was able to produce around 96% of yield at using the 2500 ppm of the catalyst in 24 hours at 5 bar with feed to initiator ratio of 22:1. In my last 3 years, next, I have attended 9th World Petrocoal Congress International Conference at Delhi and ChemCon and IIT Delhi and FIMTA organized by CSIR-IIP Bhubaneswar, and I have been awarded second prize in short invited talk by ICPPC organized by Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala, and this is my one publication and one patent that has been filed in this year. Next, so at last I would like to acknowledge my director, sir, and my guides, Dr. N. Vishwanathan, sir, Dr. Umesh Kumar, for continuous guidance, RC members and ASD division and LSPD division, and my lab mates and DST Inspire for the fellowship. Next, thank you, sir. Thank you everyone for listening up. Next, Bas sir, back.
Thank you, Mr. Akash.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, I think no questions. We are moving to the.
Thank you.
Miss Sandhya Lakshmanan.
Yeah, yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
So I have
she's going to talk on direct dynamic simulations of the thermal 3CH2 plus 3O2 reaction.
So good evening, all. I'm Sandhya Lakshmanan, scientist at CSIR National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research.
Miss Sandhya, please go for presentation mode. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. So I'm a computational chemist working on atmospheric and combustion reactions. And today I'm going to talk on direct dynamic simulations of the thermal triplet methylene plus triplet oxygen reaction. Can you go to the next slide? So methylene is an intermediate formed in the combustion of acetylene, ethylene and methane. And this methylene chemistry is vital for the growth of unsaturated hydrocarbons. Triplet methylene is 9 kilocalorie per mole lower in energy than singlet methylene. Hence, the reaction of triplet methylene and triplet oxygen contributes significantly to the combustion of hydrocarbons, forming stable species and also open shell species. The aim of the present work is to determine the branching ratios of these products through electronic structure and direct dynamic simulations. This information is critical for developing accurate models for combustion kinetics. Next slide, please. So the reaction is quite complex because it leads to 11 product channels, out of which 10 product channels are extremely exothermic, and the most exothermic product channel is formation of CO2 plus H2. And the least exothermic is formation of formaldehyde plus singlet oxygen, and the formation of HCO plus hydrogen plus singlet oxygen is an endothermic reaction which is of less relevance in the combustion chemistry. Next slide, please. So the electronic structure calculations show that the initial step on the potential energy surface is the triplet methylene and triplet association. They associate to form the singlet and triplet Craigie intermediates, that is 1 CH2O2 and 3 CH2O2. Next slide, please. The potential energy surface shows that the singlet intermediate is formed with a large exothermicity of around -70 kilocalorie per mole, and this intermediate has sufficient energy to undergo isomerization and dissociation into many product molecules through dioxirane and methylene bisoxy intermediates, leading to formation of formic acid. This formic acid is extremely exothermic, and this again lead to the formation of CO2 plus H2 and CO plus H2 through their respective transition states. Here we see that CO plus oxygen plus H2 is formed through a high energy barrier reaction. All the other lies in the lower energy all reactions are found to proceed through low energy barriers. Next slide please. The triplet potential energy surface leads to a triplet biradical intermediate, that is Craigie intermediate, which is around 30 kilocalorie per mole less stable than the singlet intermediate, and this leads to only one product channel, that is formaldehyde plus triplet oxygen through a transition state. Next slide please. The direct dynamic simulations of the CH2 plus O2 collisions were performed by random initial conditions were chosen for the trajectories to represent experiments at 300 and 1000 Kelvin, and the trajectories were numerically integrated for 2 picoseconds. For the reactive trajectories, only 2% formed the singlet Craigie intermediate during the reaction dynamics. At the end of the 2 picosecond simulations, 12% of the trajectories remained as singlet and 1% as a dioxide, and 7 product channels were observed in the trajectories. Next slide, please. So the calculated cross section of the reaction on the singlet potential energy surface at 300 Kelvin show that the largest reactive cross section is observed for CO plus OH plus OH product channel, which is 13.4 plus or minus 1.9, and the rate constant and the total cross section is 32. From this, the rate constant is calculated as 0.96, which is in accordance with the recommended rate constant of 3.3 10 raised to minus 12 centimeter cube per molecule per second, and this shows that the most probable channel at 300 Kelvin is CO plus OH plus H product channel. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So at 1000 Kelvin, sorry, the previous slide. At 1000 Kelvin, okay, the previous slide, please, previous slide. Yeah, at 1000 Kelvin, the most probable reactive channel leads to CO plus H2O product with a maximum cross section, and the calculated rate constant is 1.2 into 10 raised to minus 12 centimeter cube per molecule per second. So next slide. On comparing the product yields obtained at 300 and 1000 Kelvin, it is seen that carbon monoxide has the largest product yield of 0.64 and 0.74 at 300 and 1000 Kelvin respectively, and the formal radical HCO has the least product yield. So next slide, please. So we conclude here that the reaction between methylene and oxygen leads to highly exothermic product channels. As a consequence, the intermediates formed in the reactions are hot. A comparison of rate constant of the reaction obtained from simulations at 300 and 1000 Kelvin revealed that the rate constant calculated at 1000 Kelvin is only 1.13 times higher than 300 Kelvin rate constant, suggesting a temperature independence. And the reaction for triplet methylene plus triplet oxygen on the triplet surface is less important than reaction on the singlet surface. At higher temperatures, the product channel CO plus H2O is dominant, and at 300 Kelvin, CO plus OH plus H product channel is dominant. Both lead to CO product at high yields. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge my director, Professor Ranjana Agarwal, and my postdoc professor, late Professor William Hayes, for their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandhya. Any questions, please? Okay, I think no questions. Once again, thank you. We are going to the next oral presentation. Dr. A.K. Verma.
Yes.
Senior Research Officer at G.V. Pant University of Agricultural and Technology, Pantnagar, is going to talk on investigation of the adhesive characteristics and bonding strength of phenol formaldehyde resin modified with phenol-rich fine needle pyrolysis oil. Dr. A.K. Verma.
Yes, this screen is visible.
Yeah, we can see your slide. Please go on.
Is it full screen?
Yes, it's full screen.
Yes, okay. So investigation of adhesive characteristics and bonding strength of phenol formaldehyde resin modified with the phenol-rich fine needle pyrolysis oil. We are associated with the basically with the AICRP on energy in agriculture and agro-based industry, and I am just associated with the last 6 years working with this. Before that, I was working on the bioethanol productions. So introductions in this contest, we know that a huge amount of the pine needle is available in the Uttarakhand forest area, and approximately 2.06 million ton of the pine needle is produces every year, and that could be the cause of the forest fire in every year, and it damages the ecosystems of the forest area. So that to develop a product like that, the resin from the bio oil, but bio oil is generally used for the as if fuel in the several boilers, and but there is some techniques have also been developed in the different countries to convert this bio oil to the biodiesels. So this bio oil is eco-friendly basically, and that in this scenario we took this objectives that bio oil can be converted to the resins, because this pine needle bio oil having a high amount of the this phenol, and there are different type of the phenols are there, and we have already been characterized and published in the chemical papers. And this 50% phenols could be replaced with the phenol formaldehyde resins. This our main motto was there. So this setup, the bio plant has been made in the laboratory of the pharmacy department of pharmacy and power engineering, and they have optimized that production of the bio oil by the pyrolysis temperature is 525 degrees Celsius, and the heating rate is approximately 52 degrees Celsius per minute, and the recovery is approximately 25 to 26% weight is there. So we plan to convert this bio oil or replace this phenol with a different pure phenol formaldehyde. So phenol is replaced with the 10%, 20%, 30%, and 40%, and the process was same as the phenol formaldehyde was made in the earlier. So so we developed the pure phenol formaldehyde reagents, and then 10% replacement of the this phenol with the bio oil, and 20%, 30%, and 40%, and we examine this bonding strength for this by the UTM analysis. So these wood casting models were developed, and this by the using the and compared with the synthetic adhesives such as the Fevicols. Although Fevicol is not comparable with the this phenol formaldehyde, and so this different wood cast models were prepared, and this placed this pasted this phenol formaldehyde resin here in the 10%, 20%, 40 and 30 and 40%, and put it keep it for the at approximately 1.2 megapascals pressures at room temperatures, and store at the 3 to 5 days. And later on that we tested for it for the shear strength analysis, and we found that the 10% is approximately same to the pure resins, and that 20% is slightly lower than this. Could be the higher amount of the phenol. There are the because the phenols are in the bio oil is definitely they're fragmented of the lignin part, and that is why that can be polymerized, and due to the increase of the phenol content, that shearing strength is decreases. So later on that we also did the DSC analysis, showed that the main endothermic peaks around the 40 to 120 degrees Celsius due to the condensation of the hydroxymethyl groups of the phenol with the formaldehyde to create a methylene bridge. And there is a 10% and 20% of the resins showed the peaks at lower temperatures than the pure BF resins. And with increasing the boil, the curing temperatures decreases from 95 degrees Celsius to pure PF to 60% of the 20% bio formaldehyde resin. So bio additions are 20% or 10%. The curing temperatures of the BF resins was relatively near to that of the PF resins. So thermogravity analysis also showed that the similar patterns were there. So post-curing process and thermal reforming process, and there is a ring stripping is there. And we found that there is a pure PF regions as well as the 10% and 20% PF regions where the shown to be have the identical thermal characteristics.
Dr. Verma,
Yes.
please conclude.
Yes, concluding I am that. So this is the FTIR analysis. We have shown that there is a similar pattern, so the like that PF regions, and the same analysis showed that the similar type of the structural surface structures was observed as a pure regions, and 10% and 20% ridge was there. And however, the 10% region was smooth and as smooth as the pure regions, but that 20% having the some crackings was present on the surface. So it was concluded that this shear strength studies revealed that the 10% and 20% BF regions showed a good bonding strength, and DSC and TGA, FTIR and SM structural investigations revealed that the bonding ability of the BF this resins with the 10 and 20% biol are equivalent to those of the pure BF resins. We have already been filed the patent also for this technology. Thank you for all. If any questions, I can share with this.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. Any questions, please? I'm hoping no questions, I think. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
We are going to the last presentation of this session. We are calling again Miss Susmita Bera.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are sharing your presentation.
Okay, sir.
She is a PhD student at CSIR-IIP Kolkata. She is going to talk on engineering of BIOX bar CuFe2O4 heterostructures for sustainable fuel H2 generation through water splitting.
Yes, sir.
Slides are visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Myself Susmita Bera, SRA from CSIR Center Glass and Ceramic Research Institute. Today I am going to discuss on engineering of bismuth oxyhalide copper ferrite heterostructures for sustainable fuel hydrogen generation through water splitting. Next. Next, please. Hello.
You are audible. Please. You are audible.
Next, please. Next.
Okay.
So in introduction, I want to say increasing population day by day causes energy crisis as well as global warming. Therefore, the development of renewable energy sources is required. Here, we are mainly focused on the solar energy because solar energy is abundant to all, and mainly focus on the visible energy because visible energy has higher intensity compared to UV and infrared, and it is 43% of the total solar spectrum. So, to harvest visible light, we are mainly focused on photocatalytic water splitting to generate hydrogen, because hydrogen is a green fuel as well as it has higher energy density and it can be generated from abundant sources. Here in photocatalytic water splitting, semiconductors are used as photocatalyst, where in presence of light, photogenerated electrons and holes are generated. These electrons further reduce the water molecule to generate hydrogen, and holes are oxidized water molecule to generate oxygen. The main problem is the electron hole recombination, which can be occurred at the surface as well as bulk of the catalyst. Therefore, there are many various types of engineering has been developed to reduce the recombination. For example, doping, surface engineering, crystal facet engineering, morphology tuning, heterostructure formation, etc. And we are mainly focused on development of heterostructure because through this heterostructure development, we can separate the electrons holes at two different body, and an internal field can be generated at the interface due to band bending, which further boost the electron hole separation and prohibit the fast recombination. So next please. So our motivation is to development of stable heterostructure and enhance its absorption in the visible light as well as efficiently separate the electron hole. And therefore we choose here bismuth oxyhalides because this has layer structures and it can generate facile oxygen vacancy. Main problem is the large band gap. On the other hand, copper ferrite is a small band gap material. However, its problem is the fast recombination. Therefore, we are trying to develop heterostructure between this and this to overcome these issues. Next, please. So we follow hydrothermal synthesis method to prepare bismuth oxyhalides. Then we follow in situ generation method, co-precipitation method to develop bismuth oxyhalide copper ferrite heterostructure for getting intimate contact between two semiconductors. Next, please. And so these are the morphology where we obtained a nanosheet kind of morphology, and after heterostructure formation, small nanoparticle of copper ferrite are formed on the surface of the bismuth oxyhalide nanosheets. Next, please. So we further study the XRD to confirm the heterostructure formation where both the bismuth oxyhalide and copper ferrite phase are formed. As well as we also study the XPS analysis for time short. I cannot show here, and we further check the UV absorption spectra where after heterostructure formation the absorption range enhances in the visible region as well as the band gap reduces. And next, please. So we further study the photoelectrochemical properties of the material through linear sweep voltammetry and chronoamperometry, where we obtained the highest photocurrent for BiOCl CFO heterostructure, and in chronoamperometry we got similar kind of result. Therefore, to investigate the highest photocurrent density, we further study Mott-Schottky analysis. Next, please. Here in Mott-Schottky analysis, all the bismuth oxyhalide shows N-type conductivity. However, copper ferrite shows P-type conductivity, and we calculate carrier concentration as well as species layer width from this well-known equation, and where we obtained higher charge carrier concentration for BiOCl CFO heterostructure. That means the number of excited electrons at the surface is higher for this composite, as well as we obtained lower species layer width. That means the electrons and holes can easily transfer through the interface. Therefore, special charge transfer can be obtained using this heterostructure. Next, please. So finally, we checked the photocatalytic hydrogen generation through online gas chromatography, where as expected, the BiOCl CFO shows higher hydrogen generation compared to the other heterostructure, as well as it is 7 times greater than the BiOCl. And we also checked the recycling test up to 4th run. It shows very minimum loss without changing any morphology. So next, please. Next, please. So we finally calculate the conduction band and valence band potentials, and we are trying to establish what kind of heterostructure formed between these components. And here BiOI and BiOB follow conventional type 2 heterostructure. However, BiOCl follow jet scheme heterostructure for where we can obtain excited electrons having high redox potential compared to these two systems. Therefore, which can effectively reduce the water molecule and generate hydrogen. Therefore, I can conclude the band edge engineering through developing jet scheme type of advanced heterostructure is a promising approach to develop efficient photocatalyst for hydrogen generation. Not only that, hydrogen generation, it could be effective for other photocatalytic application for like CO2 reduction, organic pollutant degradation, nitrogen fixation. Yes, sir.
Ms. Susmita, please
yes,
conclude.
Yes, sir. So next, please. So I want to acknowledge ACFCO for giving me this opportunity to present my work, Director of CGCRI, and Dr. Shravanti Ghosh and Dr. R.N. Basu for their constant support as PhD supervisor, all members of my division, and material characterization and instrumentation of CGCRI, and DST for providing Inspire Fellowship. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Susmita. Any questions, please? I hope there is no questions.
Okay, sir.
Thank you everybody for the wonderful presentations.
Thank you, sir.
And we are very thankful to Dr. Sridevi ma'am and also Dr. S.S. Ray sir for being here. And we are moving to the next session. Neha, please continue.
We are highly thankful to our judges and the participants of oral session for joining us. Soon we'll get the results. Moving forward, I heartily invite Dr. Anil Kumar Sinha, Senior Principal Scientist and Head of Conversion and Catalytic Division, CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum, to deliver a special talk on completing 3 years of India's first biojet site. He joined CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum in 2007 as a senior scientist
Until now, he contributed a lot in research and development sector. I happily invite Dr. Anil Kumar Sinha.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I'm trying to upload my slide. Are my slides visible?
Sir, not yet.
Okay. So can you share from that side?
Yes, sir, we'll do it. Go to the visible mode. Sir, it's visible now, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and it is a very nice opportunity for recollect the 3 years of finishing the first biojet fuel flight in India, which happened today, as mentioned by Dr. Anjan Dey early in the morning. And this is a very special occasion for us, especially for the IIP. And it will be a nice time to briefly recollect what is happening since the 3 years of this first flight. Next slide, please. So this CSIR-IIP technology is called DILSAF, that is drop-in liquid sustainable aviation and automotive fuel. So this research activity, this slide summarizes whatever has happened on this technology since year 2009, when we technology was conceived for the first time and as a lab scale project, and from where we went for a sponsored project by DST in a consortium mode involving Pratt & Whitney Canada and partners from India as well as Canada, and we produced 600 liters. Since then, we have moved continuously doing this project, trying to improve the TRL level of the technology from TRL3 to TRL6 till year 2017-18, and we did this as a fast track project to make this technology viable, and which resulted in the first flight in 2018, and followed by the first Air Force flight on Republic Day fly past in 26 January using 10% of this biojet fuel. And after that, actually, we were able to have the first BIS recognized SAF produced by CSIR-IIP. And so today we have a specific approval for this biofuel produced by IIP for aviation. And today we are now working towards having the international recognition for this fuel as a sustainable aviation fuel, and we are working with ASTM, and we are in advanced stages of this approval of this fuel. Next slide, please. So to briefly describe this technology, it is a single step process, unlike the competing technologies where we do all these three cracking and isomerization. And we produce a range of products like a typical refinery hydrocracker. We have diesel, we have jet fuel, we have naphtha, and also light gas, hydrocarbons, hydrogen, and CO2 also in the gas. Next slide, please. So this was the stages of development. We started right from microreactor with 5-gram catalyst, then we moved on to bench scale with 100 gram of catalyst, and today we are working at about 2 to 5 kilogram of catalyst in our new pilot plant, which was designed in-house, and it is running even today continuously and supplying the fuel to Indian Air Force. Next slide, please. This is a typical product pattern, like what we get out of hydro processing of vegetable oil is diesel 32%, jet fuel about 30%, and naphtha about 15%. Gases excluding hydrogen is about 22%, and we also get water, which is about 13%. Next slide, please. So what are the co-products when this biojet technology is green diesel, which is not biodiesel. Unlike biodiesel, it is a complete pure hydrocarbon. It has ultra high cetane number. It meets BS6 specification and European specification for paraffinic diesel. It is suitable for all diesel vehicles and can go 100% replacement of fossil diesel. It can also go as a green marine bunker fuel blend stock, or we produce green naphtha, which is paraffinic, can be a pathway to produce renewable petrochemicals, and it can also be a tradable commodity with assured market. We also produce LPG, and the only byproduct water it can go for irrigation purpose. Next slide, please. So what are the salient features of this technology? It is a single-step hydrocracking process. It is unique. It does not use a noble metals. It is non-noble metal-based process. It is feedstock flexible. We have worked on different kind of non-edible oils and fats, and we found that this technology works for all kind of oils. And multiple reaction takes place in a single reactor, and the additional reaction happening, unlike other competing technology, is the aromatization process, which produces the desired amount of aromatics in the process. And today this fuel meets ASTM D165 specification and D7566 Annexure 2 after aromatics removal, as well as the Indian biojet fuel specification IS 17081. And it is easily amenable to petroleum refining hydrocracking process, and so adaptation by refinery is very easy for this technology. So as I mentioned, in addition to this aviation fuel, we also produce high grade diesel as well as naphtha in the process. Next slide, please. So this is what happened, as I mentioned 3 years back, that we flew this Dehradun Delhi flight with our fuel produced at IIP. It was a 23 onboard observers and 5 crews with 25% of this biofuel, and all the engine parameters performance was satisfactory and marginally better than your fossil drive fuel. Similarly, for the defense, we have been continuously supplying this fuel, and today one of the aircrafts has been proven as airworthy using this kind of biofuels up to 10% of blending. In fact, this fuel was also found suitable for flying at high altitude in Leh area. Next slide, please. So today, this current status using our pilot plant is that we have a 200 liter per day processing plant. We have produced about more than 9,000 liters of this biojet fuel, which since it was commissioned in year 2018. And this fuel has passed rigorous inspection by Indian Air Force and also by the National Military Airworthiness Certificating Organization SEMILAC. And it continuously works around the clock, and the data generated has been used for designing a 110 TPD large demonstration plant to be put up at a Indian refinery. And we have done techno-economic feasibility along with Engineers India Limited, with whom we have a MOU. And it shows the technology shows positive IRR at capacity of 10 TPD for sustainable aviation fuel production. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned that today we are trying to have the international certification by ASTM, and we are in advanced stages. In the first batch of the sample has passed all the tests like metal content requirement. Even in our samples there are some silicon content issues, but we have overcome those problems also. The material compatibility tests were concluded by Southwest Research Institute, and it passed all the tests. Next slide, please. So today in current activities is in the along with ASTM certification, we are working with MOPNG directive for construction of the demonstration plant at a refinery using our technology. And today aviation fuel is being produced for trial and demonstration on Dornier aircraft along with Hindustan Aeronauticals Limited. And this green diesel produced by this technology is being used in IIP car in campaign mode, and we have run 2,000 kilometers successfully using 100% neat green diesel. And as I mentioned, we are working towards the ASTM approval, and we are trying to have a fast track approval of this fuel to be included, including the additional benefit of aromatics in our fuel. Next slide, please. Okay. So I take this opportunity to thank everyone at IIP and in CSIR whose contribution has been important, and specifically the biofuel division and hydroprocessing area of biofuel division, where this entire activity took place, and all the project staff who made this possible. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your stimulating talk and for being a part of this event. I highly appreciate your gracious presence. Thank you, sir. Now, moving forward to our valedictory session, I would like to invite Dr. Kirtika Kohli, scientist, CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum, and our event scientific coordinator to deliver event summary. Now. Thank you, Neha. It's been a pleasure being with all of you today. After wonderful talks from our Director IIP, Dr. Anjan Ray, the Director General CSIR, Dr. Shekhar Mande, Chief Guest from Engineer India Limited, Ms. Vartika Shukla, and our guest of honor from Nara Energy Limited, Dr. Purandar Chakravarti, and our speakers, participants from oral and postal presentation. We are now coming towards the closure of today's event. So this year's SEFCO theme was Zero Emission Energy Alternatives. And as we might all aware, that Government of India set a target of 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. So they announced that National Hydrogen Mission and has called upon the nation to make India a global hub for green hydrogen production. So we as researchers and scientists need to make remarkable progress for making India self-reliant in the field of energy and become a new inspiration for clean energy transition. Now with these words, I would like to provide a brief summary of the event. So the event started with our convener who gave a welcome address, Ms. Neha Nandalal, research scholar, and she states about the importance of the SEFCO event and theme of the symposium. Followed by her, there was a talk from Dr. Anjan Ray, Director CSIR-IIP. He welcomed all the dignitaries and mentioned that the day 27 is a special day as CSIR-IIP had iconic biojet flight 3 years ago. He mentioned how the day for the India's first biojet flight was conceptualized, and as it was the first day in 1939 that the world's first turbo biojet flight took place in Germany, and since then aviation came across. After that, Dr. Shekhar Mande, Director General CSIR, joined with us virtually, and he mentioned for a country like India, where the energy demand is growing rapidly, there is a need to adopt emission-free energy resources. He gave a remark for our research scholar to read and access recent IPCC report that is published 10 days ago for carbon emissions. Then there was a magnificent talk from our chief guest of the event, Ms. Vartika Shukla, Director, Engineer India Limited. She enlightened us how energy sector in terms of oil and gas sector, electrification with renewables, green hydrogen and petrochemicals nationally and globally transitioned over the years. Further, she explained the roadmap for the net zero emissions and discussed how we should look into in terms of technology development, policy initiatives, corporates looking for branding themselves, greening themselves, and for achieving the net zero goal. And then she mentioned carbon emission, especially in terms of CO2 emissions, should be reduced by 70% by 2050. We need to look for the option. She ended up with a quote, anything that won't sell, I don't want to invent. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure our research scholars and scientists will keep in mind while coming up with the innovative ideas. Next, we had a wonderful talk from Dr. Purandar Chakravarti, Head Innovation and Alternate Energy, Nara Energy Limited. He discussed about the renewable energy, hydrogen perspectives in terms of global and national, and methanol as a transportation fuel. Ammonia and ethanol as zero carbon alternate fuel and EV. He mentioned it is the collective responsibility of the industry and academia to look into technologies that are required to address the need and to do so in a meaningful manner. I'm sure that research scholars and our staff and participants will be benefited on the trends and breakthroughs related to zero emission energy solutions and possibly trigger industry relevant technology development. After this forum, we had 3 technical sessions, and for all sessions, we had 3 keynote speakers and 6 guest speakers from different academic institutions as well as industries. And we do have 25 posters and 14 oral presentations. And for the event, there were 500 participants who registered for the event and more than 150 participants who joined through different platforms such as YouTube and Facebook. In the valedictory, we listened a special talk from Dr. Anil Kumar Sinha, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR-IIP, about the country's first biojet fuel run flight that was operated by SpiceJet from Dehradun to Delhi. I would like to congratulate all the organizers for successfully organizing this event. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Silvamani for announcing the oral and poster presenting. Dr. Silvamani, please.
Good evening, all. First of all, I would like to thank Director IIP, Dr. Anjan sir, team SEFCO-2021, 21, and my colleague. Since morning, we had a wonderful scientific session focused on the energy and technology, which are very useful for the society and the scientific community to improve their research knowledge. With Director permission and behalf of the SEFCO, now I am announcing the winner for the oral and the poster presentation. For oral presentation, first prize goes to Mr. Harish Varjesh. Second prize goes to Ms. Bhavana Sharma. Third prize goes to Ms. I. Vijita, CSIR Commander. For poster presentation, first prize goes to Ms. Neeti Ravindran, CSR NIST. Second prize goes to Ms. Jyoti Gotari, CSIR-IIP Dehradun. Third prize goes to Mr. Rajesh, CSIR Central Scientific Instruments Organization, Chandigarh. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you, sir. So now I would like to give a closing note about the event. First of all, there is one announcement that we will dispatch memento as a token of appreciation to our dignitaries, speakers, and winners in 10-15 days. And all the participants will receive certificates soon through emails. And on behalf of organizing members, our sincere appreciation to our Director General CSR, Dr. Shekhar Mande, and thanks to our chief guest, Ms. Vartika Shukla, Director Engineer India Limited, and guest of honor, Dr. Purandar Chakravarti, Nara Energy Limited, for taking out your precious time to be part of the event and enlightened us with your views and thoughts. A special thanks to Dr. Anjan Ray, Director IIP, for giving our research scholars and young scientists the opportunity to organize events like SEFCO. And I also for mentoring us from day one of the event. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank all the wonderful speakers for taking time out of their busy schedule. I would like to thank our sponsors who supported this event. And then I would like to thank our media person for your excellent coverage of the event. A special thanks to event organizers, our research scholars, my colleagues, and from IT department, Mr. Suradevji, for passionately participating in this event, making it a successful one. Thank you all for being here today, and congratulations to all the organizers for conducting a successful event. I wish you all a blessed day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shanmugam. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. S.S. Ray. Bye-bye.